Welcome to TopstepTV. Up next is that Hoag guy and that other guy. Oh yeah, Horn. Hoagland Horn.
Hello, traders, friends, family, and of course, everyone else. So glad you can make it. You're at the right place at the right time. And yes, we have saved you a front row seat. Welcome to Top Step TV. We've got lots of goodies here for you today. And yes, we have a special 200 episode today. Yes, we've been here 200 times and hope that you enjoyed each and every one of those. So, hey, we've got things that other internet shows do not offer. Remember, we've got education, we've got trading buddies, we've got market knowledge, tradertainment, good-looking guys. We got Hoag. So remember, tell your friends, tell your family, tell your enemies family. Let's pack the house here today. This is opening call. Hoag's back, and yes, we're happy. We have informative and educational show for you today. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, your Amazon delivery guy person, and even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you, chase the vision, not the money. The money will end up following you. So let's get ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Back from the islands of the Caribbean. It's a nice tan there, Johnny. You sitting on the beach there. Let's say hello to everybody's friend and trading mentor, our very own, man with the plan, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Johnny, great to have you back. How was your vacation?
It was nice. It's great to be back. You know, it's always good to get away, always good to get back. I'm excited to see everybody. Thank you all for saying welcome back. And it's always, I love what I do. This is a pleasure for me. And it was good to get away. Got a lot of reading, a little introspection done. It was more of a staycation than a vacation. I really kind of had to sort of stay inside unless I wanted to get attacked by a bunch of cicadas. But we did have some fun and got a lot accomplished. And I'm very excited to be back with everybody today. And Monday, June the 17th. As always, our focus is on accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. It's great to see you again, Eddie. It's great to see everybody.
And it's great to have you back here. Well, yes, 200th episode. That's a lot of episodes. My goodness. But I'm glad that you're here with us. And let's get started. Let's jump into the news. As John said, June 17th, U.S. stock futures today pretty much quiet as investors looked ahead for further economic data from the Fed and how that could impact this week. We did see the Dow futures mostly unchanged. NASDAQ added about 31 and the S&P 500 just up about 3.1%. NASDAQ edged up slightly this past Friday, giving the tech-heavy index the fifth consecutive record close. The benchmark 500 and the blue chip Dow Industrial both ended up slightly lower. In individual stocks here, Adobe spiked more than 14%. We did see that, NVIDIA, which briefly topped the iPhone Apple as the world's second largest company, gained 1.8. So tomorrow, Tuesday, we're going to be closely looking at the retail sales for May, and we'll keep an eye on that. Traders are also get a chance to hear from Fed speakers. We've got Williams, Kashkari, Daly, Barkin, Goolsby, and the professor and Marianne, all going to be speaking here this week. So we'll keep our eyes and ears open for that. But Johnny, what do you got for us?
All right. As far as economic numbers today and for the week, 7:30 this morning, the New York Fed Manufacturing Index came out. Not as bad as expected. They were looking for minus 11.3. It came out minus 6. The slowing manufacturing sector in the New York area is slowing at a slower pace. So that's, I think, probably a good thing. But as we all know in these markets, sometimes good news is bad news. We're seeing at least the S&Ps come off a little bit here. At 10:30 this morning, we have a 3 and a 6 month bill auction. At 11 o'clock, one of the talking Feds, Williams, will be speaking, and at noon, Harker will be speaking. Tomorrow, retail sales, industrial production, business inventories, a 20-year bond auction, Barkin, Logan, and Goolsby all due to speak on Tuesday. Wednesday is the Juneteenth holiday. Markets, for all intents and purposes, will be closed. Take the day off. Thursday, mortgage rates, housing starts and permits, jobless clams as usual on Thursdays. Philly Fed. The EIA petroleum status report will be on Thursday this week because of the holiday on Wednesday. And there are 4-week, 8-week, and 4-month bill auctions all on Thursday. Friday, it is quadruple witching. It's expiration. We've got PMI, we've got existing home sales, and leading indicators, which we used to call on the trading floor misleading indicators, and natural gas due out on Friday, again, because of the holiday in the middle of the week here on Wednesday. Looking forward to getting back in the seat and had a few things to talk about throughout the week, things that I learned about myself over the weekend and some of the review that I did. And I'm looking forward to it. So that's what we've got as far as economic information due out today and for the week. Eddie, back to you.
All right, crude prices. Looking here off the highs here, we had a 78.56 high and dropping back down to 78.30. Pretty much steady here today as traders digested the industrial production data out of China. And a survey last week that suggested a slowdown in the demand for top crude consumer, yes, the United States. This past Friday, U.S. consumer sentiment slumped to a 7th-month low in June, and as households continue to fret about the inflation and borrowing costs. As far as the oil going, Brent gained 0.3, and WTI increased by 0.3 also. All right, James, tip of the week. You got our tip of the week for us today. There it is. Have a trading plan. My goodness, who wouldn't have a trading plan? All right. Having a plan means that you are looking for success and not being random. All right. Have a trading plan. Know what you're going to do. All right. Figure out where you want to be in today's market. And it's always safe to know a direction of where you're going and not just sort of randomizing your ideas or opportunities. So be safe. At least have a minor draft of a trading plan. It's going to help you through the day. Johnny, what do you got on a trading plan?
It's so important to have a trading plan. That's your business plan. That's how you're going to operate your business from the top down. I mean, even, from withdrawals to getting into the setups that you're going to be looking at. And it's been my experience working with traders over the years that it seems like the hardest thing to do is to create a trading plan. It's just to get started. It is a fluid document. It will change over time. You're going to be adding things. You may be removing things, but just start with a general kind of outline. What am I looking at on Sunday night? What am I looking at on Monday morning? Hone in on some shorter time frames to look for your setups and just continue to work on that trading plan for your entire career. My trading plan is always changing in little bitty ways. You'd never want to just throw out a trading plan. You make subtle changes in trajectory, and sometimes that little change in trajectory is just enough to get you back on the right side of the market. So, if you don't have a trading plan, start today. Grab a piece of paper, grab a pen, and just think about what you do to prepare for the trading day. Write it down and start following that and improve it over time. The trading plan is of vital importance to anybody that wants to be a professional and profitable trader.
Beautiful. Thanks, John. Please remember to always be kind. Be kind to your fellow human and especially our support people working very hard. I know this weekend that they worked over the weekend. They are working night and day. So to get all your issues, questions, and requests answered. So be polite, be nice, and be patient. So, Johnny, without further ado, let's get to these charts and see what's cooking.
All right. So, rollovers are pretty much over now in the equities. Of course, we still have expiration on Friday, but make sure you are trading the September contract. If you are on TopStep X, it's already rolled over to the September contract in the equities for you. If you're trading on another platform, make sure you move over. The volume is greater in the September contract already this morning. So the rollover in the teeth of and on switch day at this time. So, a little bit of a kind of a variance in the daily chart here on TopstepX. This is the new front month. This is still the old front month. So it kind of changes a little bit of the view, but we do have 5 days of information from the front contract with which to work with. Again, today is switch day. We are in the teeth of rollover. This is where the majority of the contracts roll out of the June contract and into the September contracts in these equities. The tendency during rollover, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, is to remain a little bit range bound because our bigger, longer time frame traders are working on getting a cheap rollover or actually making money during the rollover. There's lots of different ways that they can do it, but it takes a lot of their focus away from directional activity and adjusting inventories in different products with getting their inventories rolled into the next month. So there is that tendency of the market to remain range bound. Now,
Hey, Johnny,
back
real
in the
quick.
day in the pit, directional traders, a lot of them would take the week or two of rollover off because the market doesn't really act the same. It's really hard to put a finger on why the market doesn't act the same and how it acts differently. Sometimes it goes too far, sometimes it doesn't go far enough. Levels that you would think would be respected are not. Levels that you wouldn't think would be respected are. It's always a challenge to trade during rollover. So just keep that in mind. You may want to size down a little bit unless something really changes and we get some substantial news that changes things, that forces the longer time frame to become directional. On top of that, this week we don't really have any hugely important economic information. A lot of focus is probably going to be on those talking feds that are free to start yammering again after the FOMC meeting last week. And so, on another thing that kind of gets things a little bit blurry is the volume. The volume is divided between the front month, the last front month, which is the June contract, and the September contract. So there's a movement in open interest. There's a split in the volume. It becomes very difficult to read those as they become what I like to call blurry because we're in rollover. So what do we have on the daily chart here? We have, well, decent move to the upside. We've got a kind of a day 3 in an area of balance. I would call the current area of balance last week's September's contract high, 55.1950, and perhaps the low here from Friday, which would be 54.62 half. So in there, I think we're looking at range bound, possible rollover range bound activity. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Rollover always makes things a little bit more challenging. Now, there's a couple of things that stick out to me right away on this chart. Overnight inventory, we don't really have any overnight inventory. It looks like we're going to be opening inside the range and close to value from Friday. Settlement is all the way up here at 55.02 quarter in the September contract. What are we looking at as far as indicators? Well, we've got the 50 and the 100 session moving average basically right at the same price. This is telling me that the market is really kind of range bound. We've got the 200 session kind of catching up to everything, but it's the fact that we have the 100 and the 50 session simple moving averages right at the same price indicates that there is a lack of directional activity starting or already started in this market. I'm going to try and stay patient today with no gap, inside range, testing value, look for opportunities as the day goes on. And again, we don't have a lot of really important information. Of course, the 3 and 6 month bill auction will be watched today. 11 o'clock Williams, 12 o'clock Harker. We're keeping an eye on those, of course. We don't know when things are going to change, but just looking at this chart with no overnight inventory and both the 50 and 100 session moving average at the same price, it's telling me, you know what? Let's just chill. Let's be patient. We know we're in rollover. Let's maybe trade a little bit less, trade a little bit smaller, and just wait for those opportunities that come to find us. You go looking for opportunities, you're going to find them, and they may not be the ones that you're really looking for. So be patient. The profile, we did have a late spike at the end of the day on Friday. The market, in other words, was normal variation trading day, but at the end of the day, it left the area of balance and value and extended the range higher and pushed higher. So that gives us at least a little bit of reference. If we were to open this session above the base of the late spike, which is 54.99 that might be the market telling us that it's attempting to accept price at a higher level. It looks now like we're going to open below the base of that late spike, which kind of lets me lean a little bit down towards the afternoon pullback low, which is down here around 54.86. Now, these are, of course, short time frame levels. And I think overall, the directional activity, unless something changes, is going to be created by the short time frame traders. So base of the late spike, interesting level, 54.99. Afternoon pullback low, 54.86. That brings us back into value and value low on this platform, looking around 54.81 approximately. So I'm going to try and stay patient and look for opportunities as the day goes on. That's in my time frame. People have shorter time frames. You may be able to find some decent opportunities on those shorter time frames. Just see money, take money in the equities, it seems today. And that's really the kind of best thing that I can say right now about these equities. So we did, I think, put a new all-time high in the S&Ps in the overnight session. Markets don't like to leave that. We put another new all-time high in the overnight session in the NASDAQ. Again, markets don't necessarily like that. Let me get these moving averages on so we can take a look and see what we're looking at here. So again, we're looking at range-bound tendencies, possibly. We're in the teeth of roll. It's switch day. Open interest and volume, also blurry, just like the S&Ps. No major economic information. Well, what happens in the equities when there's no major economic information and no bad news? Well, the tendency is to grind to the upside. There's a little bit lower probability of that because of rollover, but we're going to have to see how that plays out. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Huh? All right. Overnight inventory, we've got a little bit long. Market has pulled back to eliminate any of that overnight inventory, looking less like we may open with a gap in the S&P, in the NASDAQ, a little less of a probability of that in the S&Ps, but right back towards settlement. Now, there's the 50 session and 100 session moving averages still kind of below price and tilting to the upside. So a little bit more of an potential upside move if we maintain price above these moving averages. The profile on Friday, normal variation with a late spike. The late spike is when, again, price leaves the previous range right at the end of the day and closes up in that extension of the range. So the normal variation profile from Friday did put in a late spike. The base of the late spike, 19,679. 19,679. Looking like we may, hold on a second here. 679, 19,951 is the base of the late spike. 951 is the base of the late spike. I got that wrong here. So, it looks like we're going to be opening in or above the base of the late spike in the NASDAQ. Oh, just a little bit of a different story there. But again, I'm just going to suggest try and stay patient. It is rollover. Markets act a little bit funny, if you will, during rollover. So again, with the base of the late spike, let me get that right again here. 938. 938. You get that right here. Yes, 19,938.5 is the base of the late spike. Then there's the afternoon pullback low below that, which takes it down to 19,888. 19,888. So we could see a pullback easily down to this 200 session moving average, possibly. But the market is kind of indicating with the upward tilt of the moving averages, a little bit stronger of an upside auction over the past few sessions. All right, crude oil. The daily. Well, what are we looking at on the daily? Well, we are back in range. This is the sticky area that we saw from back here. We saw the head and shoulders through the sticky area, going down to the target from the measured move off of the head and shoulders pattern, now coming right back into a very sticky, congestive area. 1, 2, 3, 4. This will be day 5 in range. The range that I'm kind of putting on this is around 79.30 down to 77.20, this low here. Inside of that, short time frame control. We lost 38,000 in open interest on Friday, but 35,000 of that was in July. So that was the expiration date. So a lot of that open interest, again, is a little bit blurry. You could say, in essence, that we lost about 3,000 in open interest in crude oil, because 35,000 of that was the expiration of the July contract. Well, we're right in the middle of this area of balance. Look at the moving averages. This is the 50, the 200, and the 100 session moving average. They're converging here. Market is really kind of falling into range bound activity. You know, there will be a trend at some point, but what these moving averages are saying is, you know, try and stay a little bit patient. There's very little momentum in this market at this time right now, and that's on the daily chart. How about the 30-minute chart? Look at these moving averages. I call this braided. They're right in the same place. There's really no indication of trend based off of those moving averages. And again, that's the 50, the 100, and the 200 session moving average. When they're braided like this, I'm like, oh my goodness, I've got to really try and stay patient in this market. So overnight inventory, a little bit long in range from yesterday, or Friday, I should say. You know, no gaps, inside range, inside value. Stay patient. Stay patient. It's Monday. No reason to rush into anything here. Stay patient, and we will find opportunities as the day goes on. These moving averages converging like that, it's like, okay, well, now what? Seeing a little bit of potential support at that level, but again, with all of them horizontal, it's indicating a kind of a lack of momentum or a lack of trend at this time. Take a look at gold now. Here's the daily in gold. Let's get our levels on here. And okay. So weekly kickoff high and weekly kickoff low, really kind of enveloping the current range that we've been in since the beginning of April. Really, we've seen pushes outside of it, but the market still seems to come back into this range. We actually ended up adding about 9,200 in open interest on Friday, which right now looks to me like we have some shorter time frame longs trapped up there. We're looking at the range bound activity. That tends to be shorter time frame traders moving price around as they can. You know, of course, there's always a little bit of longer time frame participation in these periods of time when they're not directional. They do tend to kind of pile up some pretty big positions when the market is like this. So we've got the 50 session moving average on the daily chart showing a sign of resistance. We've got last week's low, 2304 half, possibly showing some support, as well as 2300, that big fat round number, which is the weekly kickoff low. That strong open interest again indicates maybe some shorter time frame longs are stuck up there. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart, and we'll get down to business. Okay, so 30-minute chart, overnight inventory short. That overnight inventory short is already kind of pushing price back towards the range, possibly back towards value, which value low is 2342 half approximately, value high, very small value area from Friday, 2347.70. We opened outside. If we do show signs of reacceptance inside value from Friday, the value area special situation acceptance play might be in play. Again, we've got to see some participation above 2342.60 in order for that to ring true. The question is it worth it? Is the juice worth the squeeze? It's a very small range and a very small area of value. So We're seeing the overnight inventory already unraveling. It's going to kind of unravels if we were to get back to a settlement gap close. We've already closed the session gap. Question is, do we accept the range from Friday, or do we reject it and head lower? Moving averages. Look where the price is. I mean, the 100 and 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart brought in support. The 50 session moving average has brought in a little bit of resistance. Short time frame control, ladies and gentlemen. We're not looking at a market in many of these markets that are attracting new longer time frame business. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is wonderful to be back with you. I hope everybody had a wonderful Father's Day. My daughter gave me this great shirt. It says "Awesome like my daughter." And we're going to have a good trading week this week. So remember, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered, and always pray for peace. So happy to be back with everybody.
Great to have you, Johnny. All right. Coming up next, we do have Best Market. So don't go away. Johnny, I'll meet you at the coffee machine. We've got MP Deeyana, Nick4ATick, Hoag, and Andre going to be with us here. So we'll be right back. Don't go away. All right, folks, let's get our 200th episode in the gates. There it is, 200. Johnny, good morning, sir.
All right. Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, everybody. We've got Nick4ATick, Deeyana, and the man in the upper left corner there, MP Michael Patak. It's great to see everybody. Andre, be a little bit late today. I had to step in and drive the segment here this morning. It's always great to be back and great to see everybody. What are we looking at in these markets? How was everybody's weekend? How was everybody's Father's Day?
John, can you ARB me 200 just so everybody knows what an ARB is? Can we go John's full screen? So then we got 200th episode, which, guys, this is a ton of work. There you go.
Now, it depends. This is the Merc 200.
I'll do the board of trade.
Yeah.
That's 200. Sell them.
On your hand right there. If you get that on your hand.
We'll talk about that era one time.
Merc. This is 200, Eddie, as you know, as a CBOT guy.
Right. Got some hands.
That's a pretty big size.
Yes, it is.
Those are bigs. Those are bigs in the pits, typically.
Yeah. Never had 200 bigs on. Close, but never had 200 bigs on. It looks like we're opening up here.
We are.
There we go.
We just sold you guys 200. So, and it's rallying.
And it's
Nick,
we're down. We're down already, Michael.
I know, right? We're down on this 200 lot.
All right, let's see what's happening. So we have, I think GC Gold looks a little bit better than some of my other markets today, opening with a gap down. And we do have the value area low around 2342. Sorry, 2343.2. So that would be my decision point, either for a reversal or for a continued move higher. On the daily chart, we have some messy price action, but we do have an invalidation of a bearish engulfing, which should have been a continuation. So now that we're seeing some buyers stepping in, there could be some more value in adding weight to the value acceptance higher. But again, Monday, it's a kind of a half holiday week. So I'm going to stay a little bit patient and allow the market to show me what they want to do with it. And then if I see anything obvious, I might jump in. But for now, I don't really see anything worth taking.
Dee, do you think that the value acceptance play in gold is worth the squeeze?
Well,
kind of a small area of value, right?
Yeah, it's not the biggest value, but it does have 68 ticks in it. So if we limit the stops to about 30 to 35, that would give us just about 2R.
2 to 1.
But that's only if we can actually push above value. My first hypo is actually value short. So looking maybe for a failed auction around that area, that would be like the most ideal play. And one of the reasons why is because we have a bit of a sizable initial balance of 100 ticks. So yeah, we'll see. You know, again, we're just starting, so nothing is clear yet. And to quote Brett Steenbarger, what does he say? We don't want to look for trades. We first want to look for understanding, and that's exactly what I'm going to be doing.
I love that.
Today, slowing myself down. Yeah, so do I. It really speaks to me because it kind of makes you step back, relax, and just go, okay, let me see if I see something jumping out at me. So
you don't do
for
anything
now,
until you get some context.
Yes, absolutely. But it's just the way he put it. It's a very nice way to put it. Looking for understanding rather than looking for trades.
And you know what they say in Cicero, 68 ticks is 68 dicks.
That's very true. Yeah.
Yes, they do. I think they talk more in bucks there, but hey.
Claims.
Do, yeah.
68 claims.
Nick, what are you thinking?
Well, for starters, you know, roll week is always one of my least favorite weeks to trade. It just tends to be a little weird, especially to start the week. I'm actually having issue rolling my studies and everything else. So for the time being, I was looking for a little unwind as we were heading back towards, 20,000 on the, what are we on? The U contract, I believe, unless I'm crazy. So September contract for NQ. I was looking for kind of a trip back to 20,000 to kick off the session and then potentially roll over is kind of what I'm looking for. I'm looking for potentially some downside here to start the week, but nothing crazy given rollover, given us trading at all-time highs and making a new all-time high during Globex. I'm not in a rush to jump into anything this morning.
Yeah, that the roll is always the worst time of the year I used to trade on. What is it? 4 times? How many rolls is there? 4?
4 the equities.
4. Yeah, I would always go on vacation. That was kind of when I play on my vacations because there was times where I added it up and I'm like, okay, if I would have on vacation this year, I would have saved 20 grand. Let's go on a vacation next year. You learn each year as you're trading. You learn each day, hopefully, but
you'll notice who was off last week.
You
and me.
Yeah, well, I had to work, but off trading. Yes, correct. I was definitely off trading. Yeah, so roll, and then Wednesday markets are closed.
Yes.
Yeah, and then we have the random holiday in the middle of the week.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this should be a funky week for sure. Hey, really quickly, John, why do you not like? Or I should say, why are rolls so difficult? Because they tend to be, the moves are really odd. That's my history. But I guess really quickly, while you guys are watching the markets, if you have any thoughts on the roll, on
100%.
to help people
100%.
understand what's the issue here.
So let's look at the S&Ps. I mean, there's 2.5 million outstanding contracts in the front month most of the time, right? Most of those contracts are the ones that are being held by longer time frame traders. Whether they're longer time frame big speculators or funds or banks or whatever it is, they have a large quantity of contracts in the June month to move into the September month. So that, I think, takes a lot of their focus away from directional activity and adjusting inventories to making sure that they accomplish a cheap rollover, or at the very least, or they try and make money on the rollover. So there's different ways to do the rollover. You can do the spread if you want to, do 100,000 contracts on the spread. If you have to buy the spread, you can save yourself 100,000 ticks by getting it bought on the bid. If you have to sell the spread, you can save yourself 100,000 ticks by doing it on the offer. There's also another way to do it, and that is by legging the spread. If you're long the September, you look for a pop, you sell a bunch of September, if you're long the June, you get a nice pop, you sell a bunch of your June, you look for a pullback and buy the September. That's a way that you can improve your trade positioning, your trade location, by just trying to leg the spread. But when you do that, you end up partially naked some of that position. So if you do sell a pop in the June and it continues to go higher, you have to pay up for the September, and you can lose money that way. So the focus really becomes either getting a cheap roll or making money on the roll, and it doesn't always work for them.
That is exactly right. The legging the spread. Isn't that a book? Somebody said so. I thought there was a book. Yeah, I thought Denise Show read something, but the getting naked part of it, I got, because the markets are also thin. Just remember that one. So wherever you're legging the spread in the June, it's very, very thin. So your fills aren't going to be great. This is if you want to start spreading. This is if you want to play the role. This is what we're outright traders. Outright is just basically we just trade. Typically, majority of us that I've seen evaluating traders for 14 years, just get one market. They're in, they're out. They're not spreading it in different months. I think that's called. Is it called intra calendar spreads?
Calendar spreads.
Intra. Yeah. Johnny, you're studying for that, right? Intramarket. Yeah. You think about that like interstate. Interstate goes from state to state here in the States. So that goes across. So if it's intramarkets, it goes to different markets.
Yeah,
it's
so
intramarket.
Like long soybean, short wheat.
Yeah, that's what like an interstate. That's what intermarket.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Intra is
just a little series 3. Yeah. Going off topic with the spread, but you guys get it. So spread is choppy, as you're seeing.
Well, I think it's important for everybody to understand, if you do have a hard time trading during rollover, why is that? Why is rollover weird? And that to me is the reason. And it's always been weird. Like Michael, you were just saying a lot of people a lot of outright traders would take the 2 weeks of rollover off because the market just goes too far, doesn't go far enough, acts weird, doesn't do anything. The tendency, I think, during rollover is for the market to remain really range bound, and that makes it very difficult for trend traders to try and make money. If you're a range bound trader, you might do okay. You just have to be cognizant of that.
When's question here? When's the rollover over?
Well, this Friday is quadruple witching, and that is the expiration of stock futures, options. What are the other ones? I always forget. I kill a lot of brain cells.
Yeah, I don't recall. I know
there's only 3 now.
It's really only 3, right?
They got rid of one of them.
What is it, Jack? What is
single stocks? Those are gone. Right?
Yeah, those are gone. So, yeah, it's the 3 that Hoag mentioned.
It's just fun to say because I've said it forever. But pretty much options and futures is all I've ever cared about. Options on futures. Chop. So if you last point to this one, if you'd like to be a fly on the wall, and pay attention to these markets, so at least you know what roll is. That's great too. And if you're in a combine, you can practice. It's part of practicing because it's going to hold you to it to trade the roll. I'd be careful if you're on a funded account. Those are the accounts that pay out.
Yeah,
All right. Well, that was
I'm
a fun
liking.
adventure trying to roll contracts right now. And all my studies got deleted. My chart book got deleted.
Oh.
I had to like restore back
no.
and then manually roll each view. So this was a fun rollover. That's never happened actually before.
If you'd like
Happy
to
Monday.
change to TopStep
My
X,
guess
TopStep
is
X rolls over for you.
You're
And
not
all my
wrong,
stuff.
MP. I think this was clearly something with Motive Wave's latest update where there was issues with my studies and whatever they built rolling to the new contract and basically backdating probably to previous contracts roll whatever my study settings and things were. So I just deleted everything. That was a fun panic of trying to. Who wants to rebuild their entire chart book from ground up? No one.
No.
Oh,
But we're good.
That's a very frustrating point. There's a part of that though is like you're purging things out, and then you're like, well, okay, what do I want to? I've done this before, and then you're like, okay, I'm starting over. I know what I had. Do I want to keep it all?
And I would say I do probably do that every once in a while, is kind of repurge and start from, hey, what is just becoming noise at a time on my charts. But this is a good reminder of why, if you're using some of these other charting platforms, why it's important to just back up and restore and, save your settings like weekly at least. At least you're not losing everything. That was fun. All right, let's get back to the markets then. What's going on?
Well, Nick, I was going to ask you, other than the chart hiccups and everything today, what is it about rollover that kind of keeps you on your heels a little bit?
I mean, it's just not the most. I don't want to say liquid, but you're seeing volume split across two contracts. So you were Friday, you're still seeing it a little bit this morning, and probably won't be. I mean, I know we're going in a kind of makeshift half holiday, partial parts of the markets are open and closed on Wednesday, but you're probably still seeing some split volumes. So you're not seeing, every single player acting in one contract the way you were a couple weeks ago and the way you will, realistically next Monday, where pretty much I would say 95% of players are actively trading on the September contract. So you just see a little bit the spread, a wider spread even on NQ. If it was maybe a tick or two ticks at any given time, maybe today you might see 3 out of nowhere as things just kind of move. It tends to be a little less, just for lack of a better word, liquid. It kind of moves a little more sporadically at times. I think you have, I would imagine, Hoag, you have algos, you have institutions, you have people rolling from previous contract to this contract, large positions kind of rolling over. So it just can create some kind of weird, jumpy price action at times. So it's never my favorite. I tend to trade a little bit smaller to start the week, not really trying to do a whole lot unless we kind of get some momentum. And then as things settle down tomorrow, and obviously Wednesday being closed, but by Thursday, Friday, you roll right into options. That just makes it even more fun.
Right.
So yeah, just historically not my favorite week to trade.
Yeah, I just got stopped out. That was fun. Nice. 2 lot. Toe in the water.
Yeah, it's a great couple days here to go trade a contract or go trade a a commodity or a specific indice or just something else that's not in rollover. So if you're a crude oil trader or you've been doing the lean hog challenge like I did last week, it's a good time to potentially learn something new, try a new market, or just play around or just sit it out. I think that's something that most of us at times don't do. If you're kind of doing this every day, you don't really take a day off. So it is a good week to kind of take a step back, evaluate where things are sitting, trade something else, learn something new, and kind of, pick it up later in the week.
I like
That's
that.
true.
I like that. I think a lot of folks, and Nick, D, Michael, I think you'll probably all agree, is a lot of folks that are traders feel like if they're not trading, they're wasting time, and sometimes the better idea is just to be patient, wait for the right opportunity, don't do anything until like Deeyana said, Steenberger said, until you have understanding, you don't do anything. And I think we're kind of in there right now. I'm liking the D's idea of actually trading some other commodity, maybe something in gold, maybe something else, because it's not in roll. I mean, the roll in gold happened 2 weeks ago. There's no rollover in gold. Rollover in crude oil is over, although I think crude oil is very range bound right now. We have all
Yeah,
three of
crude
them.
oil opened inside value, kind of trying to break upside. Mm.
And I've been having fun learning some new products. For example, I watched, I know Dakota was really doing a lot with gold and his thing with whatever's going on as far as the Asia Open and kind of a sell-off that's happening there. But learning lean hogs last week and kind of how that moves was a lot of fun, and just a different type of challenge, just to kind of sit there and watch a new product, see how it moves, and try to take a successful trade, just to see, hey, if the indices are kind of doing summer grind up, it's a good time to do something else, to trade something else, and learn a new market.
How did that go for you?
Yeah, did you get
Great.
funded?
I won a Stetson hat.
Nice.
So,
ooh, you gotta pick it out,
of,
right?
I don't know if I
we're
was
doing
the
more
first.
than one,
I might
right,
have been
Jack?
the second.
Yeah,
What's up? Yeah,
I think we're
you were
doing
the
more
second.
than one, right?
I think we're doing 5. I'll get an
5.
update at some point.
Wow, we just quadrupled or whatever the number is.
Quintupled. Fun word.
Quintupled. Yeah, I was just trying to think of the 5 Q word. But where you said you were second one to get there. Who's the first one to get there? Somebody just watching, I assume.
I believe
That's a
so.
good question.
Let me go check the spreadsheet.
People flood over that. Now we got a bunch of cowboys. Actually, not cowboys. Hog boys. Hog boys and girls.
No cattle.
Yeah, I'll be wearing one of those on Wednesday. I'm going to the rodeo. We're going to the rodeo.
Nice.
Snowmass rodeo. Yes.
Rodeo Mike. Looks like so far we have 3 winners. We have Omer, Tyler, and our friend Nick. Also, Tyler's last name's kind of close to Stetson. That's cool. It's not. I wouldn't dox you like that, Tyler. Don't worry.
So when you get your hat, please take a picture of it, and
I will wear it on stream.
Wear it on. There you go. I like this. Blends right in with the Texas boy in you.
We'll be trading. I'll be trading lean hogs, cattle, or like crude oil, and wear the hat while we're sitting here on fast markets. Whenever I get that.
That's when we'll know. Okay, that's when we know you're in the markets.
And you have to say yeehaw.
There we go.
What type of hat would you guys wear in the chat if you were trading NASDAQ? What would your hat be? Oh, I'm sure it's going to be hilarious. If a Stetson hat's for live cattle and hogs, what's a hat for NASDAQ?
Maybe one of those jester hats.
There you go. We got a jester in there.
I was going to say,
we got a hard hat, dunce cap.
Tinfoil dunce cap.
Tinfoil hat is probably a good one.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Yeah.
I assume today's going to be slow. So, guys, there's a hashtag fast markets. I believe it's up there. I can't see right now. Yes, it is. Top of the picture, or top of the videos. Hashtag fast markets. If you guys want to show us what hat you're wearing today, and then say what type of trader you are, you can even tag ES or whatever. Give us an idea of what that would be.
One of those beer helmets, David says. One of those.
Oh, there you go.
Beers.
That sounds about right. Two snow cones, Johnny.
Yes. Just don't move your head too much. You don't want to spill.
So we'll share those later today. That'll be fun. You can get your hat and your
anything
product.
else you want to send us, send it on X and hashtag fast
Twitter.
markets. We'll check that out.
I'm still calling it Twitter, John.
I almost did. I'm
me
trying
too.
to update.
I don't
X
need
kind of
to.
sounds like a porn website. It's like what?
Yeah.
X.
Well, what do you call
Twitter, you
the
tweet,
posts then?
you know?
Like they're still tweets, right? I mean, what do you call them? X's?
It's so stupid, but it's so. It's his call. I mean, it's his call. I know. I have
no doubt.
Friend through a friend that put a good chunk of change into the into when he raised some money for his $42 billion Twitter buyout. But I guess with that $56 billion package that just got approved, he doesn't really care. Last week.
We get Anne-Marie Short, I believe, in the NASDAQ here. See, it
Okay.
certainly
Yeah, to
seems
shorten
to
the
be
50s would have been very nice.
lower. Just right inside the range from Friday. Failing at the late spike. Looks like nice trade, Anne Marie. Nice trade.
Hmm.
John, do we have levels? Do we have anybody speaking the same area so that we can see if the house account wants to be fired up?
Well, let's start with the NASDAQ. Coach Jay, of course, Nick4ATick, if you're seeing some sort of level, Anne Marie, some sort of level that we might be looking at for a return to or a support level, let's start looking. Anne Marie is shorted 19,940. All right. As far as the, I mean, we opened with a late spike here. If you want to take a look at this in the NASDAQ, so we opened with a late spike on Friday. We opened above it. We're showing signs of rejection of that level. Opening above that should indicate possible acceptance of higher pricing. So if we're going to accept above higher pricing, I don't want price to really go much past the afternoon pullback low, which is 19,888. 19,888. Now let's see if anybody else can align with that level. Is that just because the market pulls back into the range doesn't mean that by the end of the day value can't be higher. We are at risk of value acceptance, which if we spend much time or open a 30-minute bar below 19,926, that could bring us all the way down to value low. That's D, and that's profile stuff. D, do you like that idea? Do we think maybe we can catch a value acceptance play in the NASDAQ today?
Let me have a look. I haven't actually looked at NASDAQ, if I'm going to be perfectly honest.
Okay.
See what we've got. Let's drag it over. I actually have templates, which make things very easy.
Nice.
We are sitting around.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible. It's possible that we'd go into value acceptance. We had London high, never really got anywhere, so we also had settlement, so we're reversing from that area. Yeah, I mean, that could be an idea if we manage to stay inside value.
Mm-hmm.
Limiting risk, though, and NASDAQ, and the fact that we are around all-time highs, that's making me a little bit nervous, though. Another option would be if we bounce above the value high for a long. Kind of use it as an orientation point.
It gives us at least an opportunity to limit risk, right?
Yeah. Let me have a look at the daily chart. I mean, daily is just so bullish.
Jack, thanks for padding my personal account on Friday. That was nice. I think you did. If he's here.
What happened?
Oh, he traded when he did a house account play. I started getting notifications on my phone, and
they did yours instead.
They got mine instead. It was kind of great because I was doing lunch. We're signing. Tops is kind of moving a fun direction. We're going to be signing professional athletes to basically show us the path of them becoming a professional trader on the side.
Huh.
So we have this Olympian going for he's a silver and a bronze and a 4-time gold X Games Super Pipe winner. I had a lunch with him on Friday. He's fully in. Fully stoked. And even has a technical analysis book that he screenshotted me and sent to me. He's going for the gold. His regimen and routine is like a Tom Brady right now. So not drinking for the next 18 months, not doing this and that for the next a bunch of changes in his diet.
Ouch.
But we'll have him on here. He will be coming on here, and it's really, really exciting. I can't really say too much more. But we're getting exclusive. We're trying to get exclusive on the helmet like a Red Bull helmet. We're trying to get exclusive on our shoulders. Like Topstep has Topstep here on the shoulders,
Cool.
on our hoodies. Yeah, this bananas. He's working on a trick that nobody's ever done before. Something like a triple axle double can. I don't know the name of this stuff, but it sounds very cool. So we showed him the whole get up in the office in Aspen because he's a skier.
Oh,
and he'll have that.
That'll be nice.
So
I won't be
it
the
was
only
a funny.
elite.
The point of the story is they were trading in the account, and I already had the account up $800. I'm like, so you can see right now I'm up $800. And while we're going to have this launch, I'm going to put a position on. By the time the position, I got out of the position, I think the account was like still up $600. But I'm like, and we took. He's like, you lost $200, and I go, yeah, but this is like the nature of the business. You're going to make and lose. So Jack, I did my very best to keep it above 800. But I just slapped it on and then set the phone down to show him you could trade from your phone. So, AKA, you can trade from a ski lift. And you can do it. He was like, I can do a backflip while I'm putting a trade on. I'm like, no, you can't. And he's like, yeah, I can. He's like, that's not a problem. So that would be cool. No, he doesn't sit on Lambos. He works his ass off. He has regiment routine. He's a motivational speaker. All this stuff basically says to me that I would be inspired that a pro anybody was also taking those skills of discipline and all that stuff over to trading, because they're very, very, John, we talk about this all the time. They're very, very complementary, related, I think.
Yeah. Nice to know
More
I
to come.
the only elite athlete here. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Skateboarding?
Yeah, it's a joke. It was a joke. Yeah, skateboarding.
Yeah, there you go. Deeyana,
back in the day.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's not. It's you didn't make it up. It's true.
So we were trading 04s, 19904, literally probably 10 minutes ago. Now we're trading 19994D, almost Ford.
Right.
And there's 44. 43.
So I've gotten a little confluence here from Jay Cook. That 888 afternoon pullback low from Friday lines up with 18890, which is the anchored VWAP from the CPI spike. So there's a little bit of confluence there.
God, it's trading 50s.
Mm-hmm.
That was a bounce. Buyers came in on there.
On the 30-minute chart, NASDAQ traded, looks like to the tick, to the 100-session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart.
Well, happy belated Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Thank you. Did you see my shirt my daughter gave me?
Awesome, like my daughter. Ooh, I love how Sarah does that.
She is awesome.
Great. I love it.
She is awesome. She made me promise to wear it today.
Let's do this. Who in here, and we can do a poll, who in here is a father that they know about? No, I'm joking.
Soon to be.
This is bad. We used to always say that joke. We always used to say that joke to our single buddies. Did you get any letters today? Father's Day? It's always a funny joke. Just as long as you don't.
Yeah, we had a funny moment because my dad was actually pretty famous back in Yugoslavia, and one day we got somebody coming to our door, a woman, some German lady, and she started showing my mom photos of her twin children, and she's like, what is this? And she's like, oh, it's because like your husband is their dad. And she was like, you sure about that?
My goodness.
And my dad was like, I've never seen her in my life. And I don't know the full story is or whether my dad did have some illegitimate children, but he claimed that it was a crazy fan who just made up everything and that she just wanted to show him the children. So, yeah, I don't know how true that is. So, take it with a pinch of salt. And you never know.
Let's do a poll in here that there's a lot of people in here, and guys, this is awesome. Thank you for telling us how many kids you have. I think it'd be cool just to see if you are a father, how many kids do you have? 1. Can't say 0 because you're not a father if you say 0. 1, and then 2, 3, 4 plus. Dad of 2, dad of 4. I'm seeing it in here, but let's get a poll. See what the majority is. I got 3.
Oh, it's 6. Wow, there's a 6 in there. 5,
I know. I saw that. There's a 6 in there. Is that Ian?
5.
That's you want to be. That'd be Mother's Day. Here we go. I am a 3 banger. Oh, 3 lot. Ooh, evenly nice distribution here. Look at us just populating the world.
We got Matt Spalding, a new dad. He said here June 12th, so congratulations.
Oh, nice. Just got it. Just snuck it in. One on the way. Raise 3, 1 mine. Nice. 4 by God's grace. Rightfully so. 36. Come on. It's a typo. I guess unless you're a donor, there's a documentary. There's a documentary on that on Netflix if you want to watch it.
Is that the one where the doctor was doing his own?
Yes, sir. Had like 120 type kids. Something crazy like that. I don't know what it is.
Oh, my goodness.
2 kids.
Travis has a lean hog.
That's good. It got me.
Well,
Christian's got 5 contracts on. So there you go. I got 5 kids. Donovan. 6 twins. Get out of here. Other 5.
Really?
Nice.
How does that happen?
6 twins.
I know.
Like 3 sets of twins. Oh my goodness.
IVF
So-
situation sort of thing.
Really quick, back to the S&P and the Nasdaq. These are these extended moves that we talk about, right? I know you see these also on normal days, but like here's where it gets a little dicey. Is this week? I'm not going to say what's going to happen next, but like this week's just dicey. So is that an extended move, John? That now it's back in this little range?
No, it's still in the initial balance.
It's still okay.
Yeah. A little potential rejection of value from yesterday or from Friday. I have 19,926 as value high from Friday. TPO value high.
Nasdaq. Look at Nasdaq, yeah.
You guys, 0 was not an option because you technically wouldn't be a father, and it was Father's Day.
Yeah, I've got 199.25 for value high.
Got it.
What have you got, Hoke?
26.
Okay.
Well, technically, you could.
Within 4 ticks.
Yeah.
Yeah, step coach. Kids count. Like, yes, you're a father. We're getting a lot of confusion here. If you have a child, I would class. Look, I'm not even making up the rules. So whatever the Father's Day rules are, I got myself backed into something. All right, there's the distribution. 2. What was the final? Here it comes in here. Wow, evenly spread for the most part, sort of.
For 2.
20% of you have 4 kids or more. I don't know if you guys remember. I was looking to. I had 3, and I was looking to. And then snip and done. And my wife's like, "Woo, we should have some more." And then I looked at it all. It's a lot of work. We're gonna go for 4. John, you got a boy and a girl, and you stopped. If I would have had a boy and a girl, I had 2 boys. If I would have had a boy and a girl, I would have talked the wife into stop. No, she would have still gone for 3. That's what she wanted.
Sarah was
She's
first,
awesome.
and then Luke, and then that was it. I didn't want to have to go to a. We still had 1-on-1 defense, and want to have to go to zone defense.
Yes, sir. It's totally different.
Eddie Eddie, if you got a minute there, Eddie, what else do we have as far as economic numbers due out today?
Well, today, Monday, 9:05 here, Chicago time. Coming up at 10:30 today, we do have a 3-month bill auction, 6-month bill auction. 11 o'clock, we do have FOMC member Williams speaking. At 12 o'clock, high noon, Harker the Barker. Yes, FOMC member Harker will be speaking. And scrolling down, that is all we've got for today. Back to you, Mr. Hoag.
Thanks, Eddie. Thank you, Eddie. And don't forget, folks, on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it, tell us what's going on. Tell us what happened this morning. Tell us you succeeded in the trading combine. Make sure you add the hashtag Fast Markets.
Hey, Nick, I got short up here in the 50s.
Yeah, I did too.
Okay.
That was
I'm
Anne
short
Marie's
59.
spot.
Yeah, there's a few people's spots. So now here's what the roll's going to do to you. It's going to be like, oh, yeah, all those numbers that you have, we're just going to melt through them.
I mean, probably.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
right?
this is. I'm short 958 a 3 lot, and just kind of kick things off here. See if we can, rotate off the 24-hour VWAP back towards the 900 area, but tight leash, not going to hold this probably above a new high on the day. Excuse me.
On the day or the session?
Well, not the session, but yeah, so the RTH high. So that would be roughly 74.
Because the day is all the way up in the 20.
Yeah, I wouldn't hold this above 20,000.
So I was like, that's a lot. That's a big stop. Like what?
No, I would be DLL before that anyway. Yeah, I'm not holding that, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we can get some sellers to continue to build here. We're still seeing like a passive seller off the open in the strength that we've had for the last few weeks. Like you're seeing very modest selling, nothing crazy, kind of right at the open. It seems like the last few days, and then buyers step back in and pushes to a new high on the day. So we'll see if those sellers are still present here, but tight leash, like I said.
I'm dipping a toe in the water. I had a 2 lot. I'm going to 1. We're all looking to get short right now, which is a little. Ian said it. We all were talking about this level again. That always makes me a little like if we're all seeing it.
Basically, even in the tilt.
Even in the tilt.
And
Mm-hmm.
we're hanging out right here in the 60s.
RBOB is kind of selling off for me from my level that I had earlier, but the problem is that the stop loss would need to be pretty sizable because I would have to cover this initial balance high. So I'm going to wait if I can get maybe a better trade location. But it is bouncing from average daily range high. And since we exited the value, because we open inside value, this could be a responsive activity short from average daily range high, which is what I had as my first hypo. I just need to find an entry. So there is a setup.
Yeah. Scott is asking how Delta's looking, and during rollover, Delta is difficult to read as volume and open interest. But right now, the September Delta in the S&Ps is positive 8,800, and in the NASDAQ, it's negative 280. So it's really difficult to read Delta during rollover. It's a good question, Scott. Thank you for that. Jack's got something for us. What do you got, Jack? As soon as you're ready.
Are you on mute, Jack?
Oh, if he is, he could cheat
$5.
to being on mute, and we would never know.
No one sees him. Yeah.
I think I owe about $10 right now. I got to get on Venmo.
Yeah, the longer it goes on.
All right, he says he's not on mute. Something else going on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Jack, your audio is also showing a 0 connection, so you might want to log out of vMix and log back in.
Look at this.
Man, I'm out of that.
Firmed up. I got 75s. What?
Seeing a little bit of liquidity in the S&Ps down below. There's 340 on the bid at 54.93.75. That is the biggest bid or offer I can see on the entire dome.
Wow,
right.
that's a stop out. I mean, just go from 04s to 84s. Here we go. I mean, it's already at 77s. Anybody who's just listening in, we went from 19,904 about 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes ago
Mm-hmm.
and have a nice 70 point or handle, depending on what you want to call it, rally. Pause on those 50s.
The bounce on from the value high was the thing that I was looking at. So I said if it bounces, then it's probably just going to scream back up higher like it normally does. And yeah, that's why I wasn't like in favor of value acceptance shorts, because we are at all-time highs. If you look at the daily chart, it's so bullish. Do we really want to be shorting this today?
Right.
On a Monday? When there's rollover, less volume, and we know what happens to equities. Oh, you said it during the opening call. It just tends to drift higher. So why are we looking for shorts?
Why should we ever look at shorts in the Nasdaq? New
Never
highs.
short. Can you guys hear me now?
It's very true.
Yeah,
Hey, there's Jack.
Hey, that was weird. Just had to re-sign in and it worked again. Anyway, I'll post this in the chat if you want to play around with it. But I thought today would be a good day to take a look at our old friend, the CME Fed Watch tool. So that's the first thing I want to go over. So these are the target rate probabilities for the last Fed meeting of the year on the 18th of December. 6.1% implied that we will have no cuts at all. 30% looking at one cut of a quarter point. 43.2 at a 0.5% cut, and so forth. These are the expectations laid out right now. So something to keep in mind as we go into more Fed meetings this year is that people are looking for 1 to 2 cuts, the biggest one. And that tool I shared, you can play around, look at every meeting, see what the markets are saying about that. Can't have a better time for $0. Next, this is from Bloomberg. The U.S. mopped up a third of global capital flows since COVID. Basically, at the expense of a lot of emerging markets since COVID, money and direct investment has been flowing into the United States, probably because we have NVIDIA and no one else does. And that has been something that may change when we're talking about rate cuts. If we start cutting rates, etc., it may make that less attractive, something to keep an eye on. And for the last story, I wanted to start by showing how intricate and cool these Super Bowl rings are for Kansas City. So no detail was spared. We'll see when we pull this up here.
I have not seen them yet.
All right. Well, this is I mean, look at this. It flips open. It's got the play drawn out that won. It's got the Las Vegas tribute. It's got 39 rubies on it. They did make a typo, though. Not a huge one, but still, if you go through all this, you can see on the inside there that they have the wrong seed for Miami. So I think you just got to let it fly when you've already put in the 39 rubies and diamonds and the etched play. But yeah, remember, everyone, proofread, double check those orders. Don't end up in a story on The Athletic because you boofed your ring. The Bears won't next year. It'll be perfect. Dakota's there.
From your mouth to God's ears.
Yeah, a reminder that Hard Knocks starts August 6th and is featuring the Bears this year. So should be a fun time.
Yes, it
the
should
Bears.
Right.
Bears.
Jack, we should get somebody to...
Short.
Go ahead.
Just try an R-Bob short.
Robert.
Jack, since it is so close to our studio, It would be nice to have maybe James, our field reporter. I mean, it would go really well because he might be on the field with a microphone and a TopstepTV hat, like a new and upcoming sports reporter trying to get the Bears, and maybe he gets on Hard Knocks. That might be fun.
Like go to training camp in Bourbonnais.
I think so.
into it.
Bourbonnais, that's where it's at.
They don't. I don't think they do it in
TopstepTV.
Bourbonnais anymore.
Where do they do it now?
I think
Up
it's
north?
up in Lake Forest.
All right.
Really?
I used to take my son there, and a few years ago they stopped going to Bourbonnais.
Oh, really?
Well, let's see if we can get some press credentials.
There you go. That's really interesting, Jack. Now that I think about it, TopstepTV might start to get press credentials because it is a media company. We LLC'd it.
The worst they can
I don't
say
know
is
if
no.
The worst they can say is no, or get out of here.
Our above is August, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Getting a nice run here in the equities.
Went up.
We got,
Yeah.
we got more buyers coming
Yeah,
in,
breaking out.
some more liquidity
Breaking
below.
out.
Well, if we would have gotten to our spot down there in the NASDAQ, 19,890. But do you see where it stopped? Right on the 100 session moving average on the 30-minute chart to the tick.
Hmm.
I'm still seeing the tilt is relatively even in the equities.
I don't know. I was just pinging them and asking them if it's even alive.
It's working.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? That could be really interesting now that I think about it with the roll. It's moving, but it doesn't feel right. So be careful with that free data that we share at the very top of your screen until we get confirmation. But it is moving. I think it's moving right now. Just feels odd.
Why'd you say that, MP?
The till right here, I can see a big dashboard of it. And I would think it would be moving more. But then again, this is also the weird week.
Mhm.
Triple witching. Half holiday, half not. Volume split between contracts, as they're saying. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, how you doing over there?
I'm good. I'm trying to find another trade, but we're kind of stalling at the highs here.
Well, if
Now
we
it's
would have held
going
that,
back
we
to
would
my
have been
entry.
stopped out 10 handles higher, Nick. 84s was the high
Exactly.
of that move. So, I mean, it's just like there's your extended moves. Or just
It is what it is.
how the-
It's one of those where it's like I don't still hasn't changed my thesis of thinking, shorts into that area or selling still present in that area. But it sometimes with the NASDAQ, you just get wicked out an extra 10 points for no reason.
Is it psycho?
Yeah, especially on a week like this.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, long week, options expiration, holiday, a lot going on.
Hey, if you guys are having an awesome time for 200 of the episodes that we had, even if you had an awesome time, usually sometimes people, no matter what, we get this like aberration out there of like 10% of people hate the show or something like that. But if there's one show you liked of the 200 shows, please, we have a big team behind us. Not only the folks that are on there, multiple people. like and subscribe. We're almost to 100,000. Please subscribe because they don't pop up and you get notified in the morning and you can actually tune in, whether you're just listening to it as a radio feature or as a tuning in on your desktop, mobile, or anything like that. Because when we get to 100,000 subscribers, we're doing something bananas.
Yeah.
Bananas.
And bananas, by the way, is an industry term. It is on the glossary.
That is in the glossary.
No, Andre's okay. He'll be back. He'll be with us. He'll be with us in a little while. We do have JD in the background here. He's got hot streaks ready for us.
Sure do. What's up, guys? Happy Monday.
How you doing?
Monday.
Doing good. All right, let's take a look at those hot streaks from Friday. All right, our leader on Friday, Kevin T, ended up hitting the max loss limit and lost a spot on the hot streaks leaderboard. But Jacob W came back. He took a better part of a week off and extended his streak to 34 days. He's right behind the leader, which is 36 days right now. So Kevin T or Jacob sneaking up there. Picked up $230 trading the NASDAQ on Friday. Nice job, Jacob. Goko, Kenneth, Yours Lexi, and Michael all held on to their streaks. Nice job. All right, here are yesterday's best XFA P&Ls.
Get her done.
Oh, sorry, these are live P&Ls. I said XFA. These are live P&Ls. Dakota at the top.
Even
Donald,
better.
Phillip, Nick4ATick. There he is.
There you go.
Nice.
There you go.
And
Nick.
Ryan H. Real traders trading real live accounts with real live money.
There you go. Dakota and Nick4ATick, you guys keep showing up on boards, on the good boards. Nice work.
All NQ traders too on Friday. No one spread it out too much. Stick with what you know. All right, I got one more thing to show you. We have yesterday's top payouts, or last week's top payouts.
Last week total or just Friday?
These are total. These are the largest payouts from last week throughout the week. So Adrian,
payouts from
30 grand.
Right.
Yep.
Nice.
Adrian was on the leaderboard last week. Brian P still on the leaderboard. Ramel was on the leaderboard. He got knocked off though, and Jordan and Jonathan. Huge money. That's real money, folks. Don't forget to pay yourself. That's why you are here, right?
Sure,
Hey, Jack, did you watch? Jack, did you watch the U.S. Open? I figured he would if he's around.
I watched yesterday.
Jack and I are sharing a password. I'll get him back on here in just a second.
Oh, okay, cool. Jack's usually. I was going to ask him about all this. John, you
pretty
did?
epic collapse by Rory to close it out.
Yeah.
I know. I feel for him. He hasn't won a major in 3,000
years.
days.
He won the FedEx one, which I guess, if that's important, sure. But it's been a few years for a major.
How
money.
DeChambeau won? Yeah, how he won not hitting a fairway like the entire day.
I know.
He was in the native. They kept saying the native.
Well, that was one of the most clutch bunker shots of all time. I think
Yes,
that
it was.
the golf stats say that hitting it within 4 feet from where he was, the odds were like 1.5% for professionals.
Are you kidding me?
It's a hell of a shot.
Hell of a shot. Back-to-back winner
was
too,
unreal.
right now?
He won the 2020 U.S. Open, the
Oh.
COVID one, and then this one today. So that brings him to 2, or yesterday.
It's a pretty
You know what
elite
you got to
bunch.
do? You got to actually play those courses on Xbox. Really know what they're all about.
Like Mercedes, I don't know if all F1 does this or I just saw it in F1 because of that F1 documentary or whatever. I forget what it's called. But they do sim. They find people that can do that can take a track and race it well. Well, then they got to put them eventually in a car. But it goes to show that sim is a pre-qualifier of getting the nod up to the majors. Hence, trading combine.
Same thing with
So if
military.
you're doing the
and
Xbox,
drones.
if you're doing the Xbox on what was it, Pinehurst? What was it called? Anybody
Pinehurst
know?
2. Pinehurst number 2. And if you're a normal golfer there, you would have shot 100 and like, even if you're a decent golfer, you would have shot 160 on that course. It was insane.
Not if you get computer assistance on the Xbox, Jack. Come on.
Oh yes, that is the great equalizer, isn't it?
My son told me that all the greens are like turtle shells. So like the center is the highest part. So if you you hit it too far, it's going to roll off the green. You just really have to be an expert, I guess, to play that track.
All right, Nick4ATick, back at 50.
Yeah, frustrating. Stop out, but
frustrating.
Like I said, the thesis. I guess you could have waited a little higher to get your entry, and you could have still been sitting in it and not been stopped out. But it is what it is. I still think. I'm still looking. It's OPEX. I am still looking for the Nasdaq under the U contract to go test 19,500 and clean up the the CPI run up that we have. There was almost no volume in those candles as far as after the news release. So there's basically single prints, and I know if you actually call them single prints, but basically no volume in those areas after the news release. So I'm a fan of market structure being cleaned up after things like that, and I think they have a tendency to get cleaned up during OPEX weeks. So I'm looking for that rotation at some point to happen this week, where we might fall back and potentially bid off of 19,500, 550. Basically would be kind of that volume that was missing from the news release being cleaned up.
Wow, that's interesting.
The market tends to do it. I'm not saying it's going to happen this week, but it will. I would say in the shorter term rather than the longer term. It usually doesn't last too long when you see that type of gap in volume, market structure. So, a week, 2 weeks, couple weeks, usually within a month, it's definitely cleaned up. So I would not be surprised.
So
Plus, it would also make sense.
Right now,
there's a little bit of a cool off an all-time high that continues to make new all-time highs. It would make sense to get a breather down 1% or 2% and kind of clean that up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just remember, if you're listening right now and you say, hey, Nick just called that out, I think it's going to happen. Trading's about timing, and the markets can be irrational longer than you can be solvent. So
I'm not saying
if you
full port short it down to 19,500. That is no close to what I'm saying. I'm saying markets have a tendency to clean that type of movement up in the shorter time frame.
Weak structure.
Yes.
Weak structure. Nick, do you have a P&L? What's your current P&L?
I'm down 1,200, I believe. Maybe a little more.
Oh, I'm right by you. I'm down 1170
in my live account.
In my live account as well.
MP, here it goes the rollover.
I know. I don't beat myself up on these. There actually some days they'll get to me. Some days they'll get to me. I don't know how you can't be human when you. I got stopped at like 76. 84s was a high, but there's no. And I even like my entries around, what was it, 59s.
Yeah, that's where I was too. I just stopped out a little bit before that because it looked like it was going to pop the highs. And how many times have we seen that move where then it runs another 20 to 30 on top of that? So it was the right move to get out. I guess you could have potentially gotten back in the 70s, but who wants to take a new entry 5 points higher after being stopped out?
5 points higher than their stop. Yep.
Yeah.
5 points higher.
Then it's just like, so I guess you look at it as like, hey, my maybe a little more patience on my entry, but other than that, it was not the wrong trade.
That could be what today, or not today, a roll week. If I had to give any tips for a roll week, or if you guys could get any tips if you were going to trade a roll week, I don't know, add a little bit more, a couple of notches more patience than you typically do.
Yep.
And see money, take money.
And see money, take money.
I think it's just because of the general nature of rollover markets to remain range bound. Trend traders, I think, have the worst time during rollover.
I think you also need to keep in mind that some of the things that you might focus on usually will be different, or you can't read into them during roll week as much, Hoag. Like, for instance, we talk about things like delta, or if you see large orders in the dome, volume. You don't know. It's hard to parse out what is people hitting bids or offers because they're doing a calendar spread or something to get into the new contract. So just be aware of that.
Interest.
Yeah.
Open interest is hard to read it as well during rollover. So good points. Yeah. MOE money is saying, talk about rollover as much as possible. He says, he or she says they messed up. Rollover is tough, man. It just is. And I've never been able to have anybody accurately articulate why. It just is, we just talked about a few of the reasons. I mean, volume is strange. Open interest is strange. Delta is strange. You got people moving contracts from 1 month to the next month, and that takes a lot of the longer time frame traders away from directional focus and getting a cheap rollover focus. It just changes the markets. And again, it's difficult to really articulate accurately what it is at any particular time. It could be any of those things or all of them that makes things a little bit more difficult to kind of put a context over. So I just put the context as it's rollover. Watch your butt.
Am I foolish to try another short right here? Which I just did.
Yeah.
So
we bounced right off the overnight low and like ripped out of it. It's my only concern about reshorting this.
Yeah.
So this is kind of a series 3 question somebody's asking, Michael. Rockin is asking, what is the purpose of rollover and why does it exist?
Futures contracts are built and meant for hedging, right? Rollovers allow you to have a time period and a specified contract of which you can hedge according. This is ridiculous. I'm taking heat on this again.
Yeah.
Which you can hedge
in the futures.
Yes. It helps you lock in. It helps you lock in and manage your risk. Currently, it helps you do that. Like if you got taking delivery of a bunch of crude oil. Okay, I'm stopped that. This is not fun.
We can go back to
why they. Yeah, if you're taking a bunch of delivery of oil here, I think you do not want the price to go down. So you would sell. No. If you do taking delivery of oil. No, I'm confused. If you're selling it, I know like a farmer would. Yeah, whatever you do in the futures, you're going to do in the cash. You're going to do in the cash. That's kind of how it is. Cash is the actual physical commodity.
So we can go back to why they were originally started. In the mid 1800s around Chicago, it was all farms, and a lot of those farmers were trying to sell their grain, but they were all harvesting at the same time. So there would be a big glut of grain and prices would drop. 6 months later, when all that grain was either used or dumped into the river, people that needed grain were paying extremely high prices for that grain. So futures was created to be able to deliver product at specific points during the year. It was also to guarantee quality, quantity. It standardized everything. So the reason for rollover in futures is you're let's say I'm a farmer and I have wheat and I've just planted. Well, let's say corn. I'm just planting my corn, and I think corn prices are really high right now. I haven't even harvested my corn, but if I use futures and sell, let's say, September corn. I'm not even sure if there's a September corn contract anymore. But if I want to sell that corn in the future at right now at a good price that's still growing in the field, I can do that. And then as the corn grows, if corn prices do go lower, I've locked in my price, at a high price on a futures contract. And then as we get closer to delivery, I can take the profit from the futures and add that to whatever profit I take when I sell my corn down at the local silo. And so it's a way to the contract and delivery system is a way to even out price discrepancies initially seasonally, but now it's applied to a lot of different products and a lot of different commodities.
And also, if I may, Hoag, I think just
the
easiest way to imagine it is we are trading futures. The main term there being in the future. The present is always moving. The future is coming closer, right? So as they converge, if you're trading the June S&P 500 contract, as June gets closer, eventually you hit it and you got to get into the next contract. All these contracts are trading too. There's a ton of contracts in the futures for different time periods that are trading. We don't trade them because they're illiquid, but they're there and they're getting closer. So, we have delivery of June for the ES. You can't. That's it. That's the end of that contract. So they're always the futures coming into the present. It's very philosophical. That's why you roll.
Jack, you're ready for the 3. That's good. Johnny, you're more than ready. You're overcooked. I think you could right now put a blindfold on. But now, if you guys have any other questions about the roll, let's just learn about it. I'd rather fill up the think tank than get my account beat up. Look at these fun pullbacks.
Right, so I closed the RBOB. I did like 2 attempts on a very small stop loss to see what's going on. But in the meantime, gold actually reached the value low. So I'm going to give that a go to see whether we can get that failed auction from there.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Failed auction.
Yeah.
Oh, that looks juicy.
So, well, we'll see. We have some daily developments that might be invalidating the sell zone on the daily chart. So that's not great. But for now, we've kind of come up in a pretty smooth way all the way up to value low. And usually that tends to open up the possibility for a pretty good failed auction trade.
Very nice. Yeah, you got some confluence there. You got value low rejection. You got a failed auction. I love that. I love that trade. What's your current P&L?
I think it's minus 319. So that's from the couple of attempts of shorting RBOB. And it just wanted to extend the initial balance. In hindsight, I probably should have waited for the extension. So naughty D. I usually do that, but I was a bit impatient.
Naughty D.
Too much caffeine.
Yeah. Got to get your oxygen going.
Yeah, my oxygen concentrator is next door. So.
Ooh, I like that. I was hitting that last night.
Oh,
sounds
it's great.
bad that I said it like that, but yeah, I do have an oxygen concentrator type.
I love it. It's great. I used to buy canisters, but it's like, you buy so many of them. I'm like, well, I might as well buy a concentrator. So
yeah,
you actually gave me the
I don't know
idea.
why do you do it? I do it because I'm in elevation. I'm in like 9,000 elevation.
Yeah, I do it because I have a chronic illness, unfortunately. Vaccine injury that causes cellular hypoxia and a whole bunch of other things. Okay. Very long story. I used to be an athlete. 2.5 years ago, I received a booster. It reactivated shingles, and doctors didn't catch it in time, so it destroyed my central nervous system. So I still, I'm still going to try to get better, and I am getting better. If you guys actually came to me like January last year, I would have had to say no because I was almost bedridden. I just didn't have any energy, no function. I was very sick. So I've gotten much, much better since then. And I'm hoping to make a full recovery maybe in another year or so, but we'll see. It's been very slow. Very slow.
Yeah.
Well, we're happy that you're
I was going to give you props.
Yeah.
Deeyana, I was going to give you props. Well, I'm going to give you props now. You've been a part of what? 200 of the episodes? I don't know. Like, you started when we started.
Yeah, pretty much with week 1, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. Like, we got to get this Deeyana girl. She's great.
Yeah. I mean, Hoag and I have known each other for a long time, and Hoag was even on my channel. I interviewed him for a podcast that I was doing. That's fun.
We had to get Dee on here. How long have we known each other, Dee? Like 8 years now?
No, but 8 years, yeah. Yeah.
How'd you guys meet?
Oh, through Topstep. I was doing the market profile lab. And then I was one of the founder traders back in the day. And then we used to like chat nearly every day on that private messaging thing that you guys used to have. So we got to know each other quite well. Both musicians, traders. Obviously, there's a lot of parallels there.
I'm going to come over and see you.
Yeah?
I'm coming to
That'll be
London.
amazing.
Actually, my daughter's coming in July. She'll be in London.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, definitely let me know, man. We're going to go dinner, drinking, all of that.
She's going to be
in
a wedding on the wedding in July. I'm not going with her yet, but I'm going.
Well, definitely let me know, because you can't come to London without seeing me.
Oh, no, I won't. I would not go without seeing you.
How many Soho houses are in London? Like a bunch. Didn't it start there? The reason why I asked is I went to 2 of them, and then I think there's more.
Yeah, there's at least 2, maybe 3, because there could be one in the city somewhere now as well. I don't know. There's one in North London and one in sort of central London, but I think they opened up more.
This is what I call it, Oxfordshire, and you corrected me.
Oxfordshire, yes, yes.
What's it, Oxfordshire?
Yeah.
How you say it?
That's right.
Yeah.
Oxfordshire.
The Soho farmhouse up there. That's where my wife and I went. It was very cool. The reason why I say that is because I had a great time.
It's a nice place. Yeah, it's a nice place, but I don't know. It's like I always find those sort of clubs maybe for slightly older people. Although now that I'm not super healthy, not going to a club is actually pretty appealing, but going somewhere where there's a bit of people, that's an idea.
We get crude making new session highs.
Yeah.
S&Ps and NASDAQ up near session highs. Gold
I'm
still
perceiving
holding below that IBI.
Yeah. It hit another demand at 23.38.5. I'm going to get rid of that. Okay, I'm out. That was in a little bit of profit, but nothing. I didn't like this move back up. So let's see if we can get something better a little bit later. RBOB is now failing the auction, so I'm going to have to take that. What's crude oil doing exactly on a granular level?
500
Samuel,
502. That just left.
Samuel, I don't get upset with the old comment. I'm 45, and I think you cannot dodge getting older. So just start enjoying the ride.
We're pretty much the same age, dude. So if I said older people, that's like we're old. Yeah, I'll be 44 this year.
There you go.
45.
John, and you and I are pretty much the same age too, right? We'll just keep doing this all the way up.
Yes. I wish. I'm going to be
45 again.
I'm going to be 60 this year.
Wow.
60.
60.
There's a part of
When I
like
get-
crossing the halfway point, John, that gets a little interesting. That makes you think a little bit if you're like,
Well, I'm halfway through the back nine here, pal.
you aren't halfway through the back nine. The average death age is like we all die. So come on, guys. I don't know. I thought it was 78. Might be.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's
less
around
than
80,
average.
something like that. But
My
if I
grandparents
get
were
to 70,
95.
I'd sell.
Well, Hogan, as my grandfather said, you are on the right side of the grass. So appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I closed that gold too early.
Oh.
It's dropping. Damn. So now it's done what I wanted it to do, and I grasshoppered out. Why? No idea.
Well,
Got
if it
spooked by the demand.
doesn't scare you out, it'll wear you out.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, good question. Who said that? Algo Trader. Where's the party going to be, Hug? Where is that party going to be?
I don't know. It's
I mean, you're having one, right?
I don't know. It's not up to me to plan it.
It's true. It's kind of a little weird.
Let's see what my wife does. I don't really. I would rather just let it go. We're having a party for my wife on July 6th,
There you go.
which I put together with the help of some of her friends. She
For
knows
30th,
about it,
right?
so it's okay to tell her.
It's a secret. Nick, are you thinking anything up here? It's like it's back where we got stopped out, and where I got stopped out twice now, around the 75s.
Yeah, I'm not thinking a whole lot. I'm just going to watch at this point. We're kind of just range bound a little bit. I mean, we're still at the top of the range, and you've yet to see really buyers want to push us back up towards all-time highs. So I don't know. I still think my initial short thesis is potentially the right lean, but we still haven't seen any initiation from sellers to kind of push us back towards 900 again. So with that in mind, I mean, there's not a whole lot to do here, in my opinion.
Do we have the link?
I don't know.
While
I
we're
want to short
waiting,
it, but I'm not going to right now.
I know, me too. But once I become a perma bear or bull, sorry, I am a perma bear. It's hard to shake. Always wanted to get short. Once I switch, guys, I'll let you know.
Shorts are always juicier than longs.
They're always juicy, but that's also like why. Maybe that's why I'm doing it, because it's more entertaining than just that slow grind up. It's not always slow grind up though, as we've seen. Do we have the link? So anybody in here, we always do it for folks in here. If you've taken more than 5,000 in payouts, and Nick, I don't know if you got your payout club. You get a payout club box that says Topstep on it. If we have a picture,
I submitted
pictures
it.
for that. You did?
I don't. Yeah, when it was a little while ago. I don't know how long it takes to actually get it, but yeah, I submitted the Google form or whatever it was.
All right. So you got me pinging the team that does it. Maybe they've been sleeping. I don't know. Okay, so basically what this is, guys, it's cooler than any other firm out there that does. We started the certificate concept, and then everybody does the certificate concept, and then we started the live funded certificate concept. So then people that put like 30 certificates up there because they passed all in one day can now know that it's much harder to get a live funded trader certificate. So we had that. And they're like, well, what's cool about what do we want people to do when they get funded? Well, we want them to build up their account and take a payout. Definitely not go back to, the trading combine, because we want you to stay at that level, get funded, stay funded, and take payouts is kind of our little motto we have internally. We're like, how do we do this? We're like, let's create a payout club, and we'll start it at 5,000. So I have this. It's a hat that says 5,000 club on it. And then here's the funded trader hat, and you can see it's faded because I wear it in the Colorado sun. But you get one of those, you get a bunch of things. So if we do have the picture, guys, let's share it. I want people to know if you've taken 5,000 more in payouts, go there and click on it and put your information in.
I caught Dakota in the chat. He's short 5 NASDAQ at 701. Looking for a rotation lower.
Dakota, the rest of us have rolled over, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is in June, isn't he?
Yep.
Maybe. Yep.
All right, Nick, I pinged him. So now you'll find out maybe anybody else is on there. There's falling through the cracks that happens.
Yeah, I don't remember when I did it, but
they're pretty cool.
Oh,
We're looking to take that whole concept and we're gonna announce it. We haven't really fully announced it. That's why you're going to get it here first on TopstepTV. You usually get a lot of the here at first type of stuff. Brooks, I think Brooks has a question. 5,000 in payouts. Doesn't matter where you took it. It's XFA or funded. When you're at the funded level, you take payouts. I don't care where you're at in there. If you're taking payouts, 5,000 or more, you're part of the club, the payout club. It was kind of funny. This pro skier.
Sorry, it took me a while to track down. Here's that picture, Michael.
There it is, guys. So you get that in a very cool box. I think it's a black box too, like Topstep. Very Apple phone-like packaging where you're like, oh, this is cool. And then, yeah, so long story short, the reason why I thought about this is the pro skier, best in the world. I showed him an office, or Aspen office. I'm like, hey, you can store your skis here. And he loved the hat. He's like, can I have it? I actually hesitated for a second. I'm like, he's not a funded trader. I actually thought about that. I'm like, yeah, go ahead and take it. I swear to God.
Did you give
Then
it to
he
him?
wore it golfing all day the next day. And it was on his Instagram. So that's when we knew he's a Topstep guy. I think the 500-5K club has not gone overseas yet. There's something about the bazillion dollars it costs to get it over there when all the items inside of it. And then so I don't know yet. I don't think they're there yet. We'll be announcing the whole. There's a 10, a 20, a 50, and 100. The 100's really badass because it's the thing that I showed you guys is all gold.
When's the 100K payout?
There it is. Look at that. You get that pin. These
Nice.
are all sweet stuff. You can put it on your whatever. Anything you want to keep cold, Tommy. What movie? What movie? Not
Tommy
you, John.
boy.
Oh, good tip. Huh? No. Did you say already?
I always do that. Sorry.
I know. You hit it.
Well, a little housekeeping, ladies and gentlemen. If you like Topstep TV, if you love us, we love you. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe. We got some big plans for when we get to 100,000 subscribers. So make sure you hit that like. Make sure you hit that subscribe. We're here every day for you. Real trades, real traders, real money. Make sure you like and subscribe.
Okay, so yeah, we are sending them out. We have thousands on the list, so they are getting out weekly. Thank you, Kim. That is awesome. So it's special. How about that?
Lost Trader, I will definitely let Andre know you're missing him. We're missing him too.
Yeah, we seem to be like just stuck in a 20-point range right now on the NASDAQ.
And that's so hard to sit in positions like that.
Yep.
It just doesn't move. Anything going on in the hogs, Nick?
Let's see.
I mean, that is a good idea. Looking at the
Lean hogs
looking
had a
at the
gap
other
up off the open. I still laugh. Like before I had actually even entertained trading that market, had to be late last year, but Lean Hogs was trading at like 68. And just from like an overall technical perspective, you just kind of were looking and I'm like, this is a long, like there's no question. And that had to be back in like December when it was trading then. And it's just obviously been on an absolute tear since then, as well as a number of commodities just kind of rolling up since the end of last year. But that one kind of was like laughable because it was a long in the 68s.
There's a big
30%
gap
higher.
between 68 or 70 and 77, unless this is a roll that I didn't pick. Maybe it's a roll that didn't get picked on Lean Hogs. I love commodities. They're fun to trade. They don't go to zero. I mean, typically.
Or negative.
Come on.
Oil.
Come on. Oh, sorry, John.
Oil.
You're 100%. They can go to minus 35 like crude oil did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I stand corrected.
When they say it can't go to zero,
yeah,
don't believe them. That was
I
wild.
remember when that happened. I was talking to platform provider folks and brokerages at the time, and they're like, our systems aren't, the margins, initial margins, the maintenance margins, the risk management, it's all in the background. They've never been, this is what they said. They're like, we didn't have a program to go negative. What do you do when it goes negative? So that's.
Well, they suspended trading for a while, didn't they? That's what they did.
Yeah. I think we were all talking about putting it in our pool, draining the pool, and putting.
Yeah, right.
We're like all discussing, like, well, you got to put it somewhere. Because he said all the storage was full. I remember that.
Mm-hmm. Just like Christmas vacation, storage was full.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mr. Cooney has it here. On April 20th, 2020, WTI went negative for the first time in history, trading at around negative $37 a barrel. Thank you, Riz.
That was also, I believe, not the on-the-run contract at that point, which is yet another reason not to be diddling around with contracts near expiration or way out in the future.
Oh,
unless
no,
you know what you're doing.
Stuck. Get stuck.
I mean, the shorts right here. I don't.
Okay, so what?
So
How about
ES
this?
crept
Is
up
there-
above initial balance.
Yeah, we got a potential failed auction.
Oh, no, I'm not shorting. No. If anything, I'd be looking for a sustained move higher.
In the
See
S&Ps?
what the ADR is. Yes, S&Ps I'm looking at. NQ is still stuck inside initial balance. So we have quite a bit of space to average session range high. Load the space. I mean, it's Monday, so it's probably not going to get reached all the way up there. But I mean, if it breaks like it's doing now, and if it manages to sustain above the initial balance for any length of time, like let's say for the next 10 minutes or so, we might have a long here.
It just left some single TPOs. Two, to be exact.
Yeah. Strong move.
means it's
What's that mean
Strong edge
for
move. 2 TPOs. It's like it's not that big of a move, but
no.
it still might allow you to limit risk.
Well, I was just thinking short. Davey and Benelli, I saw you guys were looking short. I'm gonna live vicariously through you guys.
New highs.
These moves are extended. Yeah.
This is what we're talking about here, Michael. Here's the IB high in the S&P's 5503. We moved higher. We opened and we left single TPOs here, which is a little bit of excess down below price, and we're still continuing to push price higher. So the IB high becomes a support level.
Yeah.
Which is 53 what? Or 50
5503.
5503.
Are you liking that in the house account play?
I'm
Oh.
liking
We'd
it.
be
Is this
You think
Monday?
we're late to the party? But we got to see if we can get above the overnight high.
No. I mean, just by the fact that we are at all-time highs and it's just screaming higher at any opportunity.
Right? You like it, D?
This is now it's a sustained auction higher. You know, we tried to go through value, then reversed, then some selling happened, and then we pushed outside of IB, and now we're trying to go higher. So if anything, the overnight high can be an orientation point. If it fails there, we take it off. If it succeeds, we keep it.
So IB high allows us to limit risk.
Yeah.
Nick, what do you think of that?
Where are we logging?
Oh yeah, we're looking at the S&Ps. They've left single TPOs above the IB high, 5503, which kind of lets us limit risk against that. But as time goes on, we're losing our trade location.
Yeah. Let's see. Do we have liquidity above anywhere that we might chase down?
Well, yeah.
Nothing substantial.
Nothing tremendous, no. Nothing tremendous. They've been hanging stuff up there and then canceling it.
Yeah, it's still grinding up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What a move. Yeah, guys, someone's at my door. I'm gonna step out for 2 seconds.
Yeah. So I don't know if
great. Joshua, thank you for the happy 200th episode. We're very excited about it as well, even though the day is very quiet. We got to get you guys hitting the subscribe button if you want to get to the 100,000 subscribers, so then we can trigger the fun and exciting thing that they're planning in the background.
Later in the show,
GG.
we'll have to show that compilation from the first episode again. I think it was September 6th of last year. Very different show at that point. I think we had 600 concurrent viewers at a high. Hoag was wearing a shirt and tie.
Oh yeah, we were
A lot has
very
improved.
very green, one would say.
Just wanted to start
We're all
off
like,
on a note.
But John, I remember we were all, because we've always talked shop. We have a whole channel called Baiynd of Traders. Baiynd of Traders in our Slack, which is all the traders here in the company. There's quite a few. And we're like, let's do a TV. We used to do Squawk Radio, which is, what was it? It was a video? No, it was audio only, and into a chat room from the trading floor. Yeah, that was big. And then we paused that. Then we rolled into TV, Topstep TV, because we were all just like, and then we're like, well, we've never done this before, but we do talk shop, and we do know how to emulate the trading pits, and I think this is as close as you can to resurrecting or being the modern day camaraderie of the trading pits and conversations.
FP, as I recall, when we started this, the initial idea is I just wanted to combine the market prep and make Hoag money into 1 hour-and-a-half show in the morning. But then once we called it TopstepTV, you were like, no, we're making TopstepTV. We're going to go all day. We're going to this is going to be a thing. I was like, okay. So that's where I've been the last year.
Well, we talked
were
about
all-
that at Lake Lawn. Remember, we were sitting around going, "This is what Michael said. This is what we're going to do, and invest in it." And I think from there was sort of the let's light the wick right now.
Yep. Well, I like that. We're past 20,000 the Nasdaq. Look at that one.
Yeah, that was a good long.
Oh boy. Yeah. We talked about it, Eddie. And then I saw you guys doing it. I'm like, this has legs big time. Because I have CNBC right here on. I never listen to. It plays the same commercials all the time, and it drives me crazy. And I'll flip to Bloomberg, which I think is a little bit better, but they all still rinse and repeat about investing. We're like, well, this is active trading, and let's make it only about futures because nobody else does that either. And then let's make it about our funded traders. And then let's bring our funded traders on here. And let's show transparency, and let's do real trading, unlike all the sim-only streamers. And that whole thing just started. And then you had to have a whole production team. Then you had to have the right technology and design. And then slow markets came up, and that started working. Now we're looking at the Asian markets when that opens up, or when London opens up. We're looking at putting a segment there. Maybe someday will be 24 hours. That's quite a leap, but I think it's possible partnering up with folks.
One thing I want to stress, though, that word transparency, that was put on the table 14 years ago, and we had not taken it off the table. So that was the main thing that we wanted to be transparent.
Eddie, we used to call it drill a scout. Drill a scout.
Drill a scout.
We were a scouting agency.
And
is what we started as. And then Eddie would be like, welcome to Drill a Scout. It was audio from the trading floor. There was hundreds of people in the chat room. Like 2010, 2011, 2012. And then, then
somewhere on YouTube is a video. I think it has that. I saw it the other day, like about maybe 2 weeks ago. I'm like, I got to save
Can we play the video that we did from 2011 or 2012? James, do you have that, or Jack? It's the old Topstep Trader video where it talks about Squawk Radio in it. I shared it in our channel a long time ago.
Is it the one with you outside the Board of Trade?
Yeah. Old young Mike. This is when we first started, and we plugged Squawk Radio at the very end of it. And you could hear Eddie talking from the trading floor. He was like, that was sweet.
We started, that was on the trading floor. I mean, we could tell you if you were trading at home what was actually happening in the S&P pit. Like when dealers were coming in buying 500, 1,000 beat. Back when it was on the trading pit, that was really valuable information. I remember one day Goldman came in and just started whacking 100 lots on the sell side. Andre was in the chat, and he's like, this is gold. This is gold. You guys should be making big money. Because, I mean, the selling just never stopped coming in. When you see those longer time frame traders come in like that, it was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It was great. We used to have a tagline, hear it, feel it, trade it. And then that didn't really go with the whole premise. That went with Topstep or Squawk Radio, but they didn't go with the Topstep Trader. The time we were Topstep Trader. Now we're Topstep.
And we were scouts. I still have like business cards from when I was a trading scout and had trading scout, and I still have all those business cards. I'll have to take a picture of them and put them out there.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Hoop, you said Jayhawk. Jayhawk was a very good friend of ours. He passed away. 3 years younger than me, 4 years younger than me. So sad. But yeah, he just did. He passed away almost 2 years ago. Jayhawk was Brian Welsh. Hats off.
Yep.
He was awesome.
Yep. He was a customer of mine on the floor of the Merc. And that's how I met you and Eddie, was through Jayhawk right at the beginning of Topstep. A good man.
Yes, he is. So all those guys that got short or were thinking short are taking on the chin right now.
Well, I'm short 20,850, and we can all say a prayer for me, because let's see if I get blown out once again out of a stop.
You're in
here.
the money.
But I think it's a safe short. We pierced the all-time high, made a new all-time high by about a tick or two, and I took the short as we came back into that range. So at this point, I'm hopefully looking to hold this at least into initial balance high to see if we rebid off that.
Cheap trade.
Cheap trade, and hopefully get me back to at least break even on the day is kind of my goal here. Then reset long week, and I will happily get out with a green day after, starting the day with a stop out.
Hey D, Ann's giving you props on a fabulous call. What call was that? Just so we're all updated.
Yes,
Gold.
yes, long sustained auction.
Yes. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. All right, so this crude oil, because I've been looking at RBOB, it's not going down, but it's not really looking that great for long. So I have a crude oil looks better. Sorry for the white charts. Now, crude oil is more bullish, and it's got quite a lot of average session range with very little above it. Whereas RBOB has got some things in front of it that I'm not too happy about. So I'm actually trying a couple of trades. So I'm back into that failed auction on GC. And I'm just going long crude oil. So one thing to notice is that it's held above initial balance high, even though we have the average daily range high around here. It's held like nearly, an hour? That's very bullish. So it's not managing to get back into IB and back below VWAP. That's bullish. So I can't really look for shorts here in crude oil anymore because of that, which means look to the average session range high, which is 64 ticks higher. And I've just realized I'm on the wrong contract. Hold on, let me rectify that.
Still in July.
Yeah, how did that happen? I thought I got rid of that. There you go. Nope.
It's still relatively liquid.
Yeah. Usually when it totally dies out, you can pretty much see no movement and a lot of gaps. So I didn't really see that, but I do have the chart open, so it's weird. I probably just grabbed the wrong window. Okay, so CL, there it is.
We got the influencer update here. We got D, who's down a couple $100 right now. Dakota's up $95. We got Nick4ATick, who's down a little bit here this morning, about 1,500. As like last we checked, we're hoping that he gets a nice successful trade that he's got in now. Hopefully that goes his way. But Raphael S down about 600. Francisco C up about 1,600. Pin Sin up about 6,400. And Hassan M up about 5,200. There's our influencer update.
Thank you. Yeah, so crude oil, the August contract still looks very similar. So the reason why I like it better is because we're breaking above this high here, which was several days ago. And we failed to go away from the average daily range high into a failed auction. So this is now effectively a breakout higher. So that all looks very similar to the other contract.
Looks like we've got JD ready for us with the leaderboard. I'm going to step away for about 2 minutes. I get to get some coffee, and I'll be right back. Here comes Again, JD with the leaderboard.
For sure. Let's take a look at yesterday's best XFA P&Ls real quick, though. Nothing but big numbers coming out of the XFAs. We just Hoag just mentioned Raphael. He's down a little bit today, but had a nice $22,000 day. Actually, he did more than that. He got a nice boost up on the leaderboard. We're going to see his name again in just a second. Kangway and Dabin, also on the leaderboard today. So big XFA numbers leading to big boosts on the Topstep leaderboard. Let's jump over to that right now. Here is the bottom half of our leaderboard. All right, so Brian P had kind of a rough day on Friday. He lost all 5 of his XFAs, it looks like. But he had a bunch of accounts stashed in the bank, so he's trading in 5 brand new XFAs today. Brian dropped from 6th place down, from 2nd place down to 6th place. Soren took a small drawdown, somewhere around $300, trading in 5 XFAs, and fell from 6th to 7th. David Y moved up a spot, picked up just over 11 grand trading in 5 XFAs. David A fell from 7th to 9th after suffering a $7,000 drawdown on Friday. And Dabin, who we just mentioned, Friday was Dabin's first day trading in 5 XFAs. So their whole take, that $50,610 is all from Friday, all Friday's P&L. That's also why there's no previous rank for Dabin. Friday was his first day trading in the funded level account. All right. Here's the top of the leaderboard.
Pork bellies. I have a hunch something very exciting is going to happen in the pork belly market this morning.
Very nice, Eddie. Thank you. All right, let's start at the bottom. Arjun held on to 5th place for another day despite an $8,000 drawdown across 3 XFAs. Lost 8 grand, but still held on to 5th place for another day. Kangway, who we just saw on the XFA P&L board, jumped from 31st place up to 4th after spreading about 45 grand around 5 XFAs in total. Nice job, Kangway. Raphael put up some nice numbers trading that in 1 live account and 2 XFAs. We also saw Raphael on the XFA P&L board. Took home more than $30,000 on Friday. Again, that was 1 live account and 2 XFAs Raphael's trading in. Nick4ATick moving up on the list, back in the 2nd place after his $3,800 winner on Friday. Boom, boom. And Dakota was also Friday's live funded P&L leader. His $5,000 winner helped him hang on to that top spot for yet another day. There you have it, folks.
Thank you, JD.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, JD. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, everybody. Right. Oh, we got this rally continuing here.
Mm-hmm.
Those 2 ticks, 2 little TPOs was the tip. Just to look for a long, keep it cheap, and off it goes.
Oh, just squeeze.
Yeah. NASDAQ has put in new all-time highs. In the regular trading hour session, just took out the new all-time high in the overnight session. And S&P's not so much. S&P's not quite there yet. NASDAQ definitely the strongest of the 3 amigos. We did leave the opening range the low of the day in the Dow. Dow is continuing its push to the upside. We'll take a look at some of these other markets. Crude continues to put in higher highs here, along with the RBOB, seems.
Yep.
We've got gold coming off that failed upside auction earlier, now all the way back down to point of control. I mean, we can see that get down to value low 23.34. How range bound is gold?
Yeah, very.
Right?
I've got a target around 23.31 on gold because I want to see if we can get to the other side of the initial balance for a neutral day type.
Oh, that would be tasty.
Yeah.
A little failed downside auction then?
Yeah. We've built a lot of structure. It's a very evenly distributed day.
All right, we'll look for that. One of my favorite things is that failed auction.
Oof, mine too, especially when it's on the short side and coming from value low from the previous day. Yum.
We have a question from Brittany here asking, what is a failed auction? A failed auction, this is gold. I'm going to make this big so everybody can see it. This blue line represents the initial balance, which is the first hour of the session. When the market looks above the first hour of the session and doesn't continue and comes back inside, and then the next 30-minute bar opens back inside the initial balance, that represents a failed auction. Failed auction, in essence, is excess, right? Price got too expensive. Buyers wouldn't buy it anymore. Sellers took over. The upside auction ends or fails, and then a new downside auction. There is that probability that a new downside auction will ensue. Great question. We get it a lot, but it's very important to know is it is both one of Deeyana's and mine's favorite setups. All right. I think we've got some plugs coming up here. Eddie, are you ready?
Ready as Eddie will ever Betty. Yes, we've got some new stuff in Discord, and Gabe has pinned it to the top of the channel here, or of the chat. If you have a question about Topstep or our Topstep program, we do have a new channel in Discord to help. Head over to hashtag Topstep AI support. That's going to be the channel that you're going to be looking for, and submit your questions. Our chatbot will answer your question and provide you with details from our help center. And just so you know, this is an easy way to get quick answers. If you got answers, you're not seeing, if you got questions, you're not seeing answers, head over to the Discord. Now, if you're looking to join the Discord, if you're not a member of our Discord channel, scroll up here in the chat. There is the link. Join our Discord. Lots of good things. That's where our coaches hang out. And a lot of good camaraderie. Maybe find yourself a trading buddy, but we love our Discord channel very much. Also, we have tons of resources for traders. Yes, we do. Not just watching here at TopstepTV, but we've got a website called TopstepTV. We've been sort of posting it here in chat to bookmark it. Head over there if you need daily levels. Yes, those Hoag levels are there. Trading checklist, a trading journal, trading lingo. If you hear something we're talking about and going, what the hell did they just say? That's what we've got. A nice collection of our Topstep Trader trading lingo glossary. And of course, our reading list. Lots of good books that we recommend. And I'm going to post that link here in chat. And do yourself a favor, bookmark that site so you've got Hoag's levels each and every day. Back to you, Johnny.
Thanks, Eddie. Thank you very much. And just kind of looking at these markets, gold is just, crude is on a nice tear to the upside, just continuing to push higher. We've got our weekly kickoff high at $80. $80. Keep an eye on that. See if we get anything close to that. There might be some opportunity there. We got last week's high in crude oil. It's at 79.32 with a naked point of control at 79.34. That might be a nice opportunity for a chance to limit risk if you're looking for an execution in that area. Again, I'm kind of really focusing on that $80 kind of psychological big fat round number in crude oil for a maybe a little bit of a bigger opportunity, but crude is, relatively range bound in the last 1, 2, 3, 4 sessions. We're getting pretty close to that upper area of the area of balance. And if the market is in balance, I try and follow balance rules, range bound rules. We short near the high, we get long near the low. You're looking at the low here or down around 77.60, 77.20 down here. And, again, back up here around last week's high, really the kind of high. I mean, this is historically over the last few sessions, the market has run out of buying and run into selling anytime it got up here. I like range bound trade this way because it lets me limit risk. If we get up near this area and we manage to get a short, we can limit risk. We don't have to pay a lot. And if we do get a rotation back to the downside, we could get a pretty decent full rotation back to the downside. It could be as much as a $2 rotation back to the downside. I don't know. It doesn't happen like in the daytime frame. Sometimes it may take a couple of days for the market to rotate back down to the low area of the area of balance, but that's what balance does. I mean, it trades to the high, trades to the low, trades to the high, trades to the low, trades to the high, trades to the low. And that's what you do with it, is you fade those extremes until proven wrong. Any like movement or momentum outside of the range is something that we would say that would be a kind of a breakout, and we would look for opportunity to continue in that move. It is very, very, just very simple, very sometimes extremely useful rules is range bound to breakout rules. Ranges, you fade the highs and the lows. Breakouts, you go with if you see momentum, participation, volume, and some decent activity on a breakout. How many times I'm going to ask all you guys, Nick4ATick, how many times do you see failed breakouts?
Less, not as often anymore. It seems like, at least since last year, it seems like breakouts to the upside tend to hold in this market, at least for the last few months. But when we're range bound, you do see those excess highs and then fall back into areas of value.
Mm-hmm.
I just think lately we've been seeing a lot of like 30-minute opening range breakouts, and it's just kind of kept going. I'm saying that in a shorter time frame. So the last few weeks, it seems like that has held true. I would say we get more failed downside auctions, at least from, once again, no data, but just the way I've kind of look at the markets, it seems like that happens more often than the failed breakouts to the upside.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at the longer time frame,
Yep.
what are these markets been doing? They've been rallying, so it makes sense that failed downside breakouts are going to be a lot more prevalent.
And that's still my favorite trade is the excess push below initial balance low or the previous day high kind of thing. It kind of tries to get out of value, and then it quickly gets buyers stepping in, and you long that, and that's usually a trade you can hold for a long time during the day at least.
I think that's an important point. Is if the longer time frame is to the upside and you're in a range bound, and you end up in a short, that's probably more of a see money take money. If you're in a short time frame balance long in an uptrend, that's something you can probably depend on to hold on to a little bit longer.
Exactly.
V, how often do you see failed breakouts?
Yeah, it depends to which side. Like Nick pointed out, failed auction longs are actually quite common, but failed auction shorts, not so much. So it depends on the market, depends on the underlying trend. There are factors that impact how the price is going to behave around these levels. So obviously, using some kind of a higher time frame analysis to figure out what is the trend. Is there a trend? Are we distributing? Are we going into balance? Are we breaking out? All of that should be to find whether you should be holding longs or shorts. But inevitably, whatever trend we are in, there will be range-bound days. And on those days, it's helpful to recognize them relatively early, which can be tricky. It can be very tricky. That's probably the trickiest part about the range-bound days. where if you don't realize that you're in a range, everything's going to feel like it's going against you. You put a long, it goes against you. You put a short, it goes against you. You're like, what's going on? Well, very likely it's a range-bound day. And if you then kind of use some critical thinking and switch the whole strategy to aim for the edges of the established range, then things change. Then you can use Dolby's ranges to find the best locations, or you can use the initial balance breakouts to fade them. So it's all contextual. You know, we can talk about the statistics about how often a breakout fails, but it's very much down to the market that we're trading. So equities, you know, obviously if we break out upside, I don't really expect most of those to fail. I expect them to keep going. But crude oil, well, a lot of the time, crude oil goes down, right? We sell crude oil. And in that case, you will be looking to maybe short. Sorry, I'm just looking at the at my failed auction gold, tagging very close to the area that I wanted. So I'm just going to take that because I did have a little bit of a drawdown earlier. Okay. Now I've only got crude oil long, which is kind of still teasing my entry, but holding above the initial balance. Yeah, so depending on how quickly you can actually identify the range and whether it is a range or not, it can save you on a lot of the days. I also think that intraday traders should be able to do both momentums and range-bound days, whereas I see a lot of people just do like one style of trading. It's like, I'm looking for breakouts. Great. Are you going to sit out today? Well, no, I'm still going to trade. Okay, do you expect a loss? Well, no, because I'm looking for a breakout. Well, what if you don't get a breakout? What if it fails? Well, then I'm going to lose money, which is fine, but we need to take into consideration that we do have range-bound days that don't have to extend the initial balance to both sides. You can have a limited auction where it just goes a little bit and just kind of does nothing for the rest of the day. It's still range-bound, but maybe not throughout the entire range. So there are different ranges within a range-bound day as well. So for me, it's not just about looking at stats. You know, how many times do breakouts fail? It's also about looking at the context behind it. Does that make sense?
It's all about context.
Yeah.
Right. So I did some looking back, and the initial balance in the NASDAQ, it's an extraordinarily high percentage of the time that one extreme of the initial balance remains the high or the low for the entire session. It's like 78%.
Wow.
And that's the highest one. That's the highest one. I could find it, but I think the S&P is the next one that has a high percentage of leaving one extreme of the initial balance at the high of the day or the low of the day. I think crude was lower and gold I think was the least. I'd have to go ahead and look at that, but look back to find that information. But I think overall of the four markets, it's about 65% of the time that one extreme of the initial balance will remain the high or the low. I'm sure Edgeful would be able to do it much faster than me looking back and going through my charts and doing that. And you got to remember my NASDAQ charts they're 4-tick TPOs. So there may be some of those where there was a couple of ticks that leaked out one side of the initial balance, but didn't show up on my charts.
See if we can finally break 20,000 and get me out of this stupid trade. I've been sitting. This is basically a 401k trade for me at this point. I've been in this trade without getting stopped out, without getting the move for well over 20 minutes, and for me, that's a long time. To still be sitting in a trade without already having it in profit, or it just driving you insane or stopping you out.
Wearing you out, like Hoag says.
I feel worn out just watching it go 5 points in my favor, 5 points against me, and just as we kind of are not even balancing, just barcoding here at 20,000.
It's either scare you out or wear you out, one of the two. But kudos to you for sticking with it.
Yeah, I would have probably already cut this most likely, but I'm letting it play out since I still believe in. I mean, I believed in the other one earlier too, but yeah, I think it's still a cheap trade, high probability that we may at least. I say this, but how many times did we just blast off past the initial balance high and never return ever again? Especially in the NASDAQ. But I think there is a probability that we may at least go, retest that majority. The point of control is back towards 970 on the NASDAQ. So it's like, it would make sense. But I've been wrong shorting the highs on the NASDAQ before.
You and about a bazillion other people as this rally never stops.
Yep.
Boy, that gold was a golden trade there, D.
Yeah. Yeah, it covered all of my previous attempts of RBOB.
Now it's just continuing to push lower. That's going to be a heck of a failed auction on the downside if that's what plays out.
Well, it's a neutral day type now.
Mm-hmm.
So I would probably look at this as a mean reversion setup rather than a failed auction at this point, purely because we have that extension to the upside too.
Mm-hmm.
But if we can ping back up, that would be great. I just think we might need to wait a little until things settle down before attempting to go back the other way. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, while we wait for that
screaming to the downside.
Yeah, it is screaming, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, while we wait for that structure, we got Jack coming in, and guess what time it is, Michael? It is
howdy.
No, it's your time now, John. I already passed. Your time, buddy.
All right.
Hey, it's Monday. This one I know for sure is easy. There's been some controversy when I've said that they're easy. This one you will get. We may have even done it a few months ago, but it's important to remember there's new people here. So here we go. Here is your question. During a period of general interest rates rising, the price of T-bill futures rise, T-note futures remain flat, T-bond futures may rise, T-note futures fall.
I'm going with D.
D.
Here indeed.
Yeah, so they're inversely correlated, aren't they?
There you go. You're teaching the crowd. I like that, Deeyana. They're inversely correlated. So that means if interest rates go up, they say prices go down. Now you got to say, well, prices of what?
Prices of what indeed? Real quick for the chat answer. Here we go. So you can put it in there. So I'm hearing strong support for the D. Everyone's with it?
I'm in it. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Hold on. How many percentage of people do we have that pick D?
No, we're still out there.
I don't have it updating.
That's weird. I have a poll up.
That is weird. 0 people want to participate. Okay.
Well, because they all know that the answer is, let's see, the answer is, it is indeed D.
Yay.
It's not, I don't even know if you'd call it correlation. It's just mathematically true because that's how you calculate the yields, is when the prices of the Treasury bond futures go up, their yields go down, and vice versa. If the price is falling, that means rates are going up. So make sure you're looking at the right chart. And also, Robert shared this with us. Let me see if he's got some extra information. He went on Edgefill. Over the past year, you can see the dates here, 6/19/2023 versus Friday's trading day. And this is the NASDAQ we're looking at. The initial balance broke high, broke low, broke both, broke neither on this percent of trading sessions. It's not surprising when you look at it that it's broken more highs than lows.
Yeah, right. Right.
And that's how we series 3. Good job, everybody.
Thanks. So 2.72% of the time is a normal trading day in the NASDAQ. That's where neither the IB high or low is extended.
Thing
I
likes
gotta
to
get
move.
that. I gotta get that tool. I could probably sit here like all day long.
Talk to
just
Robert.
go through all those
He's
stats.
been experimenting.
Nick, this NASDAQ does not want to pull back.
It doesn't, and it makes me want to flatten it. Just because, I mean, when sellers are getting nowhere but price isn't moving, I just would have a tendency to lean on longs, end up winning that battle more times than not. So with us sitting at the highs and all this, not even all this volume, but volume continuing to build up here and sellers getting nowhere, it just asks that they're going to get ripped. But I'm still here.
Hanging tough.
This is the longest trade I think I've held where it's done nothing. It feels like a Globex trade. It really does. Which is why I don't trade Globex, because I have a tendency to want to watch the trade. Which is just like not even watching paint dry. Whatever's slower than watching paint dry is sometimes trading the indices during Globex.
Watching molasses dry. Maybe.
Exactly.
I don't know.
We used to call it watching the hair on our arms grow.
I mean, I still believe in this. ES has kind of fallen off that high. The NASDAQ is just still sitting there, though. At this point, I mean, I'll take 10 points back to 20,000 and bouncing off that. Like I'll reset after this trade and say I'll make a new one. But here we go. I might get stopped at the new high here.
Mm. Hey, everybody get out and push down. Everybody get out and push down for Nick, please.
I'm not seeing any liquidity much higher on ES. That's, worthy of anything. Nothing, no big orders on the NASDAQ. We're just kind of hanging. It's very quiet.
Boy, gold just continues to tank.
Mm-hmm.
Don't buy it yet.
Nope, still waiting.
Have you been still kind of focusing a little bit on platinum, D?
Not really. Gold has been much easier to trade than platinum recently. Platinum is great when it's trending, but then when it's not trending, it's a little bit slow. So I'm like, meh, okay. And gold has been really liquid, very easy, quite readable. So I've stuck with gold. I know it better anyway.
Yeah. Because you were trading platinum a little bit a while ago.
Yeah.
Do you have?
I still watch it, but I just felt that gold is much more liquid at this point. We're working with 244 ticks for the session range on average, whereas platinum I think is quite a bit less than that.
Do you see a failed auction for platinum now?
Let's have a look. Yeah, so it has failed the auction.
Okay.
The average session range over there is about 186, so a bit lower than gold. And gold is just going to come off the very massive average session ranges that we've had literally a month ago. We had like 380 of range, which is insane.
All right. Well, we've got about 15 minutes left in fast markets. And I think we've got James coming in with some hashtag fast markets things here. I've seen one of them. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, we got some good stuff today. I know earlier, Michael, you had a call for hats, right? Let's see.
Call for yes. Yes, What hat are you wearing? What hat would Topstep? There you go.
Hey,
what hat? What was it? What hat? goes with your product that you trade, because we were talking about Stetsons. Yeah.
So we got some people
He
repping their
trades
Topstep
every
gear.
product. I like it.
And now we're going to
Playing
get in
baseball.
some good fast
Come on,
market
Vic.
content. Here we go. This is one of my favorites from this morning. Hoag on vacation.
That's no fair.
We have the artist himself, the Carl Hungus meme of the day. The staff and crew in episode 1 versus the staff and crew in episode 200.
Looks about right. Looks about right.
Good.
We also got a good hat pick from the artist himself, Carl Hungus.
Oh, nice.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, nice.
But he trades the
Very cool
Australian
look,
dollar, I think. Does he trade the Australian dollar? Is that
Looks like it.
Carl August? Yeah.
Good eye. And let's see, and last but not least, this was not submitted directly, but we do have a picture of Deeyana's dogs
I
chilling
guess.
over the weekend.
Oh.
Oh,
They're like spoiled
sitting
kids.
like-
They're out there poolside while you're in there working.
Yeah, they're very spoiled. They live a good life. They love their chairs.
Well, that's what I got for
I'm
you
out
for
of
Fast
my
Markets
trade.
today. If you think you got more, get them ready for Power Hour, and we'll see you then.
Nick,
All right, I think that long gold might be on.
Yeah, I flattened it. We made a new high, so I was out right before that little burst through, but still, stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Tough day.
Oh, same.
Mondays have always been historically my worst trading days.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's Fridays.
I think it's Mondays because I'm usually still sobering up.
I think last Monday was we had some volume. It was very active last Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Every once in a while, we get a hit or miss Monday that gives us opportunity. Obviously, today, we'll see some here in gold now.
Where are you seeing a support level for gold, D?
Well, support level at a range bound day is a little bit tough because it tends to ping away from random demands. So right now we do have some demand from I don't know, I think this was last week. And it was Asia. And there's some interest there. They kind of stopped jumping off a cliff, like what's that? What are those little monkeys? Lemurs? How'd you say it?
Yes.
Oh, lemmings.
Yeah. Lemmings. That's it. Yeah. So there is a little bit of slowdown now. So if we can just catch a bit around here, maybe that's a mean reversion that I want to see. I have been battling crude oil, the theme since February. So I'm probably going to leave crude oil alone because it's doing the same thing of, oh, I'm trending. No, I'm not. So it's still annoying me. So I'm going to stop
we roll
now.
over
I've
now,
tried
I will
it 3
cry.
times. Huh?
Nick,
You go
Nick,
lower
on the
now,
way
you'll
up,
cry.
If
Nick,
it rolls over, and this is the second time this move happens after I get stopped, I'm going to be very upset.
I got short with you all the way up there, and then I was down $2,900. Now I am short a 6 lot off the highs, off 21s. The highs are 23, so I'm holding the 6 lot. I'm up $1,600 on it. But this is not you sell it all the way up, then you get stopped out, and then you double. I was 3 lots all the way up, then I put 6 on. So.
Yeah, this was
I'm
one where
actually
I was
not
about
going
to.
to. I'm actually not going to cry if it rolls over.
Yeah, you'll be very happy. This was me getting stopped. Someone in the chat asked where was my exit. It was at basically the 18s. The trade's still valid as long as I would call that you made a new high, but that's not the excess that you kind of don't want to see. So for me, and then it went right back into that range. So I still would lean that way. And now we're right back to basically my entry. But I don't know. This is a tough start to the week to kind of get any sort of lean unless you were long early. Once again, it's
If
just,
this-
you're still long on all-time highs, which I struggle to personally do, even on an intraday basis. But I've been wrong before.
537 in the bid at 55.11.5 in the S&Ps.
Yeah, wow,
That is
that's
the
big
only
size.
liquidity we see.
Oh yeah, interesting.
I'm going to lean on it.
I'll tell you if it trades.
See, these are those
I got-
orders on like a rollover week where you just see a massive size kind of in the top of the range in the middle of the day at a random time. It's just like I don't even know what to really call that.
I got long 10 at 50, right a tick in front of it. And I'm got to stop right a tick below it. And I was already short
Right.
NASDAQ a 3 lot or 6 lot. I covered 3 down there. So if it does come out, if it does firm up, the 10 lot looks good, but it's just a quick play. It could easily chew through this in a second. It's more just a pull back, big size. Does it hold?
Hasn't traded yet.
There is my stop out for NASDAQ. Even when you're in the money, these pullbacks are so tiny. There's my stop out for break even on NASDAQ. Look at that pullback, Nick. We were all talking about rollover. Now it's back up here at the highs.
I know. We're back to
Yeah, so
my
much
thesis
for
from
range
last week.
bound.
There's no point in shorting this market. There really isn't. There's no point. And even me trying to scalp 20 points, I can't get 20 points. So that says everything you need.
It's why I said let's not short, let's go long. But everybody was like crickets, tumbleweed. I was like,
Yep.
okay, no house account trade.
No, that was a
We have
great
to
call because
have
that was like
respect
that was a tougher trade, and we were all seeing one direction. We said that earlier today when we were all looking to get short, whomever was on here.
Yeah, exactly. But obviously, for the house account, we need several check marks, right? It can't be just D going, oh, yeah, I went along ES. It's like, first of all, I don't trade ES at this time of day typically. And second of all, there's Anne Marie, there's you guys. You know, you guys trade equities, you're core equities traders. I'm a commodities trader. So
I feel like we never, because I've been doing Mondays for a while now. It seems like we never jump right into a trade in the house account, like right as the open, at the start of a new week either. So we tend to, I think, be a little patient after the first initial balance period to kick off the week. But yeah, I mean, that was the right read, D.
yeah. And it's, it's the way it should be as well. Mondays, you don't really want to go plowing in 20 contracts on like ES or NQ as soon as the market opens, ideally.
Whenever there's some offers that come in here at 12, they get lifted. Now they're getting hit. 175s
How are you seeing that, Hope?
Just watching time and sales.
Mm-hmm.
20s or 12s are getting hit. It seems like there's sellers here, but they just keep they keep running into new bids.
No. Yeah.
Here's the halves.
Keep disappearing, getting spooked.
Here's the halves.
Yeah, there's the halves. I'm leaning on it.
I know I said I was going to leave crude oil alone, but it does look like it's an initial balance. It's an initial balance bounce, so I had to long it again. I am aiming for the high of day at 79.13 to cover.
Okay, those all traded. Plus, there's about 1,000 that traded on that bid, so it's a little bit of a iceberg order, but now it's just done. Not seeing much size here.
No, it's done.
No, I got stopped out of that short and I got stopped out of that lean. So I'm right back to exactly where I was when I put the 6 lot on short. Done. Fun day. I'm actually going to lock myself out, even if I didn't hit my last limit. We done.
And now it looks like, is it going to break? Nope. Right
Don't
back.
get out of here.
No, no.
Right when I
To
lock
me, that
myself
doesn't
out.
look like it's breaking yet.
Nope.
This looks like it looks like it's a bit of a slowdown before we go a little higher, but it's gonna run some stops and then turn around.
Here it goes.
Yeah, there's nothing we
Michael,
can see here.
who gets paid in the house account? Well, as we grow up the house account, I'm actually taking these profits of the house account as we build it up for the year. I have a special place where I want to send them to, and it's this nonprofit out of Nebraska who helps people that have a spinal injury. There's a long story short here. My best friend jumped in the pool, broke his neck, and I pulled him out of the pool. I was at my graduation party in college, and he died 4 days later, and it was the worst ever. All the pallbearers are supposed to be the groomsmen. It's like a combo of everything. That was just bad. So I have a special place in my heart. We could send money anywhere, but I'm going to be doing that. You'll hear more about this like Q3 stuff as we get more charitable focused.
It's a good thing. Good thing, Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I see that "Don't Dive" sign next to a pool.
Yeah.
Go over the shallow end.
That had to be terrible.
Yeah, it was.
I've got 3 or 4 charities that I send money to every month. It's important, man. It's important to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we support a lot of animal charities because there's a lot of rescue centers, and there's actually one rescue center in sort of outside of Belgrade, which is my hometown. And it's literally just like one lady who goes around rescuing dogs, and then people bring her dogs, and she's completely just her and like another old lady that helps her out to like clean and stuff. So we've actually sent quite a lot of money to her, and we've rehomed dogs in the UK that she's found by the street, hit by the road, just kind of dying, new puppies, everything. So I support a lot of animal charities. And my first dog was actually a rescue from Battersea Dogs Home, which is a famous sort of rescue center, literally around the corner from here.
Deeyana, have you followed Dave Portnoy from Barstools? Do you know him at all? Over he's here in the States, but he just adopted a dog, Miss Peaches, and it has a bazillion followers. I mean, in the millions now, and he donates tons of money now, or helps raise and all that for dog shelters, and it's just making a huge statement to, and it's actually really cool. And then how he talks to his dog is very cute.
My dogs talk to me.
I've always had rescues. Always had rescues.
Well, Johnny, we're signing out now.
Yep. Yeah, it's about that time. It's the end of Fast Markets. Thanks, everybody. Michael, Deeyana, Nick4ATick. Maybe not the most exciting trading here this morning, but that's trading. Stick around, everybody. We've got power players coming up. We've got Andre and Peter Tuckman. Andre is going to be back. And then JD and myself after that. We got TopQuiz with Jackie and Bonnie. Shoulder Tap, Jack and Brett. We got group coaching with JD and myself. We've got Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. It's going to be Robert Dolby and Anne Marie. And to round things out for Power Hour, Andre, Dolby, and Jordan S. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Okay, another awesome feature within TopstepX is setting your own personal daily loss limit. Yes, we have daily loss limits because they help slow us down. When we're trading poorly, but setting your own personal daily loss limit, like I try to do, is really helpful in your trading.
And welcome back, everybody, to TopstepTV, the Power Player segment everyone looks forward to on Mondays and Fridays, live with the Einstein of Wall Street, the most photographed man on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, Mr. Peter Tuchman. Quick question: NASDAQ trading 20,000, S&P trading 5,500, Dow lagging a little bit behind. Mr. Tuchman, whatever happened to sell in May and go away?
Right, look, sell in May and go away has not really worked for a while. Everybody needs to understand that the S&P 500 per se is a much more significant indices than the Dow. The Dow is 30 stocks. A lot of the stocks that are in there are weighted in a way. Everybody needs to know there are 30 stocks. Each one has a particular weighting inside of the index. Okay, some of them are bigger than others. United Healthcare, Boeing, Pfizer, Triple M. So, it depends, and some of them are it's never really caught up with what the S&P has become in so many different ways. So, look, a lot of people don't even consider the Dow a real index at this point. So I kind of love it because it kind of represents the floor and these 30 stocks that really were the makeup of the American fabric, right? That became the stock market in so many ways. I wouldn't get too wrapped up in it. Sell in May and go away really had a lot to do with the Dow as opposed to the S&P. But at the end of the day, look, we're dealing with this 1,000-piece puzzle, right? We've gone from a 250-piece jigsaw puzzle to easily a 1,000-piece puzzle. Post-COVID, post the fact that everybody and their mother is now focused. Look, in the old days, have the whole investment community all eyes on CPI, PPI, DWI, all that crazy stuff, right? Some crazy reason, everybody is involved in all of these things to such a point where it's just like all eyes are on the market and you've got so many moving parts. In the old days, when the Fed was going to make an announcement, you heard about it 2 days beforehand. Now Jay Powell says something, then you've got all these other governors who will just start talking out of nowhere. They don't have a unified statement, right? In the old days, they used to come out with a comment that was very unified. It was very clear. Now you've got 12 different people talking, 12 different opinions. Some are hawkish, some are dovish. I don't even know what the fucking words, the birds mean anymore. End of the day, there's so many moving parts to this sell in May and go away that this year it didn't work. Sometimes it does work, right? I don't think it worked last year. It worked a couple of years ago. In the old days, it was like the concept behind sell in May and go away was that it's summertime and that all the big hedge fund guys are going to basically position themselves for the summer. They're going to sort of take the profits that they had from the first 2 quarters of the year, right, and position themselves, and they go to friggin' St. Bart's, they go to the Hamptons, and they take the summer off, and that's kind of the sell in May and go away, right? I mean, now that's the idea behind it, right? But the market is way too, complicated at this point. There's so many different tranches of people in the market, the big whales, the hedge funds, traders, everybody trading that huge option, next day option play. So there's a whole new tranche of people within the market, right? So I don't think those old comments, those old trends, or those old whatever you call, I don't even know what you call selling. It's an old adage, I guess is the word. I don't even. But there are all these different things that the market used to say. The trend is your friend. Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, sell on Rosh Hashanah, buy on Yom Kippur. There's all kinds of crazy shit around the market.
Mr. Peter Tuchman, question for you. What are the downside risks in equities right now? Do you see any downside risk coming in this summer? Geopolitical things, inflation seems to be cooling off. European Central Bank just cut rates. Bank of Canada just cut rates. Obviously, the Fed is holding off, looking like later in this year. But what are the downside risks to this market, if any?
There are lots of downside risks, but what we've been shown over and over again, that even every time we get a little bit of a sampling of it, and you just described them, the geopolitical thing, we've got 2 major wars going on. We've got a war in the Middle East and in Eastern Europe that is affecting the oil market. Very complicated situation. You've got interest rates, you've got inflation, you've got a presidential an election year. There's a lot of potential downside risk. But every time we've been shown a little bit of a flash of the potential of these downside risks, right? The
Mhm.
market is not at all, right? We've had every opportunity for this market to break, right? We have one war, it didn't break the market. We had a banking crisis last year, it didn't break the market. Then we have another war, it didn't break the market. Then we had interest rates that went from 8% to 3 and then started to bounce back up. That didn't break the market. We had 7 interest rate projected cuts, 5, 3, 2. We had the projection of that didn't break the market. So those are all the downside risks you're talking about. Yet the market has not seen more than a 0.5% or a 1% pullback. If this market was going to break, we've had a million opportunities to do it, and we have yet to see it. That doesn't mean to say that the next thing is going to be the straw that broke the camel's back. It's definitely possible that the next shoe to fall is going to be that one that breaks the market. It's absolutely possible, but we just haven't seen it yet. Does that answer your question?
Indeed, it does. I'm trying to say, you've been in this market forever, for decades and decades and decades. Can you remember a time where you've seen these markets so damn resilient? You just listed all those things that, where interest rates are at, where inflation was at, wars going on. Can you remember a time where equities have been this resilient?
Absolutely not. Look, you've seen over the years, I've lived through a bunch of different crises and crashes, right? Some people say I was here in 1929. That's news. I wasn't around in 1929, but I was here for the crash of 87. I was here for the 2000 bubble. I was here for the 07 financial crisis. I was here for COVID. We've seen every possible crisis and crash. I've never seen a market that has been as resilient as this one. Nothing that you throw at this market has made it break at all, and I'm baffled by it. Now, some people would look at that and go, oh, then this must be a bubble. It's being held up by NVIDIA and the Magnificent Seven, and then we're in store for a major correction, and then the shit's about to hit the fan big time. There's a huge school of that thought, and they may be right. I don't know. I know I look like Einstein. I'm not that freaking smart. It's very possible that the next straw is going to collapse the market. I just get a sense that the market is too big to fail. I think there's so much money in this. I think there's so much, and we've also proven the concept that the Magnificent Seven is what's holding this market up, right? We've seen that, and I don't believe that's the case. We've seen that the Russell is also that there's a bigger broad-based rally than just NVIDIA, than just Microsoft and AMD, than some of these big Magnificent Seven stocks. We've seen the breadth of the rally get bigger and bigger. So I am not somebody, I just think the market's, the part of me that thinks the market's too big to fail, right? There's a lot of money in this market. There's a lot of money on the sidelines. Okay, you're seeing now, think about this for a minute, and I don't like to talk politics, but you're seeing some of the major billionaires in the world throwing hundreds of millions of dollars at Donald Trump. Why would they be doing that if it wasn't that they want a seat at the table? Look, BlackRock, Citadel, all these guys have each personally sent $250 million to the campaign, to the RNC, whole right-wing party. Why would they be doing this? As what a wild card that Professor Orange is. The reason they're doing it, they want he's viable, and they want to see the table. They want to know that if he becomes president, they can call him up on the bat phone and go, yo, Donald, I want this taken care of, and he's going to do it. Why would Citadel put $250 million in Donald Trump's pocket? Why would BlackRock support the RNC and Donald Trump with millions and millions of dollars if it wasn't for the fact that they knew that maybe it's going to hit the fan, and that they want to see they want a seat at that table when the shit hits the fan.
Very good. All right, last thing, Mr. Tuckman, I want you to tell me about Wall Street Trading Global Academy. Topstep doesn't sync up with many people. Wall Street Trading Global Academy doesn't do the same. Tell us about Wall Street Trading Global Academy, please.
Wall Street Global Trading Academy. You never get it right.
Gosh, they wrote it wrong. Tell me about it.
TopstepGTA.com. Wall Street Global Trading Academy is an academy that David Green, my partner and my teacher, put together during COVID. It is 20 hours and 21 videos with 200 hours of archival Q&As that we've recorded over the last 5 years. We teach psychology of trading, technical analysis, money management, trade management. We teach stop orders, risk management, everything you need to know as a new trader in this market. We teach Topstep. We've never collaborated with either. So you don't either. We don't either. That's why we're a great team together. If you all are out there and you're using Topstep as your platform and you want to learn how to actually trade this market and not use a signal service, then you want to come and hang out with me and David Green. We coach and mentor all our students. We have thousands of students. Tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, we are having a live free masterclass on technical analysis and risk management. You've got to go register. Go to WSGTA.com. Join us for tomorrow night's live free masterclass. You got to register. You got to be in it to win it. You got to be in it to win it. We're going to be talking about trading futures, NQ, MES. We're going to cover everything tomorrow night, 8 p.m. And that's all I got to say about that.
Thank you, Mr. Tuckman. Absolutely incredible, Mr. Tuckman. Apologize for missaying the academy. We are going to see you again on Friday. We got a whole trading week ahead of us. Mr. Tuckman, thank you so much for your time and joining us here on Topstep TV. Thank you, sir.
Good to see you, bud. Bye.
Thank you. All right, there you go, everybody. That is Mr. Peter Tuckman joining us live. He is joining us live from the New York Stock Exchange floor. I know his mic might be a little in and out. It's okay. You get the gist of what he's saying. He's saying he's never seen a market this resilient. Nothing can really shake it. We got the Dow trading, or the Nasdaq trading over 20,000, S&P's trading over 5,500. Nothing can really spook this market right now. Saying interest rates in the 5%, inflation's in the 8%, geopolitical wars. Nothing really spooks this market. There are my guys right there in the middle. JD in the middle, Hoag on the right. Hoag, welcome back. I'm glad you're back. How was your first day back after your much well-deserved break?
It was good. I was, busy. I was Andre this morning, so you know how busy that is.
I feel bad for you. I feel for you. All right, guys. Well, I need you guys to help me play a little bit of catch up. JD, what's up, man? Good to see you guys. Catch me back up to speed. I, logged in yesterday night and I saw Nasdaq pretty much opened right at 20,000. S&P's right at 5,500, and I see we are continuing to rally. John, talk to me. What's fueling this, man? I mean, how do you get short in this market?
You buy it. No, the trend is to the upside. I mean, you got to be trading with the trend. Even if you're short for a short period of time. If you're long, those are going to be some of your bigger opportunities. It's rollover. There's not a lot of economic data this morning. We talked about this on the opening call. If there's no bad news, these markets have a tendency just to continue to grind higher. And I think that's pretty much what they're doing right now, is continuing to grind shorts into the ground and just continuing to push higher. If there's no bad news, they just continue to go higher. So rollover happened.
Yep.
We should all be trading the June contract. If you're still the September contract.
September.
If you're still trading the June contract, that's okay. You can switch over, but Topstep X has moved over for you already. So you're trading the right contracts. The levels are all for the June contract, so the levels should be right. Weekly kickoff levels are all for the June contracts. So we're doing what the equities have a tendency to do. Anytime they break, you got to buy them, and until it doesn't work anymore. Yeah. We don't know when it's not going to work anymore, but like Tuckman was saying, all these uncertainties are out there in the marketplace, and the market just seems to be ignoring it. AI, that's a big part of it, of course. But these markets are just resilient, and I've been saying equities markets are resilient for 35 years. They are resilient. No matter what knocks them down, eventually they just kind of recover and continue this move to the upside. And I think we're just seeing that continued resilience.
I would tend to agree with that. JD, how do you trade something like this? I mean, we're seeing, how do you get long in markets that just continue to make new highs? I guess you look for maybe a sideways pattern like we saw. How do you get in these things, JD?
I don't know. It's tough. Friday in Power Hour, we spent the afternoon trying to find a good cheap short opportunity, just getting in at new all-time highs for a little pullback kind of scenario. You know, we ended up not even taking any trades, but it's a good thing we didn't. It's tough waiting for a pullback. Buying new highs is not my strong suit either. It's really hard for me to just jump in and buy a new all-time high. It's tough. I get that, and I'm sure it's tough for everybody else too, or for a lot of people at least. But yeah, you just got to sit in your hands and wait for a good opportunity. That's it. If you're good at diving in, more power to you. It's not my forte though.
No, I hear you. And the tricky part is you do have to buy all-time highs, or yeah, you're buying all-time highs, and when you do it, and it doesn't work, you get stopped. You're like, damn, I just bought the all-time highs, and then you're kicking yourself because, well, you just bought the all-time highs. It's not a cheap trade, so to speak, but you are going with the trend. So, John, we talk about taking cheap trades versus getting with the trend. Is there a fine line between those two? Because getting with the trend here, you are looking for a pullback, but if there's no pullback, then there's not going to be a cheap trade. So how do you decipher between the two?
Well,
this is tricky.
Somebody
for me, John.
said
I'm trying to wrap my head around what the hell we're seeing all right now. I'm trying to globalize this and look at it from a top-down perspective. How do you get in if the pullbacks are nothing? The pullbacks are 2 points in the S&Ps, maybe 15 ticks in NASDAQ. How do you get in?
It's one of the hardest things in trading. I'm with JD. When a market is in a trend on the day time frame or any time frame, it's always the hardest thing for me to do is to try and get in with the trend. I always seem to, buy the high, and then I have to withstand a whole bunch of heat, and then finally it'll continue to move in that direction. So you're trying to find pullbacks, and the more shallow the pullbacks are, the more difficult it is to get in. But
I like that word shallow.
Over the years, we've seen over and over, Andre, JD, I'm sure everybody has seen this, that a market that is one directional tries to keep you out. It's hard to buy an uptrending market unless you can find, the real bottoms when it pulls back a little bit deeper to try and get into those trades. So that's one thing I try and keep in mind is if I'm having a hard time buying it, it's probably a pretty good buy.
That's a good point.
They're saying here in the chat, who the hell buys an all-time high? You'd be surprised. I mean, if you're getting with the trend, you're kind of buying an all-time high, or at least a couple ticks off of that all-time high. This is the reality of what we're looking at. Taking a look here around the board here, NASDAQ just made, stop me if you heard this before, just made all-time new highs, trading 20,000, 33.50, 33.5, new all-time highs there. S&P's making new all-time highs as well, trading 55.17 with the new all-time high of 55.17 quarter. Dow lagging behind. We did see Dow cross over 40,000 about a month and a half ago, but Dow's just showing around 39,000 right now. Crude been range bound a little bit in the last hour or so, but we do have about a $1.30 range in crude, currently trading $79 even. Then we got gold. Gold kind of trading sideways right now, trading 23.30, 40 cents. Where's the confetti market, Stalker D? I know, new all-time highs. All right, so John, I got a question for you. You take new all-time highs right there. I just need a button that can say it every time. John, question. So you're off for a week. You're away from the markets for a week. I assume you didn't put too much screen time. We did see you pop in the chat. How do you get yourself caught up to speed? Because I know for me, I did miss this morning. I mean, I was watching, but I wasn't on, so I wasn't fully engaged in the actual markets. How do you catch yourself up to speed when you feel like you're jumping onto a moving train?
Well, I have a plan to do that. It starts Sunday night. I look at what the market's done. I look at the weekly chart. I look at the daily chart. I look at the 4-hour chart. I look at the 30-minute chart. I just kind of get my head wrapped around what the market has been trying to do, and then I try and kind of determine how good of a job it is in trying to do what it's trying to do. So it's just like every Sunday night. I just sit down, look at what the market's been doing, look at the longer time frames. Sunday I put the weekly kickoff levels together. In the afternoon or in the morning, and that's really when it kind of starts. I'm just kind of focusing on just taking a look at what the markets have done, how good of a job they've been doing that, and then I kind of home down from there. So, after being off for a week, I kind of kept up on the charts a little bit just to kind of ease my time on Sunday afternoon to just start looking at things. First thing I do is I sit down and I take a deep breath. I remember to tell myself, that to be humble, grateful, creative, and centered in anything that I'm doing. And I just let go of any biases. We can all look at the weekly chart, the daily chart, a monthly chart, whatever, in the equities. It's in an uptrend. It has been in an uptrend. So the question then is, all right, well, is it exhausted? Are we just going to close our eyes and buy it? Which I never do. But, I was home doing a lot of reading, doing a lot of introspection during the days. I wasn't really watching TopstepTV too much, although I did pop in and say hello a couple of times, and because I miss everybody and I love what I do, so I did a lot of reading, a lot of reviewing things that I've already read, things I already knew. That sometimes there's just so much information you forget something important, and you got to review that stuff from time to time. So I came in today, I felt really prepared to address the market if I was given the opportunity to. I was driving today, so I wasn't able to address the market that much. There was one opportunity that I thought would have been really good for the house account, but it was one of those, hey, we got to do it now, or we're just going to lose. We're going to lose price, good price levels, and that's kind of really what happened. And that was I think our probably best opportunity to get into these longs was when it broke out of the IB high, opened and left single TPOs in the S&Ps. It just kind of continued in the NASDAQ, and I don't want to sell this, but every time I say that, it's the high.
Yes.
So now we're just sitting looking for pullbacks, looking for opportunities to get into the long side. We've got a long way to go before we're going to be reaching weekly kickoff levels in the S&P and the NASDAQ, and they're largely measured moves this week.
Okay, JD, up and away, man.
Moves,
yeah, hit me, JD.
Speaking of measured moves, I've been tracking a chart pattern in gold pretty much all week last week.
Take a look at it. Was it the 2330s? Is this 2330s, JD? Yeah, let's talk about that.
A couple patterns on there now. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
So we've got this bearish ascending broadening wedge formation, which we broke out of not this past Friday, the previous Friday. Got a nice move down from there. Didn't quite hit our measure move target at 2267. Really didn't even come close. Then we retraced halfway back, forming this nice little bear flag here. So we've got two back-to-back bearish continuation flags, or bearish continuation patterns in the gold right now. I was looking for opportunities in here last week, but it just never seemed to play out. We kept bouncing along this lower trend line here. Never really much follow through to the downside. We actually did close above it on Friday, almost invalidating this pattern. But this bear flag is still in play in my book. But if we were to find some opportunity, if we were looking for opportunity elsewhere, I would say while this gold market is trading sideways, we're ranging right now. We could look for some cheap short opportunities in this market and maybe catch a big chunk of the move down if it comes.
I like it. Yep. What
do you think there, Hoag?
We did see it makes total sense. And then you got confirmation that we were watching. D, I think, caught some of this move. We had a failed upside auction. In other words, the IB high in gold was 2341.30, and we looked above it, rejected, opened the next 30-minute bar below that IB IB high, I should say, 2341.30. And look what happened. I mean, it really tanked. I mean, my expectation for a trade like this is to value low, and it just went way beyond that. So now we're seeing some possible continuation to the downside. However, GD, we did trade above the initial balance. We did trade below the initial balance. It's setting up for a normal trading day, which may just become rotational for the rest of the day. So focus on the extremes of the entire range before doing anything, I would think.
Good point.
All right, guys, we are the bulls are on parade right now. We are rallying hard right now. NASDAQ and S&Ps, even the Dow's catching up with them. All the three amigos are trading together. Do we have any upside targets here? I have my TopStep daily levels up right here. I always make space for them on my screen. John, let's talk about the S&Ps and NASDAQ. What are our target? Do we have any target levels to this upside here? Because there's no selling in sight.
Well, once we broke out of last week's high, which was in the S&Ps was 55.1950. That breaks us out of a 3 or 4 day area of balance. If we show continued volume, participation, and momentum coming in, the next level that I'm really looking at is something that comes in off of let me see here. Comes in off of, this is dead. This is no longer here. So the next thing I'm looking at comes in off this high, these highs right here, 1, 2, 3 points of contact. And that's even above the weekly kickoff high. The weekly kickoff high is in essence a measured move from here to here. And then you take that measurement from here, that puts in the weekly kickoff high. Just a pure measured move. Why? Because that's all we have up there. We don't have any past information. It's all-time highs. So we're just kind of taking a measured move, and we're going to see if we can't get there. So far, the market continues to try and push higher. Some of this is based off of history, different contract months. But the weekly kickoff high is based off of the September contract alone, not including the changeover from the June to the September contract. So 56.10 is my next target above last week's high, which was again 55.19 half. It's a 90-point move. A 90-point move. Could it happen? It sure can. Anything can. Anything can happen.
Anything can.
And as far as the NASDAQ is concerned,
look at this. Yeah, go ahead, John. Look at this rally. This is just incredible. Keep going, Johnny. Sorry.
Yep. Yeah, no problem.
This is amazing.
Anytime you want to chime in, just let me know. So this is the same situation. We've got this trend line, 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact on the daily chart. Okay, this one comes in a little bit lower, but again, this is based off of June contract, not September. So we've got another measured move in the September contract. The move from this low to this high, take that measurement, go from this low, that takes us up to the weekly kickoff high, 2,370. And in a few days, that's going to line up nicely with that trend line, which is again off the June contract, but that's what we're looking at here. So in just a few days, that could easily be targeted. And as long as these markets continue to push to the upside, don't fight them, please. Don't fight them. We're not going to pick the top. We're not going to do that. If you can't find a way in, be patient. Another opportunity may come later, may come tomorrow, may come Wednesday, may come next week. Just don't step in front of these moves. But every time I say that, the market likes to make a liar out of me, and it puts in a high or a low. But I don't want to sell this.
No,
we're at all-time highs. Seems like volume momentum is still coming in. I don't want to sell this.
I was just going to ask John, what is volume looking like with this rally? Is there conviction behind this move, or are we just drifting higher?
Well, it's the rollovers.
It's a melt up. JD, let's go to you, JD. JD, what's a melt up?
It's just grinding higher. Like Hoag was saying, it's weak shorts feeling the grind up, plus the roll. There's not a whole lot of news. There's no action out today. It's just literally just grinding higher. We're seeing a little bit of increase in volume. I'm looking at a 5-minute chart right now.
All right.
A little lower time frame. But yeah, we are seeing a little pickup in volume. If stepping in front of this is what you feel compelled to do, at least wait for a little structure to form. You see on this 5-minute chart, we had just a little bit of structure forming over here. Let me pull up a... So if you were in the market for a cheap short, this is what you want to see, right? You want to find these opportunities where the market is ranging so you can get in at an extreme of the range and take a low risk opportunity. So if shorting this market is what you feel you need to do right now, wait for some structure to form before just jumping in, because right now it's just a grind higher and you're going to get run over. That's it.
And overall, because it's rollover, volume is really blurry because it's split between the June and September contracts.
Correct.
But that 5-minute chart is showing some pretty decent volume following this price action to the upside. It was a good chart to show there, JD.
Hey, John. What's Delta looking like? Don't tell me this was a negative Delta that the squeeze happened. What's Delta looking like in ES and NQ? John, I missed you all last week. I didn't know what Delta was last week. I was flying blind the entire week, but you did chime in. What was that, Wednesday or Thursday? You jumped in and gave me a Delta reading, which was just like a security blanket. I felt everything was good again. What's Delta looking like right now?
All right. Well, September Delta is positive 10,000 in the S&Ps. June Delta is positive 4,600. So it's congruent in both.
Yes,
but
it is.
again, because it's rollover, it becomes very difficult to read and trust this information because again, it's rollover. A lot of the longer time frame traders are working on getting a cheap roll. They're getting pushed into adjusting inventory now, and they don't necessarily like that. They would rather work on getting their cheap roll. So Delta is congruent in the S&Ps. NASDAQ. Hang on.
You guys happen to notice how many people are?
2,400.
You happen to notice how many people are watching the stream right now?
What is going on?
We're about to hit 40,000 people, and that's what I'm seeing.
Is this really?
Are you kidding?
This real?
Is that for real?
What's going on?
It is possibly some spoofing, some viewer spoofing going on in the background, but it's not coming from us.
Thank you for artificially inflating our numbers. I don't know why you people would try to do that, but if we got 41,000 people watching right now, shout out to all 41,000 people. That's the size of Wrigley Field right now watching us here on Topstep TV as we continue to make all-time highs in the NASDAQ.
Yo, Bear, get your beer here. Yo, Bear.
Here's your beer. Hot dog here. Hot dog.
Hey,
I got a question. JD got a question.
With all those
for you.
people here,
Hey, thank
make sure you subscribe.
Yes, yeah, thank you. Can we get
If
to
you're
100,000?
real.
Can we get to 100,000 subscribers right here, right now? We got 45,000 people watching us. Can we get to 100,000 people? Let's do it. Let's get to 100. Holy moly, these numbers are going up fast. JD, question here in the chat. Define structure. I think it was Scotty Boy asked me, and then our viewership went up. But let's get back to some business here. Define structure. Question in the chat. When you're talking about building structure, take a cheap short. What does structure mean?
Just a temporary area where buyers and sellers are finding equilibrium, and you get a sort of a sideways momentum for a little while. Building a structure, like sort of a roof or a floor, you might say. When you start ranging like that, structures building sideways. So if you were to start range trading or picking tops or bottoms, at least you know that your risk is predefined before you get on the trade. You know where you're getting in, you know where you're getting out. For a cheap trade, you want to have a set price limit. You're not just shooting from the hip arbitrarily. Like, all right, I'm going to get short here and risk $2,000 now. You know exactly where your point of invalidation is, and that's where you're getting out. So you basically set your entry level. You establish your entry level based on those risk parameters, and you want to see that sideways structure building before you make an opportunity. Before you take an opportunity at a cheap trade in a sideways market. So looking at this 5-minute chart in the NASDAQ again, you see buyers and sellers finding equilibrium, stepping in, moving sideways. You know where this trade is going to be invalidated if you're picking a top or trying to fade the upper extreme of this range. You know where your risk is. You know where your reward is if you're just getting in for a temporary trade. You could also use that as an opportunity for a long trade in this trending market too. That was a great spot right there. It happened. It broke out right before we started. Power players. Maybe. I don't know. I'll be looking at the same thing going into fast markets later today, and I'll pop in with some levels once we get in there.
Awesome. All right, John, we got about 4 minutes here. Actually, so 7 minutes left here in Power Players. Look at those numbers. 57,000 people may or may not be watching us right now.
Yeah.
May or may
They
not
are
be.
not.
Jack, Jack, what's going on right now?
They are not.
People are just messing up my analytics spreadsheet right now. I don't know why someone would do this, but
you guys are making Jack's job harder.
You're making me do more work.
MPT's that 100K treat earlier today. Maybe that was
did he? Oh, did he? What did MP have to say? What's the old treat?
He didn't go into detail, but he just said we're going to do something big when we hit 100K.
I mean, hey, this is our 200th episode. This is our 200th episode, so I'm not shocked to see that we have 58,000 people watching us here on 200th episode.
Does someone really think that, like, if I see a spike in 3 seconds from like 4,000 or 5,000 to 57,000, I'll be like, "Oh, we must release a fire drill right now." I mean, come on, do some critical thinking.
Be careful, please.
We fell for it once. I believe it was our 100th episode. We saw it get up to like 30,000. Like, ooh, 100. We got all these people, but fool me once, shame on us. Fool me twice, or we'll never get fooled again. So yes, we got you. We appreciate new all-time highs. Here we go. Those shorts came in, and then they got squeezed again. We have some profit taking here. New highs. NASDAQ trading 20,086.75. 86.75 is the new all-time high print there. NASDAQ new all-time highs 55.30 quarter, 55.30.25. Trading about $2 beneath that. So this is actually pretty good. Power players, we continue to make new highs today. So the bulls are in control. John, can you go over those upside target levels just one more time? I do have my daily levels up here, but for those trying to get into these markets, perhaps, or look for any kind of out or exit, what do you have for upside targets one more time here in the NASDAQ, John?
NASDAQ. So that trend line off the June numbers comes off at 20. Let's just call it 20,165. And then above that, 20,370 is weekly kickoff high.
20,165 target, 170 weekly kickoff high. Okay. Hey, real quick, just got
370. 370 is weekly kickoff high.
370. Oh my goodness.
370. Yes.
Ooh, can we get there? We can get there. We can definitely get there. Quick update. We're not going to be doing anything unless it's totally legit. Right now, this is not totally legit. So while we think it's all fun and cute to play with the viewership numbers, we aren't going to fall for it. The numbers do correct themselves after a couple days, so we will go back and see what they really are. But it's fun while it lasted.
For the record, real quick, how it'll work is when we hit 100K subscribers, we'll do our thing in the next few days after that.
Yes.
So we don't get a rug pulled by Troll Farm. But yeah, that's the way it works. But it'll be lit. That I can promise.
It will be lit. And I keep saying the sky's the limit. What's up, JD?
Jack, while you're here, just a follow-up question. How much does it cost to send 40,000 viewers into a stream?
Not much at all. Like the last time it happened, we looked it up to see what it is, and I think it's like they're not even real people. I think it's like you can do this for like a couple $100 or something.
Yeah.
The question is why?
That's the real question, John.
It's
the real question.
There's no reason. They get deleted the next day.
We appreciate you guys.
Seems like a lot of work for nothing.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys are spending. You're wasting your money, but whatever. We appreciate it. We do have the people like TopstepTV, so they're going to mess with us a little bit. That's cool. But once again, please click like, please click subscribe. We're less than 3,000 subscribers away from 100,000. The big extravaganza, probably next week or so, maybe 2. We are closing in on 100,000 subscribers. All right, guys. So we kind of see a little bit of sideways action. I say it very tepidly because anytime we do this, all right, we're going to try to see some sellers come here in the S&Ps a little bit, maybe some profit taking. Question, John, how do you know when it's structure? Thank you. How do you know when it's a downside when it's a failed upside auction as opposed to just some sideways, just the shorts coming in and then getting squeezed? How can you determine the difference there?
Well, early in the session, I mean, you typically a failed upside auction is going to happen right at the high of the initial balance, right?
All right.
So here is the initial balance high from the S&Ps. Now, those of us that know profile know that that's the first hour of the session, 8:30 to 9:30. The high of the initial balance was 55.03 even. When the market exceeded that and then opened the next 30-minute bar, leaving single TPOs, and there's only 2 of them above here, it's not indicating that it's a very strong upside auction, but that gives you the opportunity to limit risk. The IB high then becomes the support level. The market opened and drove higher and continues to drive higher. A failed auction would look more like this, like we saw in gold today. The IB high was 23.4130. The market looked above, failed to continue, came back inside the initial balance, opened the next 30-minute bar inside the initial balance, and then the upside auction failed and a new downside auction ensued. Now we've closed out these single TPOs. Now it's more of a range bound type of day. It's a lot to go through. Something we can always, go over during group coaching again. But
I was just going to say that, Hoag. I'm going to throw the link to the group coaching forum in the chat right now. I see a lot of questions coming in about single TPOs and failed auctions and whatnot. So I'm going to put the forum in the chat right now. Throw your questions in there, and we'll cover it in about a half hour or so.
Yeah,
Man,
your ICT people, you call that a fair value gap, right?
Okay. Too many different terms to talk about the same thing in this industry. One of my biggest gripes. One of my biggest gripes. You can call it a dom, a dome, a ladder, and we're all talking about the exact same thing. We're talking about fair value gaps, single prints. There's just too many ways to say the same thing here in this industry. All right, let's see if we can make another run here. We got about 1 minute left here on Power Players. Real quick, you're going to see these two guys in group coaching. I believe the form is pinned to the top of the chat. Yes, it is. We are rocking today, guys. This is great. But before the group coach, and after this, we got Top Quiz with Jack and Bonnie. We'll see if Bonnie's bringing her A game today, or we'll see what kind of questions Jack has written. Also, then we got Shoulder Tap, Jack and Brett. Oh, this afternoon, Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. I love that segment. And then to close out the day, we got Jordan S., Dolby, and myself for Power Hour. Let's never forget Slow Markets with Dakota at 8 p.m. Central here on Topstep TV. Well, gentlemen, the rally is not stopping. We will continue to see if it keeps pushing higher here. Even crude, about 2 cents off the new highs there, trading $79.21. Gentlemen, that was quick. That was fun. Tuckman was fired up. His mic was sketchy at best. We will keep carrying on here. We got Top Quiz coming up next. You will see these two guys on group coaching get those questions in. But before that, we got Top Quiz coming up next. New all-time highs in NASDAQ. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. All 5,000 of you. Welcome to Top Quiz. I am Jack, joined by fan favorite Bonnie. Bonnie, what's going on? Is that a door against the wall in the background, or is that like a cool looking shelf?
Oh, this one? This
Yeah.
is my IKEA shelf.
Oh, nice. Very stylish looking. Anyway, this is Top Quiz. If you use the link at the top of the chat, you can enter. How it works is you'll get 4 multiple choice questions shortly. They will appear on your device. Answer them as they come onto your device. If you get 3 or 4 correct, you will be eligible for one of 55 free resets that we will raffle to those that get 3 or 4 right, and the top 5 get them too. Got about 1,140 people in here right now because, bots don't Kahoot, Bonnie. We'll get this started shortly. Remember to answer as they appear on your device because we're 6 seconds delayed on YouTube. Bonnie, are you feeling ready to dominate this?
Maybe. But yes, I'm ready. I'm ready on this beautiful Monday.
We'll find out shortly. All right. Looks like we've had enough time here. It's time to go in 3, 2, 1. Kahoot. Starting off the week right. I like having Wednesdays off. We should have Wednesdays off every week.
I know, I
Makes
agree.
the week much nicer. First question. The name Carl Hungus from chat is a reference to what endlessly quotable movie? Is that from Dumb and Dumber, Trading Places, The Big Lebowski, or Dazed and Confused? Where is Carl Hungus a character?
I don't think it's Dumb and Dumber. Is it?
Well, that's just your opinion, man. The answer is The Big Lebowski. Features that character. Watch the movie. I won't explain what he's doing in that movie. All right, let's see who's at Lebowski Fest here. We got Big Tick Energy, Tick Tick Boom, Dusty Bottoms, Ding Ding Ding, and Focused Bunny, the 9th Focused Bunny. All right, let's go for question number 2. Equity index futures will nearly always trade at blank compared to the spot price. Do they trade at a lower price, higher price, the same price, or a discounted price? Equity futures. Over time, stocks usually go up.
So
The answer is a higher price, which is why when you look at those September futures that are 3 months out, they are higher than those June futures that you were just trading. That gap will slowly converge towards the spot price. We'll never quite get there because you're going to roll into a new contract before delivery. So something to know there. All right. Top of the board. Ding, ding, ding. Puking Kitty. Bonnie James. Combine Crasher. Fly the W. Okay. Bonnie, you ready for question 3?
Yes, kind of. I'm like, oh, I have no idea.
I was proud of the questions today. I think they're pretty good.
Okay.
Okay. Question 3. Topstep is looking to sponsor their first professional athlete. What is the profession of this athlete? MP discussed this morning. Is this person a race car driver, a skier, a sprinter, or a golfer?
I think it's a skier.
Yeah, we'll see. 3, 2, 1. Yes, indeed, it is a skier. More Lebowski. Obviously, you're not a golfer. Bunch, you got it. Let's see. Puking Kitty. Both of D's. Kiergaster, who I've talked to online, we're going to try and get him. He has volunteered to be on Top Quiz one of these days, which should be fun. He will be only the 2nd person to take up that challenge since Black Swan. So looking forward to that. Kahootie, go fish and reset my life. Yeah, sometimes we need a reset. reset my life to pieces. This is question 4. Okay, here we go. Last question. This is a good one. Before their Euro 2024 match this past Saturday, Albanian fans taunted Italian fans by doing what? Did they pelt them with mozzarella, light a Ferragamo purse on fire, capsize a gondola, or break spaghetti in front of them? What did those Albanian fans do?
I don't know. Breaking spaghetti.
Yes.
Oh, it is.
Yes, they broke spaghetti. It was all in good fun. After the scoreboard, I do have a photo of this. Lots of you got it. Some sock. Oh, here we go. What made it was this Italian fan was really playing into it. So yeah, don't break spaghetti in front of Italians. All right, you ready to see the leaderboard here, Bonnie?
Yes.
Okay. Here are your winners. In third place for this Monday's Top Quiz is Fly the W. In second place, Archie, legendary Archie. And in first place today, Kira Gaster. He's doing it again.
Yay.
Philly G and Go For It in fourth and fifth. I'll get the winners together and we'll show them during Power Hour this afternoon. But stick around because right after this, we have Shoulder Tap. Me and Brett going to be talking to y'all. Then we got group coaching. And the afternoon is packed with whole lots more. So Bonnie, thank you again. Always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, everyone.
All right. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the Shoulder Tap. Stay safe. Hello, everybody. Welcome to this Monday edition of Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by risk manager Brett from the home office. Brett, Monday, the beginning of the week, the beginning of a good trading week, or not so much?
It really depends. Good early afternoon, by the way, Jack. Great to be on Shoulder Tap with you, with all the viewers. It really depends on which trader we're looking at today. I mean, if we talk to Pin in their live funded account, they are up right now. Just dipped below 19,000. They're at 18,900 in profits. And then a name that I feel like I mention every time I'm on here, Dakota. Dakota's hit their DLL today again and had a rough day of it in the markets. Again, in the live markets, down 12,000. He did speak with one of the risk managers here and decided to call it a day, which might have been a little bit too late. But hey, you know what? You gotta shoot your shot. But I hate seeing those big losses. And we do have a significant number of traders on the good side of zero and probably about an equal number on the bad side of zero. But right around, as far as Topstep goes as a whole, we're pretty much zero sum, as are the markets as a whole.
Good to know. Well, yeah, I mean, Dakota could still put up the big days, though. So 12K, he can lose. Get back on your feet, Dakota. And hello, I don't know if you know Brett. For those asking, by the way, yeah, there are a lot of bots here, so extend your human welcome to them. We come in peace. Bots of YouTube, stick around, and we'll teach you about some risk management. All right. Yeah, with that, I know we have 3 cards today, so I'm ready to jump in whenever you want. And if there's time left over, we could grab a few questions from the chat.
Definitely would love to. I hope we have time for some questions from chat today. But yeah, let's get into the trading cards that we have. The first one that we have for today is Brendan. Brendan is in 100, or I guess I should say was in a 150K live funded account. And Brendan kind of started off a little bit rocky, I'd say, in that in 9 days of trading, I think I said 6. Oh, no, in 9 days of trading, Brendan unfortunately lost the account, and today was the last day. And I did speak with Brendan and just said his head has been elsewhere. And I mean, when that's the case, sometimes the best thing that a trader can do is step away and avoid trading or just do one lots. Jack, I'm sure you've got their trading card or trade report up, but
he's not doing one lots, that's for sure.
Definitely not doing one lots. And every live trader that I have known from the board of trade that was doing it on the floor, they all pretty much started out at one contract on the floor in the live markets, or even on the screen exclusively, as the trading has evolved to that. Brendan was really trading some size, doing 53 contracts a day, and some things that really stood out. 0% winning days, 0% winning trades. Hate to see it. Not a single winning day, and not here to beat Brendan up whatsoever. But at a certain point, you've got to say, all right, let's pump the brakes, or at least lay off the gas pedal, because losing almost $500 on every contract or trade that you take, it can take its toll, both financially and mentally. It is tough when it just feels like everything somebody's doing is wrong. And I just know that from my own personal experience in the markets, where it feels like they've got a laser sight on me, and my 1 and 2 lots or whatever size that I am trading, it's like they're out to get me. And as soon as I put a trade on, they just run it against me and make it hurt. I'm sure you've been there too, Jack, right?
Yes. No, I have been hurt badly. I know the feeling.
Yeah, it's not fun. And the best thing to do, switch to the micros, switch something up. But just stop doing the same thing is kind of what it boils down to and what you have to do. Sometimes stepping away from trading, taking a break. I know MP has done that at times when he's been struggling, and a lot of times that can shift your focus and shift your attitude in trading to avoid that over trading and just get grounded again, where you're not going to be dreaming about making a ton of money your first few days and really just modest profits.
Yeah. I looking at this is a tough card to look at. So you had today's data. I only have 8 trading days on here, but in 8 trading days, this trader hit the daily loss limit 6 times. It looks to me like they are trading something between maybe 8 and 10 trades average 12 lots you have right there. I think the most concerning thing about this is that, well, if you have a 3K daily loss limit, 12K is too many contracts. He's trading the NQ, right? So 10 points in the NQ is nothing. So even on 10 contracts, that's 15 points or something in the NASDAQ. That's nothing. I mean, I would have liked to see, we talk about cutting risk quickly when you're doing poorly and raising it slowly as you're doing better. But there's really, I don't see that here. It's just always the 10 lots, always going for that draw limit. I would like to see the size decrease. I mean, you got to brush it off at a certain point and pick yourself back up. But really, for everyone out there, if you are find yourself trading poorly and losing more and more money of what you're allowed to lose, you got to cut that risk. You got to cut how much you're willing to lose in a day, your lot size, everything else, and give yourself enough room for it to work. Because, you know, we could do a poll at some point, but if you do have a 3K daily loss limit, that is, I do not think that you should be trading 10 plus lots in anything. So it'll be okay. We'll get through this. Just that's some advice for next time, but I don't want to dwell too much on it because, like, yeah, that hurts.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing that I know I've experienced is when it's going well, it's never going fast enough. When it's going bad, it's going quick, and it just kind of looks like that might have been the case here for Brendan. So just in the future, avoid that over trading and keep it small. And I mean, I know Dakota has set a high bar for trading, and he's done that by building the account slowly and building it up to where he can absorb bigger losses than some of our traders.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's unfortunate, but yeah, maybe we'll move to the next card. I don't know what the story is there, but maybe it's positive.
Yeah, Christian is the following card that we have, and Christian is kind of the slow and steady trader, and 95% winning days, 91% winning trades, and an average daily P&L of 222, only taking 1 or 2 trades a day really, and just 4 contracts. Christian has taken a $5,000 payout, and the average winning trade is 340. The average losing trade is minus 2,000, which kind of is skewed because that was also Christian's one losing day, consisting of 1 trade. But the best day is 574, and just a great example of keeping the expectations in check and keeping it modest.
Yeah, this is an interesting. I'm looking at Christian's now, 40 days. I have at the count I'm looking at, so this would be the XFA, has 40 days, 2 losing days. I'm a little worried looking at this, and if it works, it works. I mean, this is still great. His daily risk versus reward is kind of flipped a little bit, where I almost wonder if we'd have to get him on here to know this, but I wonder if Christian is maybe doing a little Monte Carlo thing right here, because I see a lot of days where the P&L is 287.16 exactly. And then the 2 losing days that are very infrequent, and you can get away with this as long as the 2 losing days are both the DLL, I believe, like 2000 or thereabouts. Hey, if you can make it work, this is pretty cool. I'd love to know more about what Christian's strategy is. It's different than what we usually see, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, a lot of times we do see those similar P&Ls from day to day, particularly in profits, when a trader is using those automatic OCOs that trigger when they enter the market. It automatically puts a stop loss in and a take profit. And hey, if it's working, don't change it. And one other thing that kind of stood out for me for Christian was, yeah, he had a couple of losing days and kind of bad losing days, but it didn't really seem to change the attitude towards trading. And it wasn't, let's get it all back in one day. They went back to the basics and really focused on being profitable in those trades.
Trying to track down the other loser here. 1 second. This is a really interesting trade report. A lot of 1 trade days, some 2s, some 3s. It's very interesting. This almost reminds me more of the profile of kind of how we would trade bonds, where basically you'd make your blowouts would usually be worse. They were less frequent. Like you'd lose money on fewer days, but you would lose more money than you made on an average day. Yeah, Christian, if you're around, I'd love to, or don't tell me because it's your thing, but I'd be interested to see what you're doing over there.
Yeah, exactly. And we love hearing from our traders. So if you did want to reach out, please do. But I mean, the only, and not even a criticism, as you're making money, you're taking payouts, and you're trading profitably in your express funded account, is maybe consider putting one more contract on, or just keeping one on when you're exiting a position and let it work a little bit longer. Certainly adjust your stop loss if need be, so that you can not lose on the trade, but let them work for you a little bit longer and build up some more profits. I do see that the losing trades, granted 91% of the trades are winners, the losing trades are about 3 times longer than the winning trades. But again, you're taking money out of the markets and consistent, which is really what we like to see.
Yeah. And I misspoke earlier. I meant martingale strategy. I was thinking about Monte Carlo simulations, which is something else a little bit related to that. Okay. Well, good stuff abounds. As long as we still got, we're down to 44,000 people. They must hate us. Okay. Brett, you want to take a look at the third card, and then we'll take a few questions if they're around here?
Yeah, absolutely. Nicholas is the third trader that I wanted to feature today. Nicholas is in a 50K express funded account and trading the NASDAQ, average daily P&L of $763 and taking about 9 trades per day. And one thing that we love to see is Nicholas has taken $9,000 in payouts from this express funded account. And the intraday P&L is plus 1,700 minus 1,000. So really doing a good job of managing those losses. However, that minus 1,000 is the daily loss limit. The thing that really, Nicholas reached out and said that they wanted to increase their daily loss limit. And ever since then, they've been hitting it frequently. Out of the last 5 trading days, they've hit it 4 of those trading days. And the one thing that just always you have to keep in the back of your mind as a trader is, if you change something to your strategy and it doesn't seem to be working, go back to the basics, start at the fundamentals, and back at what has worked for you in the past.
Really quick, Brett. JD, I think we have the wrong card up here right here. I think we're on to Nicholas right now.
And there's Nicholas.
Thank you. Nice catch. But go back to the basics. As somebody trading in an XFA, as an XFA trader, you need to go back, and if it worked before and you change something, go back to those basics.
Yeah. Interesting thing. I mean, he presumably the old loss limit was $1,000, and then it got increased to like 2,500 or something like that. And
exactly.
I mean, at one point, it's hard to tell if I presume they're scaling into these trades. I don't know if they really made 56 trades that day. On a day, and this is when they still had the $1,000 loss limit, Nicholas was able to make $13,658 in one day. Okay. And that's with a $1,000 loss limit, which prior to that, it's, on the days where he was losing the loss limit. And this might be a little bit the example that I give. It's like, hey, if you can make $13,000 with a 1K loss limit, maybe just keep trying to do that, because having the tighter loss limit definitely helps you out here, because especially if you're someone that's going to hit it, going to use it, once we've opened it up to 2,500 there, it's just like, and this is what we've talked about, letting people select their own daily loss limit. That might work for some people. For me, I know that's something that I want to have controlled from outside, essentially. That was always the way that I learned, is that if you wanted more, you had to go to the risk manager and tell them why you are deserving, which they did with you in this case. But just because it's there doesn't mean you need to hit it all the time. I mean, a 90-something% of my trading days, my loss limit would not come into play, because I want that to be a really, especially if it's been expanded, a really bad outcome, a rare outcome, if you will. Like, you don't need to lose it all. So, if I were to give any advice to Nicholas, I would say maybe drop it down again for a while until you get your footing, because you seem destined to hit it if you're trading. And now would be a good time to reset. They haven't done too much damage yet, or like irreparable damage in the last 5 days. But I think this definitely qualifies as a period of suboptimal performance, to put it nicely, that, as we said, cut the risk quick, raise it slowly. You tried it. It's not working at the moment. Drop that loss limit back down to 1,500 or 100 or something. Sorry, 1,500 or 1,000 or something like that. And if you do better, get it raised again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, really, it's okay to dream big, but shoot your shot and then rope it in if it's not working. Like, exactly like you were saying, Jack.
Precisely. Well, all right. We're through the cards, Brett. It looks like we have a few minutes left here. As a reminder, we have group coaching after this. Let me pull up my handy dandy schedule. after this, we got group coaching with JD. Oh, sorry. With JD and Hoag, followed by Anne Marie's joining Robert and Dolby at 1. And then Andre Dolby and Jordan S. are in for Power Hour, which should be a grand old time. But while we're here, and we have a few minutes, if you guys have any questions in the chat about anything risk related in trading or at TopStep, we'd be happy to try our darndest to answer them.
Yeah, and while you're looking at those, Jack, I'll give a quick review. Pin in his live account has been able to get across the $20,000 mark at 23,500 in profits today. And they've done it with only about 30 round turns or contracts traded on the day.
Oh, but Pin, we've seen his name a lot up there. All right. Where's Mick? That's a good question that we can answer. Mick is in Europe. So I think this is the second week he's gone, and then he's getting back and should be here next week, I believe.
Yeah, Mick should be back next week, and we've been busy on the risk team, that's for sure, in his absence. And looking forward to him returning. I hope he's enjoying his time off for certain.
Someone asked how to talking about scaling up and down successfully. Do you mean scaling into a position or scaling or like managing your risk limits? Because what I would say, and I think I've said this before, is for managing your risk limits, you got to figure out how much you're allowed to lose in an account, and then make your daily loss limit a percentage of that does not really change, or if it does change, goes down. Because then naturally, if you build your account, you'll get a bigger daily loss limit, and if it goes down, you'll keep cutting your size, and that'll make the account more sustainable, would be how I would go about doing that.
Yeah, and good point. One thing that I always hated, especially I traded NYMEX primarily, but we had numbers 2-3 times a week, every week, and I would hate it if I would hit my loss limit before a number, because I love trading those numbers. I would always go into the number flat, and number just being like the rig count or something that would dramatically move or cause volatility in those markets that I traded. And I hated being benched anytime that volatility came. And sometimes it was probably the best thing for me, but it's tough to sit on the sidelines while the markets are moving around.
Quick question that is so specific I have to ask. Brett looks familiar. Did he ever work at Procter & Gamble?
I am not sure what that reference is to, but no, I did not ever make toothpaste. I think Colgate is a Procter & Gamble brand, if I'm not mistaken.
One of those house of brands. Someone asked, so unfortunately with YouTube Live, we can't, someone's asking about captions. After the fact, the captions will be up there if you watch the show later, but unfortunately we can't do it in real time. YouTube does not support that unless we were to delay the stream by a few minutes, and that would be tough for a trading show. Somebody also asked, they're new to trading. Should they try TopStep? That's up to you. I know that if it's coming from us, that's an extremely biased source to ask, but do your research. Make sure that the biggest thing is no matter what you do, just never risk never risk anything that's gonna like hurt you. I think for trading money, that money should already be considered gone. You don't want to be cutting into your needs.
Yeah,
Brett
and
knows
if you're thinking about it, I mean, if you do decide to trade, I'd recommend a 50K trading combine and see what you can do with that. Hopefully you can get that past the trading combine, bring it up to an express funded account and become an XFA trader and go from there. And again, take it slow, take it seriously, and start with the 1 and 2 lots and really just try it. You get a practice account with that 50K trading combine as well as with the express funded account, but go slow. Treat it like it's your real money, whether simulated or live. And that's the best way to grow and develop as a trader and get the experience to be hopefully successful.
Yeah. One parting thought I'll give, and then we'll go to break after this. And thank you again, Brett. Is when you're deciding to, is just don't. The one absolute I'd say is don't go with anyone that says that trading is easy. Remember, if you're trading futures, for instance, that is a what's the word I'm looking for? It's a zero-sum game. Every contract, somebody wins and someone loses. And when you're trading futures, you are competing against you're against the big boys. You go straight to pro ball when you're in there. You're competing against Goldman Sachs, Citadel, DRW. You're competing against all the quants, all the eggheads out there. They're all in it, and they're all trying to do the same thing. And there can only be each contract. Someone loses money, someone makes money. So it's like the hardest thing you can do. And I think too many people think it's sort of easy money because of the idea of, you click, 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 click. I made 10 grand. No, that's not how it works. So really think about, understand what that means. And you will put yourself more in the right mindset of what to look for, because this is like the hardest game around. So don't go with anyone that says it's easy. Try to, work at it. People can get good at it. That's certainly not a guarantee, because most people do not. That's just the truth. So, not to bum it out, but we have fun too, Brett. But I just wanted to get that out there.
Yeah, and one thing that I was always told by the people around me at the Board of Trade was it takes 5 years, at least according to a lot of the people that were there for 20 and 30 years, to become what's considered an established trader. And that's a long time. That means that the primary focus of anybody should be to trade for tomorrow, like so many people do say on TopstepTV.
Right on. Well, with that, Brett, thanks for joining. Always a pleasure speaking with you. Okay.
Thanks so much for having me.
You're welcome. It's always a pleasure. So stick around. We'll be back in just a few minutes with group coaching featuring a man with nearly 40 years in the industry. Coach John Hoagland will be here with JD, so you won't want to miss that. Ask your questions, and we will see you after that. Bye.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to another edition of Group Coaching. You're looking at Hoag, John the Goat Hoagland. I'm JD behind the curtain. There he is. Jack just said it. More than 40 years of futures trading experience looking right at you through the camera. I hope all 40,000 of these viewers right now, maybe like 4,300 of these viewers right now, will be taking advantage of the knowledge that you've collected over the years. We had the group coaching chat form pinned in the chat. It looks to be down now, but that's okay because we still got quite a few questions. Oh, how's it going? You look nice and rested. You feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good. Got a few things done, goofed off a lot, did a lot of reading. It was a good week off. Once in a while, you just need to do that.
Yeah, for sure. You just got to decompress. That's about it. Well, we've got your questions, folks. Thanks for submitting them. We're going to start hammering them out. Hoag, say the word. You ready?
All right. Oh, let's do it. Bring up the charts here so we can watch the markets.
We're still moving, ripping higher, kissing that trend line that you drew. What is that line again? That yellow line? Oh, lost you, Hoag. No volume.
20,165.
Okay. What's the line for again, though?
It's a trend line off the daily chart. In essence.
Okay.
See, it's not showing correctly on this. This is the daily, but there it is. Right about there. 2 points of contact. This is off the June contract information.
Oh, gotcha.
But,
yep.
But it's what we've got to lean on up here. So just about to take that out now. Next stop, 2370 weekly kickoff high.
You hear that, folks? Speaking of weekly kickoff high, we've got a couple questions in here. First, I'm going to combine a few of them. First with Ivan. How do you get your levels that you put out every day? Thanks. And Elgert wants to know, what is the weekly kickoff high and low? So what are the weekly kickoff levels? How do you put them together?
All right. So the weekly kickoff levels are levels that I calculate usually on the weekend. They're longer term levels that I'm really kind of expecting longer time frame traders to adjust inventory. This is an article that was written by a market technician, chartered market technician, who was watching the market prep for a long time, and he saw the value in these weekly kickoff levels, and he does a really good job in this little article on what they are, what they mean, and how they can be important even to day traders. But they're a combination of market profile information, technical analysis, measured moves. There's a little bit of math to it, and then I always like to joke sometimes and say chicken bones. I got some chicken bones here. Throw them on the thing, and I read the chicken bones, and that's how I come up with those levels. No, really just kidding on that. But there are levels that, again, I'm expecting longer time frame traders to be forced to, or need to, or want to adjust inventories as we approach those levels or as we breach those levels. Sometimes they're really, really good. Whenever they're in play, I'm certainly peaked, and I think a lot of folks get peaked. And you can check out that article. It was written by a gentleman by the name of Kevin Laffey. Once in a while, I think he still pops in the chat here to see how things are going. But I think that's one of the best explanations of what they are and how they can be useful. So again, I find them typically they're going to be relatively close to a naked point of control on the regular trading hour session. Sometimes they're more based in technical analysis. Sometimes it's a combination of profile, technical, and measured moves. The measured moves in the equities this week are pretty much, almost, well, let's call it 80% a measured move, because we don't have any reference in the past at these levels in these equities. So hopefully you're going to find them useful. I like them because they help me limit risk in a longer time frame, and it's I should probably maybe do a video of how I go through and how I kind of come up with those levels. But there's so many variables to it that I kind of have to kind of judge what's most important in the current context and time frame and situation in the market. It includes volume, it includes open interest, delta is sometimes involved in it, and it's just again levels where I think are going to break longer term traders, longer time frame. Big time investors are probably going to be looking at those levels to adjust inventories. Sometimes they become magnets. Sometimes they really work well for resistance or support. Sometimes when they get broken above, you can see some pretty big moves when they do break in the opposite direction. But I put them out there because I think that they're useful to me, and if they're useful to me, hopefully they're going to be useful to other traders as well. So hopefully, I hope you enjoy them, Ivan and Elgert.
And useful is definitely what they are. Pinned in the chat right now is a link to sign up for the weekly kickoff email that goes out every Sunday evening at 6:00 p.m. Central Time. You'll get Hoag's weekly kickoff levels in that email, along with some other actionable market information and analysis. So go ahead and sign up for that if you haven't already. You could also go directly to the TopstepTV website, where we post the weekly kickoff levels every day in the daily levels. You could also go to Topstep.com to find the weekly kickoff levels. There's many different options for you to get the weekly kickoff levels. All right. Next up, we have Alejandro. Alejandro says, can you explain in detail with some examples on the charts what failed auctions are and what are sustained auctions? Failed auctions and sustained auctions. Did we touch on that earlier today during fast markets?
We did, and I'm going to show Alejandro on the candlestick charts what they can look like, because we know we had a failed upside auction in gold this morning. So what I want to do is I want to put the fixed range market volume profile on gold right now. 7:30 it starts, goes, continues. Okay. So if we're going to be doing this on candlestick charts, we have to remember that it's the initial balance high or low that are really going to create early failed auctions, or initial failed auctions, if you will. So we looked and we can see that we have the first bar here, the second bar here. So that's going to put the initial balance high in gold today, which is again the first hour, at 23:41.30. Okay. The market comes, opens, pushes above that, and then closes back below that level. So the market kind of looks above the initial balance and then fails to maintain price above that initial balance, closes back below that initial balance high, which was again 23:41.30, and then that creates the failed auction. Does it guarantee that price will rotate lower? Nothing can guarantee that. Okay. So we're looking at, the market establishing the initial balance, the market extending above the initial balance, closing that next 30 bar, that 30-minute bar where it extended above the high of the initial balance, below the high of the initial balance. That creates the possibility for a failed auction. Now, if you preempt it, let's say you don't wait for the 30-minute bar to close to kind of confirm that was a failed auction. Maybe you got short here at 23:40.60. Well, the high of that bar is 23:42.60. So your risk is about 25 ticks at that point. You don't want the market to take out that extension that creates the failed auction. So that gives you about a 25 tick potential loss if you took that short at 23, 40, 60. Well, I wasn't expecting this market to continue down all the way down to this level. I was really looking more towards the value low at that time of the day was probably somewhere down here around 23, 32.70. So we're looking at 32.70. We're looking at about an 80 point, 90 point move if we were to hold it to get to the other extreme of value. The market exceeded that. The market went through and continued. Very, very nice trade. Wouldn't be what I was expecting, but it still offered me an opportunity to risk 25 points to get a 90 tick. It was 25 ticks to get a 90 tick profit. So that's what a failed auction is going to look like. It does not have to occur in D period or C period. It couldn't, it could happen at any time during the day. But I think to really call it a failed auction, I'd prefer it to happen earlier in the day. And if it does happen later in the day, it's semantics. Maybe you'll call it an auction fade, something like that. But that is what a failed auction looks like on a 30-minute chart. Now, you can probably see failed auctions in shorter time frames, but failed auctions in shorter time frames, I find them to be less reliable. So I kind of focus on that 30-minute chart. It lines up with the 30-minute market profile, and it gives me, perhaps a little bit more confirmation that it is going to be a failed auction, but it can also increase the risk on it. So there's always that balance between, okay, do I just take this as a failed auction now, even though it hasn't validated yet? Do I take that risk, or do I wait and it might cost me in trade location? So those are the things you have to weigh when you're looking at a failed auction. Now, the other part of that question was sustained auctions. Well, look what we have here. This is the S&Ps. This is the volume profile. We're just going to put this on there for reference as to what is regular trading hours. Okay, so the initial balance in the S&Ps was the low here, which was 54.8975, and the high here, which was 55.03 even. In C period, the third 30-minute period of the day, at the end of it, it closed above the 30-minute bar, closed above the IB high. That IB high again was 55.03 even, and the next bar opened at 03.75. It never traded even back to the high of the initial balance. It left two little TPOs, which are excess, and then the market continued the push to the upside. So this was an excellent example of a sustained auction. The market had the initial balance. It left the initial balance, never came back below the initial balance, and the auction has been able to continue the move to the upside to this very point, to this very time. So you've got your failed auction where the market looks above the initial balance, fails, and rotates lower. You've got your sustained auction where the market looks above the initial balance, and then sometimes it'll come back to the initial balance, even inside it a little bit, and then you'll see the auction sustaining to the upside. So your questions today, Alejandro, were very well timed because we had an example in the day time frame in today's markets that gave excellent examples of both. Alejandro, I hope that helps. I hope that helps all of you.
For sure. Nothing like listening to Hoag talk about failed auctions. We're actually going to clip that and put it as a one-off video on our YouTube site. So look for Hoag's failed auction video in the coming days. That was really great stuff. I hope you guys are all paying attention. All right, next up. Jorge wants to know, what's your recommendation to trade the 50K XFA account? 5 micros or 1 mini for the NASDAQ crude oil, ES, and gold? I don't see any problem with trading 5 micros in a 50K XFA. No. Gives you a whole lot more options than all in or all out.
100%. My question, George, is how did you get into the XFA? Did you start with micros and then move to a mini as you were building your account? It's kind of hard to say one way or another which is the best way for you to do it, because I can't see your trade information, your average wins, average losing trades, average winning trades daily, your win percentage versus your reward over risk. My suggestion, Jorge, and this is for everybody, if you were successful in the trading combine, whether it's a 50K or 150K or 100K, whatever it is, if you were successful in that, continue doing what you were doing into the XFA, build the account, and then build your size as you continue to increase your account balance. Different products. NASDAQ it's a wily beast. I mean, profits and losses can come really quickly. S&Ps, yes, is a market that's comfortable for me. It moves a little bit slower. Crude oil, gold, they both can whip. It just depends on, how you got to the XFA. If you get to the XFA and you continue doing what it is that got you to the XFA, then you've got a really good opportunity to continue to grow the account, grow as a trader, manage your risk. Like Mick says all the time, trade smaller than you can. No reason to start over leveraging once you get into the XFA. Do what got you through the trading combine. There's a slide I put up, and it's 3 balance beams. One balance beam is right on the floor. The other balance beam is 2 feet off the floor, and the other balance beam is 4 feet off the floor. The process of going from one end to the other is the same, whether it's on the floor or if it's 4 feet off the floor. The difference is the risk. You're going to see that you are now 4 feet off the floor, and what was very easy to walk across while it was on the floor becomes a little bit more challenging because of the risk of falling off and rolling an ankle or something like that. So focus on the process that got you to that next level of balance beam, and focus on the process that gets you from one end to the other and back and forth the same way it is on the floor. You'll have a much better opportunity, or I think a much better probability of succeeding. So, Jorge, whatever you were doing in your trading combine, I suggest continuing to do that in the XFA, build the account, and then start to build your size a little bit. I think, going from 1 mini to 2 minis is one of the biggest jumps in risk that a trader should take, because it doubles your risk. Once you get to a point where you can go from 2 contracts to 3 contracts and comfortably execute your process, it's going to be a little bit easier, because it's just adding another third again, the risk. Going from 3 to 4 adds another quarter of as much risk. Once you get over that hump and you're consistent, profitable, you've got a good strategy, you've got your head together, there's no telling where you can go, Jorge, and I'm looking forward to seeing you get there.
Yep, we've been preaching that for years. Process over profits. Profits are simply a byproduct of making good trading decisions.
I can still hear and see the trader that told me that.
And remember to dance with the one who brung you, right? Yep. Is that the line?
Yep.
All right, we got time for another one, I think. This one's right in your wheelhouse, Hoag. Kevin has a question about the market profile. Regarding naked points of control in the market profile, if the point of controls are visited during overnight hours, are they considered to no longer be a focus point? Are we only concerned when price runs through naked points of control during regular trading hours? This is subjective, but I know you have a personal opinion on this, don't you, Hoag?
Yes. Kevin, there's nothing that's going to be finite in this. There are going to be times when a naked point of control in the regular trading hours is checked in the overnight, and then it's left there, at least for the time being, because the majority of the volume occurs in the regular trading hours and not so much in the overnight. And I'm not saying there's not opportunity in the overnight. I want to see those naked points of control from regular trading hour sessions be rechecked in regular trading hour sessions. So with the program I have profiles that show me regular trading hour session, and then I have another screen that shows me overnight, not part of the regular trading hour session, but separated overnight and regular trading hour session. And if the overnight does recheck the point of control from the previous day, something like that, I'm still going to use that on my longer term charts as a level of comfort, a level of focus, a visual level for the market to reach out to at some point in the future in the regular trading hours. It's a great question. Like JD said, it's very subjective. But when there is a naked TPO point of control that's not rechecked in regular trading hours, that is always going to be a point of interest, whether or not it was rechecked in the overnight session. I hope that's a good answer for you, Kevin.
Boom. Thanks for the question, Wade. We got markets still ripping higher, Hoag. This thing is absolutely relentless right now.
Just the only word we can use is resilient.
Resilient.
Very resilient.
Resilient. All right. I thought we had time for one. Well, now we have time for one more. Tony wants to know, this is an oldie but a goodie, Hoag. How and from where do you get the monthly delta numbers for the NASDAQ and S&P? Thank you.
Okay.
Do you get the monthly numbers?
Tony, I have a... Pardon?
Do you get the monthly numbers, or do you just do it in real time?
No, I just kind of go with the daily delta numbers.
Right.
Although there have been times, and I've shown a couple of examples of that in the past here, and we can always revisit those at some point in the future. But I get the delta numbers off of T4, which not a lot of people like or have access to. But I've had it, since basically I stepped out of the pit. So it's a very familiar and comfortable platform for me. But I get those off the profiles, and I can get, regular trading hour session, extended trading hour session. And, I think I can get like monthly numbers on them, but I have to smush all the profiles together. But I don't find that the cumulative like monthly delta numbers have been all that useful, except in specific situations. And I keep that information on a spreadsheet. So I will notice if we have price moving higher on higher open interest and negative delta for over a period of days or weeks. Those are very powerful moves, and I will certainly not fight them, and I will try and get into them. So when we have, it's the day over day delta and the direction of the day as far as price is concerned, and what side of zero delta is. When we see a divergence in delta, let's say price is moving higher throughout the day and delta is increasingly negative, that tells me that there's probably some longer time frame buyers in the marketplace that day, and that there's a good possibility of a short squeeze as the shorter time frame traders get shorter and shorter, and they continue to get squeezed into losing positions. Those are some of the days that we might see a pretty decent move. And it doesn't happen all the time. It may not happen for days, weeks, or even months, but when it does happen, it offers a really good opportunity. And we've seen examples of that when we get a nice squeeze to one side or the other during the power hour. So make sure you watch power hour, because sometimes we may see that. Today we're not seeing it. As far as cumulative delta, you can see cumulative delta on the TradeAvate platform. You can just put that right on any chart, like a 30-minute chart. You can also anchor the delta to the beginning of the day in TradeAvate. Also something that one of these days when we have time, we'll go through some of this stuff. But delta is coming, from what I understand, on Topstep X. So we'll be looking forward to that, and we can do a lot more talking about it when it is available on TopStep X. Again, looking forward to that.
For sure. And you know how to check the roadmap on TopStep X, that question mark on the left side of Hoag's screen. Everybody has it. That's on the TopStep X platform. You can see what's coming down the pipeline. All right, one more question. This is a quick yes or no, Hoag. Mo wants to know, as a Larry Williams follower, do you use the Commitment to Traders report? If so, how do you use it? I didn't even know they still made the Commitment to Traders report. I haven't looked at that in probably 15 years.
Yeah, it comes out on Fridays. Mo, nothing against looking at it, nothing against Larry Williams. I don't have anything against anybody, but I've never been able to make head nor tails out of how to use it. I know it tells you, reportable speculative positions, non-reportable speculative decisions, longer time frame positions. I mean, it tells you kind of the skeleton or the framework of who is in the market, but I've never really been able to figure out how to use that as a day trader. I know that there are things that I'm probably missing in that, because how does it hurt to know what speculators, how much of the open interest, how much speculators are in control of the market versus some of your longer time frame funds and banks and that kind of thing. But again, it's a lagging indicator. You get it once a week. It tells you where everybody was on Tuesday. I'm not saying don't use it. I've never been able to figure out myself the best practice for using it. Maybe with all of the reading I've been doing lately, I should read more into it. But Mo, I don't currently use Commitment of Traders, so I can't tell you how I would.
There you go, Mo. Sorry we couldn't help you out more with that. All right, with that, we are out of time for group coaching today. Stick around, though. We've got Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie coming up next. She's going to be joined by Coach Robert and Dolby Time. After that, we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre Dolby, and Jordan S. is coming back. All right, Hoag, any chance you got some dad wisdom for us?
Oh, I didn't set one up. Maybe I did set one up here. Hang on. I gotta come up with more of his dad wisdoms, but this is one of my favorites. I could double my income if I would only trade 3 days a week. Well, Dad, why don't you only trade 3 days a week? Because I don't know which are going to be the 2 bad days to take off. He was a funny guy.
That's a good one.
I missed him yesterday on Father's Day. He was a wonderful man. Learned so much from him. And he always told me I was a good dad. And so did my daughter. You see my shirt?
Awesome like my daughter.
Awesome like my daughter.
Did you make that, or did she make it for you?
She got it for me. She gave it to me yesterday for Father's Day. So
just checking.
She loves me.
Checking.
She loves me. Yeah, I didn't make it. Thanks, TD.
All right, folks, stick around. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. See you in a minute.
Hello. Little adjustment here. Fix my screen.
Hello.
How's everybody doing today? Hope
Adjustment.
everybody had a great weekend. Hope our 43,000,075,000,000,000 chat bots are happy to watch us right now. Yeah, that is not real. Don't know who did that, but they'll be taken away, I'm sure. But welcome to Strategy Lab. We have Anne-Marie in the middle, always a pleasure, and Dobie Time, of course, always a pleasure as well. You get another dose of Dobie Time right after this, but for now, we're going to talk some strategy. Well, just I hope I would love to say that I like took a long at 20,000 and just stuck with it, but I didn't. So yeah, I don't know what is going on here. It's just the last number I had on this whole debacle, I was right around like 20,050 and like 0.25. That's about the last target I had available for my little coding thing that I do. So I am really looking forward to hearing what Anne-Marie and what Dobie have in mind. In today's segment, we're going to do a little bit on differences of trend trading and range trading, because this is Strategy Lab. We like to talk about different things. Anne-Marie's got the trending under control with her VWAPs and deviation bands. Dobie's got the ranges, getting them, short the tops and buy the bottoms. And the ranges that I do is I like to play the breakout. So we're going to have a great show for you. Anne-Marie, let's kick it off. And let's start with you, since this market is trending. I don't even know if we call it a trend. It's like ballistic straight up. But what do you think about this? What do you see? And share your thoughts. Yeah, please.
So something very interesting happened with me this morning, and I want to talk about it because it's really great. When I started watching fast markets, I was sitting in a space where I thought, you know what? I think we have a choppy range-based day. And I suspect that we fade into supports, and then we'll find a higher support and we will go long. So I was looking for a short, and I had a really nice trade on the short side, and then another nice trade on the short side. And so I went, you know what? It's time to size up on these shorts because it's doing what I want to do. And at that very same time, the market clipped through it. But just before that, Dee said, hey, let's take a look at the structure of the market. We're outside range, outside value. Why in the world would we think about taking a short? And I sat there. My first response was, I'm sitting on the other side of that trade. But because I admire and respect Dee so much, I thought, all right, let me dig a little bit deeper into what she's saying. And then just think about it. What if she's right? What should happen? And true to form, it faded and held that 19,980 level. And it started breaking out into 20,013. And I went, you know what? She's right. I'm going long. And I changed my mind and went long. Of course, I stopped at 20,070 because I had my own series of measured moves. And I was really thinking that it would stop, right around that line right there where my cursor's sitting right now. And that was really what I was thinking would happen. And lo and behold, it just kept running. So my thought was, how am I going to get back in? And then I sort of had a little bit of a analysis paralysis event because it just kept moving. And I was thinking to myself, well, surely it'll stop now. But the wonderful thing is, Brian Shannon, on the bigger time frames, he says, listen, if you've got an upward moving average of 5, right? So I've got a 5 simple moving average on there right now. It's very, very fine. If that's going straight up and your candlesticks aren't breaking down, you're a lunatic if you're shorting. And so I just sat back and I've watched this run without me. Now, I do believe that we could be at the top of the frame. So I'm waiting for some structure to play out and maybe we'll get a short. But that's me. I love the fact that I could say, you know what? I value this person's opinion. I'm going to say, what if they're right? Drill it to task. Realize that there was a lot of stuff that said, yeah, that's a pretty good take, and then turning around. So I was pretty pleased I could change my mind because I'm not very good at changing my mind.
Well, you did the right thing, right? It's you. That's your OODA loop. It's like you have your observations, you put your process together, and I'm going to screw up what they all mean. You'll have to refresh me on that. But then the situation changed. The parameters changed. Like, wait a minute, this isn't what we had for the initial analysis. Let me take a step back. Let me go through my loop again and find out what I'm going to do, what adjustments I'm going to make. And you just completely change your mind. It's like literally the opposite direction. And who the hell knows where this thing is going to go, right? And what time and how far and how fast? Nobody knows. You're going to take what you can get. Like I said, you had a little bit higher target there than a calculated thing than I did. I was out a little bit sooner than that. I got them plotted up on my chart, as we can see. So yeah, we have stairs up, and let's see if it peters out now, and you get that elevator down, like we always hear that cliche going. So Adobe, my friend, Mr. Range Trader, opposing range trader, what do you make of all of this, and how do you not get burned waiting for keep buying these tops in these little ranges? So talk to me, my friend.
Well, I mean, the nice thing with ranges is that they can present opportunity on pretty much any time frame. So even though I am a range trader, it doesn't mean I'm incapable of trading trends. It's just what I use to identify, kind of value trades or cheap trades in the market. Speaking of which, I am long one MNQ at 20,257, and I'll try to add it 246 and 257. So if I end up calling the top here, you're welcome, shorts. But what I was basically seeing this morning, I mean, I went to a 4-hour chart. I like starting as high as possible and then, kind of going lower and lower. And kind of what I identified on the 4-hour chart is this nice little set of candlesticks that we had starting at around, 5 o'clock. So the open, now I'm long 2. So what ended up happening is that we kind of shot down on that 4-hour candle at 5 a.m. That's when it opened. And what I think happened here is that we had a lot of shorts last week who were basically trying to call the top at 19,920. Okay, now I'm long 3. Am I just going to literally call the top in NASDAQ? That's pretty sick. Okay. And I think they got, oh my God, okay, out 124. So I think what happened is they decided to cover. They got squeezed in the overnight session. They had an opportunity to get flat at 19,920. They took it, and the market basically just rallied since then, and no shorts have come in. I literally cannot believe I called the top in NASDAQ. Holy shit, that is so annoying.
I did actually say I thought we should turn over. I mean, that was part of my entry.
Oh my God. Anyways, that was insane.
Dobie, are you gonna flip positions now on this, Dobie? Are you gonna take the other side of it, or are you just gonna wait for your another range?
Probably going to watch it run another 100 points to the upside, if I had to guess. So, I mean, that's what there've been really good ranges to get long in NASDAQ if you didn't catch the first one. There's been a lot of really nice 5-minute consolidations. There was one at 10:30, 10:40. We had a lot of 5-minute candlesticks that were kind of wrapped super tight. So any longs at around like 20,000 would have been relatively cheap. We ended up consolidating again or getting into a range right around 12 o'clock. So that would have been another opportunity, I think, to maybe catch some longs. And since then, there hasn't really been a ton. But you can use ranges, right? So you can use ranges in trends to find a way to get cheap trades. So it's not just you have to be a range trader, you have to be a trend trader. You can use both and be profitable both ways.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And thanks for sharing that. And you talk very eloquently about your style, and we see it all the time on Power Hour, which we will see next. And hopefully it'll stop breaking up a little bit for you and settling down and giving you more of those opportunities. You said one key element there that you can find these ranges. Even if the market is trending, you can find these ranges like you just highlighted on your chart. And I would like to say that the other is true also. If you have a ranging market and the range is wide enough, you can zoom in a little bit and find the trends between the range. If that speaks to your mind, not you yourself, but if it speaks to traders' mind, say, man, I hate trading these ranges. All right, well, let's bring it in a little bit. If you're looking at an hourly chart, go to 15-minute or 5-minute. Zoom in a little. Now you have those hourly range kind of stuck bouncing back and forth, but you might be able to pull a little trend. Just zoom in a little bit, get the trend between the ranges, just scale down, take your time, and maybe that speaks to you a little bit more. Emery, on this, are you hitting any of these really far deviation bands? I know you like trading VWAP with standard deviation bands. Are we at like deviation band number 75 right now, or is it?
It's very interesting. We really are only about 2.5 standard deviations from the mean, from the VWAP. And so it feels like a lot, but remember where the VWAP's anchored. It's anchored at the opening tick. And we haven't really run that far, the way the NQ runs. We haven't really run that far. And so what I do see us doing is walking the volatility band. And I have it on Motive Wave. I noticed that Nick4ATick also uses Motive Wave. I absolutely love it. I run several accounts off of that platform, and so it's good for me because I have accounts in lots of different places. So that being said, what I find to be super interesting, if we go back to my chart, I'll show you something. And this is the daily formation here. And what I've drawn is, that's not me making that noise, right? Okay.
No, it's not me. No, it's not me either. I don't know where that's coming from.
Okay. I think I have anything else open. All right. Anyways, so this candle right here is the FOMC candlestick. And so I just took the entire range of it and drew a Gann box on it and then replicated the Gann box. The very top of the Gann box is where we started reversing. I mean, the very top of the Gann box. And so if you don't like looking at volatility bands, you can use these Gann boxes and walk your way up. Charts don't normally walk their volatility bands the way that they've been walking the volatility bands in the NQ. They normally will give up some of the motion, but it seems like both sets of data are really telling us, hey, listen, that is top of the measured move, and now we just have to sort of see how we're anchoring our way down. And so when I said, hey, this could be the top of the move, how do I know? I went to the 1 minute, and to refer to Friday's strategy lab, I've got that hull sitting up there. The pink one is the hull moving average. And once the chart starts trading under that hull, I'm going to look for failed bounce and take the short. So in the time that's moving, there have really been 2 opportunities to short. And so I've done that, and now this is the third one that I'm in the middle of. But you can see it, and it's just leaking down through those areas into probably the next congestion zone, or it could sit sideways in this space and then turn around and rally up. I did use the hull to say, all right, I'm under the hull. Let me see if I have negative momentum. Now let me see if I get a failed bounce at the old resistance. And that's what I mean. Whenever I go, hey, I'm going to wait for structure to give me a short, this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at sort of a shoulder and then a head that collapses. And then the other shoulder comes up and it doesn't get past this line. And that gives me my entry in. And so as it fades down into the old congestion level, I get out of the trade and I go, all right, well, I'm going to wait for it to build another shoulder looking thing that might sit right around here. And that's what allowed me to enter in on the short side. So I'm using the power of trend, but watching structure to tell me whether I'm sitting in the right direction or not, right? So what I don't want to happen is to see these higher lows start building. So I'm just going to cover that and take the $200 right there and wait for it to build another piece of structure. Because whenever I start making higher lows, I feel like that's something that's telling me I'm going to get some sort of reversion test.
And you're looking at the NQ one minute chart on there.
Orders working.
Yes.
Andrew, you still have
What's
orders
that?
working? You have
I
orders
do. I have
right
orders working. Yeah, I have an order working one at 20,247 and one at 20,258.
Are those
I
shorts
didn't know if
waiting to
that
come
was
in?
intentional.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What's that, Robert?
Those are shorts waiting to come up to fill your shorts, or are you buying a breakout
Correct.
long after that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm looking for the shorts.
Nice talk through for there. And I think the key takeaway of that is the terminology of the shoulder looking thing. We're going to put that in the glossary.
I'm sorry.
That's what I call it. That's a shoulder-looking thing over there. I got the GAN. I got the GAN thing set up. I got the MAs. I got the UAPs, the deviation bands, and I'm going in the far reaches of my brain over here trying to think of what the shoulder-looking thing is from all my years of training. But I think we understood the process. Looking at my chart, okay, great. We're looking at my empty chart sitting up there right now. I'm not going to do anything until I get, and I'll actually draw this on here until I see another pushback up again. We are trading, I don't know, right around 20,232. And once I get another pivot, I have an upwards, down, and I need it to come back up again before I can plot out my next levels that I like to do. That's I like to use the pivots and a little bit of a formula, and Hoag uses chicken bones, and I use some like ribeye steak bones going in there. So, and he's got tea leaves, and I got coffee beans. So, kind of a little play on the words there, but that's what I'm waiting for. And if I do commit to something, I will absolutely plot it out, and I will absolutely share it. And I did pull up my little calculator here that I like to use. I just made it so when we're on air like this, until we get all the stuff built into Topstep X, I just made a little thing that I like to do with all my calculations in there. I basically just have to enter the high and the low pivots, and it gives me my potential, keyword potential, target zone if we break out of those levels. So as soon as I get one, I will put it in here. I'll share it. We'll put it right on the screen, and we'll pop a trade on. We get that live account going now. Dobie, any trades?
I used my handy dandy journal and made some journaling notes about that last trade. What I was primarily writing about is I really didn't have the 5-minute consolidation that I wanted, so it's a little bit of a reach of a trade, and Goldman got me. I'm still looking to get long if we can just tighten up a little bit with this 5-minute range. Like I said, ranges appear on all time frames. That's my preferred method for identifying a cheap trade or a value trade, however you want to phrase it. And what you look for if you are going to be trading ranges is either if, let's say you're long, for example, ideally you want to get long the bottom of the range. If you have multiple targets, ideally you can take one at the high of the range, and then the real money ticket is the breakout out of the range if you do have the patience and the fortitude to stick with holding a trade for that long. Range trading can be really, really powerful and can really help your P&L, but it does require a lot of patience, not only for entering the trade, because you're probably going to be using a limit order, but you don't have to. You might miss that entry, and also waiting for the ability to take profits at like 4-1, 5-1, 6-1. If you can get a really solid breakout out of the range, it can provide a lot of opportunity, but you got to hold on to the trade. You can't overmanage it. You can't move your stop break even, which I've done last week and probably left like $250 on the table by overmanaging my trades. I would love to have that money right now. It would be very, very nice. But I do not. But I will be looking to get long, I think, below probably 230. We are starting to get a nicer range here.
Yeah, it looks like I'm on a 3-minute chart versus the 5. It's just everybody's after Amory's got a 1. We're looking at NQ. Amory's got a 1-minute chart up. I have a 3-minute chart. Dobie has a 5-minute chart. Hey, so be it. We're all looking at things where it's the same market, same price. It's just a little bit different structure in there. And we all have different preferences as to why. Like at 3 minutes, I just like the rotation on it a little bit better than the standard 5. If I'm trading ES, I like a 6-minute chart. Go figure. It's just not part of it yet, but that's just how it works. That's what I'm looking at. And I'm going to take a quick look around the markets just to see what else is hopping here. And I'm going to do this pretty quickly. I am going to just jump into ES. And when I'm on Topstep X, I just type the letters. I type ES, and it pops right up on the chart. You can do that with your time frames also. So this ES, press the number 5, and it just shows the time interval, and lickety split switches it in a moment. So ES, yes, pushing up there. We're all the way up to high of 5561 on this contract. That is the high. Wow, man, my goodness. And I saw somebody else had mentioned that the Russell 2000 was flying up also. Thank you for sharing that in the chat. I appreciate it. Gave us an opportunity to take a look at it, and it certainly was. I will scroll this back. We have it's just a contract rollover happening here, where our overnight high is roughly 2034. Completely crushed that around 11:55 Central Time today, and then up and away. Take a look at a YM real quick. Again, these are still 5-minute charts. Everything, all the indices are up, and away as usual. They are resilient. That's the word, Hoagie. I was racking my brain there. They are resilient. Gold is still funky. I don't. Let's linger on this for a second. Anne-Marie and Dobie. I'll go to Dobie first. You like gold? Have you traded it? And if anybody's heard me talk before, it's like I think if I ever want to trade in gold, I have only won a trade in gold. I am horrible at trading gold. Dobie, do you trade it? How you do at it? And then we'll go to Anne-Marie.
I have not traded gold ever, not once, actually. I know it moves at $10 a tick, which makes math really easy for the math impaired. But I do not know anything about how it moves, how it operates. Whoa. Hello?
He loves gold.
He loves gold.
That
Well, yeah, I
voice,
think Eddie
that
trades
voice.
it. I don't trade it, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's a good market, but all markets have their own like unique personality. So if you are gonna try trading a new market, maybe trade micros first or hop into a practice account. You can find a trading buddy who already trades gold. They can help you shorten your learning curve because every market kind of responds differently to, I would say, different economic events. Like, for example, crude oil has EIA. It rolls over every single month, whereas indices don't have that. They roll over every quarter, or they have other events that kind of impact their trading session. So if you are going to trade it, I would just say just find a friend who's traded it before and kind of learn the ins and the outs and identify the personality. And I think the most important thing is, find a market that fits within your personality of what you like to do, like what to do, what your risk tolerance is. And so maybe you're trading a market that's not fitting your personality, and maybe gold is the one. Who knows? But you don't know until you try.
There's definitely something for everyone. Anne-Marie, over to gold, but can you give us a little update? I know you had a position on that you were short, and then you covered, and we were pushing up a little bit more again on NQ.
Yeah, I pulled those because I wanted
just give us a P&L update. We're asking in the background here.
Yeah, so it's 1,534 in the practice account here because I've locked all of my other accounts. And then I thought, oh, goodness, I have Strategy Lab. So yeah, I was really thinking it through. So as far as gold goes, here is the thing that helps me. I will not take a trade unless I see a daily formation. And I did see a daily formation here. My thought was if we could get into 2350, it was going to be a short. And so what it did do was come in and hold 2324. Right now it's making these higher lows. So it's in some kind of mean reversion. And so if I were to take, if I had that short, I would be covering it early because it is obviously telling me that buyers are showing up underneath. And anytime, if you're thinking to yourself, wait, what are you saying? Look, I am a simpleton when it comes to trading. I look at pictures and I go, does that mean they're going up or down? And if I see higher lows or a lot of wicks moving like this, it tells me I am fighting buyers underneath if I'm thinking about selling. And that was one of the things that the NQ showed up. But I do like using daily levels, clean daily levels that are nearby to short or to go long. And sometimes they will wick me out. But by and large, if I see 2 or 3 days holding a level, I know it's a great long, just like I saw a few days here holding this area at 2349 as the resistance zone to go short. I was hoping for it to jam back up there so I could take it, but now that it's sitting in the area where buyers have shown up, I have no desire to take anything long. And the market is closed because it closed at 1:30 Eastern.
Right. And that's why I don't see much activity there. Anne-Marie, before we move on, we have a question in the chat. We'd like a little bit of explanation on mean reversion. We have a trader that is learning this. Is El Toro is learning about that. So maybe just touch on that a little bit, and then we'll jump back into Adobe. I think we got some ranging things happening. We'll see how he's doing.
So mean reversion is just a fancy word that means when a chart gets far away from a calculated average, because an average takes all the candlesticks over a particular period together, adds all their closes. And so let's say you're looking at a 14 simple moving average and you're looking at a 30-minute chart. Let's go to 30-minute. If you're looking at a 14 simple moving average, it goes back 14 candlesticks, not the candlestick that's forming. They start counting from the last one that's finished. It counts 14 candlesticks, gets the close of every candlestick, adds all of those numbers together, and divides by 14. And that gives us a range. That gives us the average price of the last 14 candlesticks at the close. And so once in a while, when a chart goes bananas, like our NQ chart, it goes very far away from those 14 candlesticks that it's moved to the back. So notice, if I'm looking at a 14 moving average here, this is the candlestick in motion. I go 14 days backwards. Look at how far away that is. And it's adding all those closes up and dividing by 14, and that number is really way down here. So it's very far away from the average price. Mean reversion is something that says, listen, if I get very far away from price, traders will begin to say, algorithms actually will say, hang on, we're really far away. We need to start covering so that we don't end up 6 standard deviations away from the mean. And that literally is all that means. So mean reversion means, hey, listen, I'm going to go sideways, and the mean is going to get to catch up with me in the end. Mean reversion just means price begins to move back to the moving average, so they touch each other. Was that a good explanation or no? What do we think?
I think that was good. It was very thorough. I saw this guy on TED Talk one time. He was talking about the deviations and reversions to the mean, and he closed it up by saying, you should learn what 2 standard deviations to the mean means, and I mean it. And Anne-Marie, I know you'll get that. So I thought that's not mine. That was somebody else said. Joby, it looks like I'm just eyeballing this here, my friend. I jumped back to the NQ. I am eyeballing. Looks like we're between 220 and 250, 30-point range in there. Talk to me, my friend. You got something going on or what?
I do, yeah. I'm still trying to find a way to get long. I have a nice 15-minute range starting kind of from, what's the base here? I'd say like 2020 all the way up to 2050-ish. So the 5-minute has started to consolidate a lot. The only problem is that we're making higher lows, and this is kind of waving goodbye to me as we go higher, it seems like. I'm still going to try to get long. I know some people want to short tops. I'm not doing that. There's no way. No way. I'm still going to try to find a way to get long here. Shorting the NASDAQ has not been a very fruitful operation for myself, for the house accounts, or anything like that. I think my first trade was just right idea, wrong entry. So we're going to try to redo it again, but this time with a better setup and maybe a little bit better discipline as well. But it gets tricky.
Robert, can I ask you,
yes.
would you look at something like that and say, this little 5-minute might give me a range break, and I could potentially go long, say above maybe 250? What would you be thinking about if you were staring down something long with this kind of formation?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I can give a little bit of insight into it on my charts there. I'll block a few things out. So what I look for is it's very simply some pivot points. Now let me let's just grab two. I'll show you exactly what I'm looking for. I have this little thing I made, and I coded back here. It just pulls the data with my username and password, and I have a couple of instruments. I'm on NQ right now that I've programmed in here that will give me some little codingness to it, right? Little calculations. Let's just grab one really right now, okay? So I'm gonna put a line on my chart, and then I'll explain it. So not just like hocus pocus here. But I'm looking at pivot points, and the pivot points are just very simple. I have down, up, and down, right? So I have a pivot here and here. Here being 19,900, eyeballing it, and then 19,985. And I'll get some accurate numbers here in 1 second.
That's a great number.
Let's plot one of those pivots. I'm at the bottom. I'm going to turn on my snapping tool so I get exactly the price I need. And then I have it showing in my right-hand bar, 19,904. Let's grab a higher pivot, one that I have not grabbed yet. Right here. And that is at 20,117. So my first pivot in time is low to high. So it's a low to high. So I'm looking, if the market comes up and over this level, do I have a target area? Okay, so let's add them in. My low pivot we have on my chart, 19,904. And I have a high pivot at 20,117. And I click my fabulous little calculate button right there, and it gives me a potential target zone. Now, I can clearly tell you that I do not like this zone because it's 31 points, and I don't like to trade anything where the target is that big. So what I would do to shrink that zone is take pivot points that are closer together, so my zones are a little bit closer and they're not as wide. That's just the way my preference is. Let's just go and take 2 seconds and plot it out for us. And then I'll explain all what I'm looking at. So I'm just going to put a box, I'm going to guess it right around here because I'm going to go to my settings. I'm going to put those specific prices in. My upper zone is telling me to 20,161.75, and it's telling me my lower zone, or the next target zone is 20,192.75. And there we go. So with my calculations, I make an assumption and a speculation and a guess and whatever you want to call it that says, hey, if we break over my pivot high end of 20,017, now remember, it's only a pivot if it comes up and back again, and this is such a small one, just doing this as a demonstration. I want a little bit bigger than this. I want to move a little bit wider than what my target is. I don't want to take a pivot that's only 15 points and have a target twice the size. So this is all I look for. If I'm breaking over my high of 2117, then I am making a guess that I'm going to target somewhere in this block that was calculated for me. And those were the ones that I took earlier. I shouldn't say I took them because I did not trade them. I'm not trading unless I'm live on air. But those are the ones that I plotted earlier. So I took and plotted these two levels, being the 19,904 and then the 19,984. We have the pivot down, market came back up and pushed. That gave us our two pivot levels. I plotted those in my trusty little calculator right here, and it gave me a potential target area of right around 20,001 to 20,011. And that's all I do. And it just uses a bunch of different calculations, but I need the data on the back end because it looks at, okay, you had a high pivot here and a low pivot here. What the heck happened between those areas? Because that does make a difference. If I have a high and a low pivot and it just, because it was a spike, that's, in my opinion, that's not going to be too good. It's just a little wiki thing that popped out, especially on NQ. We know how those things work. We know how that instrument runs. So I like to see these nice, long, flowing areas. I don't like this one because it's just simply too far. Now, if I make a slight adjustment, and let's just grab a pivot that's a little closer. It's not really a pivot, so we're going to fake it right now. But it's a little closer. 2,225. So my low pivot is no longer here. It is 20,002.25. I'm going to hit the calculate again, and it's going to give me two different levels. So we'll do this real quick, and then we're going to bounce over. It gave me 20,141.25, and the other one was 20,158. Enter, and it gave me this level. Get rid of this. You can see, there it is. So my latest one, the target area that you can see at the top. Now, yes, you can say, well, look at this in hindsight, but the point is, in hindsight, I'm showing you once this area of 20,002 was a pivot to make a pivot. It's going to go down and up. Now I have a pivot. And then my area of 20,117 was up and down to make a second pivot. Yeah, so we can look at this and say, okay, well, this box, this zone that I plotted at the top was actually at the beginning of my zone here, right in time, is roughly around 12:03 Central Time. That gave me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was 5 times 3. It was 15 minutes before that target zone was actually hit. So this is what the structure looks like. It uses a couple different features. It uses like these weird fibs that I like to use. It uses, it doesn't use an MA, but it's kind of like my own version of MA. This is where the chicken bones comes in. It also uses momentum and not time, but time distance, because typically I'm not doing this on a time chart. I'm doing it on a range chart. So I just want to know what happened within that period from when the first one was plotted to when the second one was plotted. Now, if it goes from high to low, I just go to the bottom section of my little calculator. High to low, it gives me a target zone down below, which we can see at the bottom, which is probably never going to get hit. So I don't know. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Based on how I trade and based on what I do, I see absolutely nothing for me in the NQ at this time. Someone wants me looking at the instrument, I'd be happy to, but that's what I'm looking for. Joby, it's ranging. Are you back into it?
Oh, I'm so into NQ. Not like emotionally, but just trying to find a trade here. I'm going to try some buys. If I can get filled to 219, 216, and 212, that would be a 15-minute run of the 15-minute range run of the lows. So if you pop on a 15-minute chart on the NQ, you'll see 1, 2, 3 bars that are kind of just stacked right next to each other. I do like that range. So I want to see if I can get kind of like that little range extension to the top of 212. Buyers have been stepping in quite a bit. We'll see if we can get a little push down. Hopefully buyers step back in, grab some liquidity, and shoot back to the upside. And I just might be like fashionably late to this long party, unfortunately. And that's kind of what happens when I only take trades if I'm on air. So if I'm only on air in the second half of the day, there's a whole half of the day in which I am not participating. What's kind of funny is sometimes the second half of the day can do the opposite of the first half of the day.
Yes.
And that can really throw you for a loop if you are trying to do a continuation trade of the current trend. So I very well might be just dead ass wrong, and this is just going to rotate over because the second half of the day. That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Nothing you can do about it.
No, that's how the cookie crumbles. Yeah. Go ahead, Emery.
What?
No, I said
you had a good response. That's what. So, what other markets have you felt that in? I mean, have you ever tried to hop into the second half of a trading session and then just have the exact opposite happen?
Yes, that's happened a lot, actually. And if we just take a look at 30-minute charts over the last 2 weeks, we're going to see a lot of them have peaks and valleys, right? It'll be low in the morning, spike up in the afternoon, high in the morning, spike down in the afternoon. It's just, this market feels very algorithmic. It feels like folks really know that we've got something wrong. And so here's something super interesting. So I try to read a lot of macro stuff on the weekends. And the divergence between the number of stocks that are making new highs versus the ES highs or the NQ highs, that number making new highs is fading while the charts are continuing to rise. On top of that, the number of new lows are also fading. And so it's showing us that there's quite a bit of market weakness floating around in there. And for me, that always tells me what's happening here is driven by, let's just chase it because we see it, right? Let's just chase it because we see it. So following in with you on a 15-minute chart, Dolby, I have an order sitting at, what does it look like? 218. It's sitting kind of near the bottom of these ranges. And if it bounces, it could really move pretty nicely.
219.
Yeah. So, I think you have certainly if we use the 5, which is very thin, but you can see it right here, it's the test of it. It's just good if it comes down instead of chasing it, because I think it's got a limited upside range. But I see that reversal stuff all the time. Or it goes up like mad, and from about 12 o'clock until 2:15, 2:30, something like that, it goes sideways and gets crazy, and then in the afternoon it just takes off and starts running again to the upside. I believe that shorts are pushing this market higher.
Because they're covering, right?
Yeah.
I would think so. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my thesis for that blow-off top that we had at 19,920. I think there were a lot of people who enjoyed getting short last week, and they kind of got paid a couple times because they were pulling it off June 13th twice, and then June 14th there were a couple tops, and like shorts were doing a pretty good job at keeping it under 19,920, and all of a sudden overnight we pop higher. They get a chance to cover at 19,920 at what, 8:30, 8:45 this morning, and lo and behold, off to the races we go. And I think it's like it's really important to know that these aren't just like bars on a chart. This is what money and people are doing, and this is their psychology. So, put yourself in the shoes of someone who's short 19,920. That was a really savvy trade. I'm assuming those people are savvy traders, and if they're covering because they don't want to be, underwater, then they're pretty smart to cover, and that's where you get all these people covering, and you get this big ass rally. And man, I just missed that long by a handful of.
I know.
There.
I was sitting right there waiting for you.
It is a game of ticks. God, is it frustrating?
Yeah.
But I
Well,
really
you know
think
what's
it was
great?
important to. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I said,
I was
what?
going to say it's
what I
important to
think-
journal this stuff.
Yes.
Because
100%.
I had a trade that only got stopped out by a couple ticks, and it'd be really easy to kind of beat myself up about it. But if you go back, look at the journal, and look in the chart, it's like, your trade wasn't that bad, right?
Exactly.
You were just off by a couple ticks, but we're playing a game in which one tick is the difference between $1,000 and negative $1,000. That's just how this game works.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So for me, what I thought was really what I love about this type of work is that if you say, I'm looking for a long, my thought is always the reason that I've been able to stay between the lines and make a good living as a trader is whenever I hear somebody give me totally contrarian things to what I'm thinking, I always go, what would it look like if they were right? And the reason that I moved into the buying space was twofold with you. One, I went to the 15-minute chart, saw what you were looking at, and I said, oh, okay, that's a good support zone. That would follow my rules of structure. Everybody's coming down there to buy. Let's see if they hold. I've got limited risk sitting right there. And so it's a great way to go, hey, let me see what they might be thinking and how they might be thinking through that. And is there a way that will hold so I can participate? And I believe a lot of traders get ideas so focused in their mind that they're not willing to look at the contrarian event that might get them out of trouble. And I suspect in general that many people are afraid of putting their beliefs or ideas to the side and embracing a completely different one so they can go, oh, I see what they're looking at. That really ends up telling me how other traders are thinking. So I find that invaluable. It's the reason I was able to turn with Dee's commentary, because I sat back and went, oh, okay, I see where that could work. I could trade that also. And it's the same thing here. I don't think that you're wrong. And certainly, based on my formations, there's really nothing telling me that I have any kind of new short action, because now my hull is a serpentine. right? It's moving. So that's sine wave motion, sitting up, sitting down. People are holding the floor. Momentum is flat. So there's nothing that tells me that I can take a short. So I'm just waiting for the support to hold and test again to potentially go long.
Yeah.
But I will be
Something,
trying to short at the top again.
Yeah, I mean, I love what you said, and like in addition to that, I find for me personally that when I'm focusing on myself exclusively as a trader, that is typically when I start putting on losing trades because I lose perception of other market
Perspective,
participants.
exactly.
Perspective. I'm not putting myself in the shoes of other traders who might be, eating it in a short or like having a great long position. I'm just thinking about myself. And that is when I start taking trades that don't make sense relative to what is going on in the market, because it's not about us as traders, not even the littlest bit. We're really trying to anticipate what everyone else in the market is trying to do, not what we're doing, because what we're doing with one or two contracts absolutely does not matter in this market. We are not moving the market.
Very true. Very, very true.
That's some great insight from both of you. I love it. We started off talking about like trend trading, differences between trend trading and range trading, and how we both, all three of us, view them slightly differently. But I'm not trending, and Gobi's not. He's ranging within it. I'm ranging on breakouts, and Anne-Marie does these long trends with the VWAPs and VWAP and standard deviation bands. Before we close up, and I give a couple of last words hand it over to you guys for a couple of last words. I see my screen up there. I'm going to share something. This is just an image of what I'm going to share in chat, because I told chat the other day on Friday that I would put the things that I work on and that I share on screen in a publicly shared folder where all of our traders can just download them, use them for free. Just take it. I see one here says screenshot. I'll probably change the name of the screenshot when I find out what it is. But I'm going to share in the chat right now. It's just a public share. Click on it. Download everything that's in there. You don't have to request any permissions or anything. And there you go. There's just a link to the drive. I have it shared publicly. Take it. Use it. There's some really cool things in there. Some really cool formula stuff in there. And the latest one that I have is the common moving average types, because Anne-Marie, this is part of what we discussed on Friday, the different types of moving averages. I'm not going to go over the whole thing today. They can go back and watch the session, but it's it gives the calculations. It gives you a chart, it gives you a description, and it shows the layout. And I plotted them all the same, so it's the same exact chart, same time, and same settings. Like they're all a 50 moving average, regardless of which one it is. So I wanted to put that together. There's 6 of them on there. You can choose and see which one. Maybe one of them is helpful to you. Maybe it works for you, and maybe it doesn't. But that would be on the trend side of things. And on the other side of things is the daily pivots calculation. I pulled it off too soon. It's the daily pivots calculation table, and that is, you enter in the high and low and the close of the previous day, and it will give you the current day pivots. It's a very, very common levels that traders use. They're not in TopStep X yet. They will be. They're on the list. They're being worked on. But for right now, we just made a little calculator for you. Enter it in. It's a little spreadsheet. Pretty straightforward. Enter in those three levels, and it will give you everything you need for the day. So you can literally enter that on 5:01 p.m. Central Time. The market opens. You have yesterday's high, low, and close. All you got to enter in, it gives them all to you. Okay, we are very quickly. Emery, last words, 30 seconds, last words. We get Gobi for the next hour or two. So 30 seconds, last words.
Well, you know what? I'm constantly amazed at all the stuff that you generate, Robert. You are a generation machine. And I'm thinking that screenshot thing is something that you were showing me that was a measured move event that was attached to your pivot from last week. It said like 19,415 or something like that. I think that's what it was. But as always, when you think about the market, try to be fluid and work on putting your ideas to the side and framing out what else someone is thinking. It will actually make your ideas stronger if you start thinking through them carefully. It really, really will.
Absolutely. Some great last words. Dobie, 30 seconds, because you get the next hour, my friend. We'll close up this session. What do you got?
I agree with everything that Anne-Marie says, ranges I think are a super powerful tool to use for your trading. It doesn't cost anything. You can use them on pretty much any chart, any product, any time frame, and they can be great ways to identify cheap trades. Obviously, if you're new to range trading, hop into a practice account and just practice placing trades at the low of the ranges, at the high of the ranges. Try doing the opposite. See what happens if you try to catch a breakout and of a range and it doesn't work out. I mean, Topstep is a great place to practice. So make sure you take advantage of those accounts. TopstepTV, take advantage of that. Everybody in chat, we're all here to help. I'll talk ranges all day, any day. It's my favorite way to trade and analyze the markets. But that's all I got. I'm on for another hour, so I don't need to talk right now.
That's great. Yeah, you
back
get
to
another
you,
power
Robert.
hour. You're gonna talk. Thanks, Dave. You're gonna talk ranges for the next hour. I can see you're talking ranges. Andre's going to be in the driver's seat, so hopefully, if the market starts pushing around, you'll be able to get some of those trades on Dobie. And Jordan S is joining y'all for Power Hour in just a minute. Remember, tonight, slow markets, 8 p.m. Central Time. Dakota, the man, the GOAT. Be there, be ready. The guy always has something new. He's always transparent, and it's a great time. So we'll see you on Power Hour in just a couple minutes.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to Power Hour. The man in the middle, Jordan, as joining us. We got Dolby Time. Wait, hold on. The names are switched around here. That is not Andre McHugh on the left. That is Dolby Time on the left. That's not Dolby Time on the right. That is Andre McHugh on the right. Apologize for that. But the man in the middle is Jordan. Jordan, welcome to Power Hour. What's happening?
What's good, man? How you doing?
You know, we were talking about in the green room. Another day, another all-time high here in the S&Ps and NASDAQ. Up, and away. I see crude trying to creep towards $80 a barrel even. Jordan, what do you make of these markets and where we're going right now?
Yeah, I mean, there's no secret. You can only say that we're going up. I mean, that's just been the story, honestly, these last 3 weeks in a row. So, I mean, the market's been showing a lot of relative strength. So, I think we all share the same sentiment. It gets definitely tricky on, where to trade it. But I mean, out to anyone's long-term accounts, their Roth IRAs, I think everyone is blessed. But yeah, I mean, the market has just been on steroids. I know we got NVIDIA and SMCI helping keep the market, especially NQ, pushing higher. So it's been a crazy day.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it has. Dolby Time. I'm gonna let you focus on this trade. I know you are in a trade. Please give us a quick update what your position is and what contract and how many times.
Can do. We are long one MNQ at 20,219 and 3/4. I'm looking for new all-time highs with this trade. I had two other buy orders at 216 and 212 and 3/4 that did not get filled. So we're just rocking this one lot in the MNQ here, and we did get punished for going long a hair too early on a trade that I had in the last segment. And what's funny is that had I just waited an extra 10 minutes, I would have gotten the 5-minute range that I hold so dearly to my heart. So chat, a little bit of patience can go a long way in making sure you get the good entries.
Yes. So you were long from 18, you said? 218?
219 and 3/4.
219 and 3/4. I like that, Phil. Nice entry. I see what you see there. Dolby Time, the range-bound expert, identify the range. I'm looking at the 5-minute. I see the lower end of the range is 218. So we got in barely, pretty much at the bottom of that range. Great to see. We'll let you monitor that. We'll come back to you really quick, Dolby Time. But first, Jordan, have you taken any trades today? Are you looking to trade this Power Hour? Talk to us about your trading day. It is the beginning of the week, so how do you come into the week? How do you look to attack a week like this?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I kind of looked to see what happened on Friday. So, yes, on Friday, we obviously had a very kind of, really aggressive day. We kind of made this fail move to go lower, and then we kind of rallied little to no resistance to pretty much close on Friday. And so, this morning as well, I mean, we kind of opened up a little flat and then, we kind of decided to kind of rock it really around that 11 o'clock hour. So I was actually trading QQ shares. So what I like to do on days like this is just kind of add to that long-term account, just because, you don't have to worry about anything like that. And so I've been taking the same type of setups I would take. So I actually took this entry right here, which I'll actually show you guys. It's the same trade. So we started to break out, and I'll just give you guys a quick little.
Jordan, real quick, Jordan. When we're talking about, just make sure you be specific about the price that you're pointing to on the chart, in terms of just saying right here and right here.
got you. So coming on this daily chart, the level that I was paying attention to was this 19,959 area. So I was line on my chart, and so drill down to this hourly, and we kind of had a resistance that I'm end up moving up at this 19,981.75. Now, why that was a resistance is I'll pretty much replay this. We were flat, right? So coming into this morning, we were simply kind of flat, and you guys can see this 19,981.75. We kept rejecting this. So we rejected this at Sunday at 1900, then rejected it this morning at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. So we have about like 8 rejections at this key level. So I was like, all right, cool. If price can get above this 19,981, I wouldn't mind going long on QQQ shares, which for me is like just VGT, which is just Vanguard's version of QQQ. So for people that's wondering that. So of course, what ends up happening, that 11 o'clock, that was fast. Let me slow this down. But on that 11 o'clock hour, we got that breakout. It was very, very clean. So I'm gonna hit play. So I'll kind of do a little quick. So yeah, so that is what happened at 11 a.m. So that went down to like the 15-minute chart, and I started just looking for entries. And so obviously we're at all-time high. So I have no targets in mind. I'm just looking to kind of trail it in higher lows. So 15-minute looked good. The 5-minute at this point in time, I was looking for us to start to kind of trend a little bit more. So I'll press play and I'll show you guys where I drilled down in on the 5-minute.
All right, so you're starting to see some sideways action here.
Yep.
Those range bound trade.
Yep. Consolidating, and you guys will see.
Boom.
Right there, we got that breakout. And so right around this time at 12:20 is when I'm starting to get really interested in the market.
Remember this?
And so this is when I'm like, all right, cool. Market's trending on the 5-minute. So now I'm going to a 2-minute. And we kind of have this 2-minute, what I call like buy setup, which is what I took. So we had a pullback on candle 1.
Beautiful.
Nice.
And then right here we have this continuation candle, and I entered on the break of that candle's high. Stop loss was this red line. So green line is 20,038 is when I decided to kind of enter this trade. And then on this red line right here, which I'll mark off, which is this 20,030. And I just traded it. So this is kind of what I used to enter on NQ. And then what I had on my chart was VGT pulled up, and I just managed it just like that. And so that was a game plan on how I decided to trade today. So on the future side of things, I definitely get a little bit more mindful just because of different pullbacks and stuff like that. But I pretty much just used VGT and NQ's charts in conjunction to kind of just trade. And that was the picture perfect entry I got. And we kind of rallied. So again, I'm in shares. So I'm kind of just holding, I'm just adding on to current positions. And, right now I'm up about $15,000, 104%.
Beautiful. I remember that exact setup. This one. Up and to the right, dog. I remember that exact setup.
Oh, yeah.
We were doing power players then. It was a perfect setup. We did break out. You got that. If you missed the first pullback, they gave that second pullback that Jordan was able to get in on. So, man, that was just an absolute beautiful entry. Textbook pullback in a trending market to the upside. That's been the theme for the last 2-3 months. That's where we're at. Oh, very quickly, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the hashtag Power Hour. Hashtag Power Hour. Dolby Time, what is hashtag Power Hour?
Dre, it feels like it's been so long since I've said this. Hashtag Power Hour. We are on Twitter/X. Use hashtag Power Hour to share your trader wins with us. Funded trader certificates, tick picks, memes, whatever you got. We want to see it, and we will share it in real time on TopstepTV. Typically, we grab somewhere between 3 to 5 submissions, and we want to see. We want to interact with y'all, see what y'all are up to. So hashtag Power Hour at Topstep on Twitter or X.
Beautiful, yes. We got Kurt Nichols in the chat saying, I rode that baby all the way up. Beautiful, man. Beautiful, beautiful. Getting short is it's really tough. If you're going to get short in these markets, you're going to get burned. Eventually, there will be some profits. There was, a blind squirrel can't find the nut, of course, but getting short is tough. And I was actually talking to Michael about this over the weekend. It's like, who are we to be? Who do we think we are to call the tops in these rallies? Getting short is sexy and all. But a lot of it's kind of ego driven. I think, at least from my perspective, like, who am I to call the top on these rallies? The bulls are in control. We had Tuckman on today. Tuckman was talking about inflation. Inflation up 8%, doesn't matter. Interest rates above 5%, doesn't matter. Wars in Middle East and wars in Eastern Europe, doesn't matter. So, I mean, this market is very, very resilient. If that's not going to take the market lower, who the hell am I to call the shorts in these markets right now? Yeah, there'll be some events that come in. You'll get a hot print or a hot CPI reading. But if it does sell off, it just looks like it's just discount prices to get long from. Anyways, that's my little rant for the day here. On Power Hour, I am done. Dolby time, you are long from 19 3/4. We're currently trading 20,240 and a quarter.
I did flatten that one. So I was long, 220. I got out at 239 for about 19 points. Ooh. Obviously, it's going to rally higher, but it's hard. You only have one contract, so it's real tough. So I'm hoping that I get a second opportunity to play another range and maybe chip away at this downside that I have. I'm currently only down $85.50. So we did get about $40 back on that one, approximately.
Okay.
But I really would have liked, if I had two contracts, I would have felt a lot better in taking one off and letting the second run. So hopefully we get a pullback and I can try this again. It's not ideal. Maybe I need to start entering in with two, and that will just give me a little bit more wiggle room versus what I was doing before. So.
Absolutely.
We'll see. Got some money.
Yep. All right, so Jordan, question. So we only saw that one pullback where you were able to get long. When you see the markets trading sideways like this in the NASDAQ or S&Ps for that matter, how do you read this? I mean, that people are going to come in here and try to get short.
Yeah.
And then people are going to come here and get. Well, what do you do when you see this consolidation that we're looking at right now?
First of all, look at that push right here we got on NQ.
Yep. Yep. Talk to us about it. What are you seeing? What are you seeing right now, Jordan? What are you seeing right now?
Right now, we kind of have this tweezer bottom right here on its hourly candle, and what you're seeing, I mean, buyers are literally stepping in right now. So
yes, they are.
I just circled this on my chart, but I'm gonna call out this level right here. But this 20,218, we've reacted pretty aggressively on the hourly twice. Then on the 15-minute, you're seeing we get that breakout here again. So
look at this.
I mean, look at this. Pretty sure perfect.
Not happy, Dre.
Dolby time. You said it was going to happen once you get out.
Another 15 points.
They hurt
left on the table. They have just been listening today. They've been listening. Today.
Well, here, Dolby time. You got in with one. You were working three bids. You're working 19s. You're working 15s. You're working 13s. Something along those lines, right?
So you only 13s, got your 15s, and 20s. Yeah.
So you got your one fill. Had you gotten more fills, I feel confident to say you would still be long, at least one or two. 100%. But since you only got in with one, you can only get out with one. So don't beat yourself up too much about this, because your entry was nice, man. Yeah, but here we go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you have multiple contracts, you can hit different take profits. And for me, the take profit one for this trade would have been around like 247-ish area. That's the high of the range that I was trading, because that way you're kind of hedging your bets that if it reverses, then you at least got profit at the top of range.
Right.
But when you only have one contract, you're kind of all in or all out, which is frustrating. Yep. So I for sure would have held a second for maybe like 20,270 to see if we hit all-time highs. And if I had a third, that one maybe you just hold for as long as possible and just see what happens in this type of market. But it is I think trading one contract is very, very hard to do. It's very hard.
It is very. I've got a question here for Jordan coming from Big Ben. Question for Jordan coming from Big Ben. How responsive is your super trend? How responsive is that?
Yeah, I mean, it's more so just to kind of help me identify whether or not the market is looking to consolidate or trend. And so to your question, you was asking me earlier about, hey, like, how do I navigate regarding, trending / ranging markets? That's literally what I use the super trend for. And so when I see that the market, like right now, is kind of flat, I know we're trying to break out right now. I'm waiting for that curl up. So like right now on the 15, you see that curl up. So I will wait for the 5 and the 2. So when I got that entry all the way down here, we got that curl up on all the time frames. So that's the only thing I use it for. And it kind of just helps me guide and stay in this trendy markets, because I think the worst time is what a lot of traders deal with is you get the overall direction right. Like, hey, I'm looking to go long, but your timing is off. Right, you were 5 minutes too early, or you're 10 minutes too late, And that's when like the whole FOMO comes in, and then all of your different emotions start to kind of spill out, because you're like, shoot, I was right on the move going up or down, but my timing was off. And so I use this more so for a timing thing. It's pretty much all indicator I use, super trend and just stochastics. That's about it. Everything else is just price action. And again, super trend just helps me to identify with top down analysis and bottom up analysis and congruence, what is the most ideal entry for me when all the time frames are aligning. So it's pretty accurate for me.
Makes sense. Kurt Nichols, FOMO and YOLO. Yeah, they can go hand in hand sometimes. You get the FOMO hitting, then you go YOLO, and then you go, why did I do that? But
Tweedledum and trading.
Yes. Step 1, you have FOMO. Step 2, you go YOLO. Step 3, you hit your DLL, and you're wondering what the hell just happened. Anyways, real quick update with some of our live fund traders here at TopStep. We are seeing some red on the board here, but there is some green. We'll start with the red. D'Angelo's down. I always call her D'Angelo's, not Deeyana. Deeyana is down $900. Dakota, down 12 grand. Tough day today. The Bulls are in control. MP down 3. Nick4ATick down 3. Raphael S down 3. Now here's got some green here. Francisco is up 1,500. Pin S up $31,000 on the day today. Beautiful to see. Hassan up 5,100. Soong up 4,600. And Fatima, our girl Fatima, up $5,300. Fatima, if you're watching, good job. Told you can do this. A lot of these people, I'm guessing, got tried getting short, calling the tops here. Very, very dangerous game. I like this. Yeah. Hoag in the chat. You go FOMO, YOLO. Oh no. Well said, Hoag.
That was a good one.
I like it.
I like
that. About 17 minutes ago, we had a Delta update. Plus 9,500 in the ES. Plus 5,700 in the NQ. We'll get an update for you. That was about 17 minutes ago. It is congruent with market direction. Market orders are lifting offers as we continue to go higher. I haven't seen much liquidity. I know Coach Jay will be hawking that out, looking for some block orders, some paper orders in the market. Here, the house account currently is not open for the time being. We could open that up. It's really hard to get the check marks in this type of market action. So Dolby time, you're flat now. You made a nice little comeback, put a dent in those losers. What levels are you looking at now? We are at the upper end of this range, Dolby. Look at the 5-minute. This could be a double top-ish. That would require us getting short.
I am deferring now to getting short. Maybe. I mean, if maybe a short at like 20,272-ish, but I don't know how tight of a stop you want. I don't know. We got a 30-minute range now. I've upgraded it from 15-minute to a 30-minute range between 20,221 to 20,271. So I actually kind of think we're in the middle right now. So I'm not interested in diddling until we maybe get to 20,271 or get all the way back down to 20,221, in which I would attempt a long. Attempting a short up here, I don't know. Not my favorite.
These markets guys talking gibberish around here. Jordan, do you have any levels to the upside here?
I'm actually,
Go ahead, man. Hit us, please.
Yeah, I'm actually interested to see kind of what happens in this next 2-minute candle to kind of go long, but I wanted to see if we can actually break this 2-minute level right here at this 20,256 and get this 5-minute candle turn bullish. We can kind of get that. I'm getting very interested right now on longs, so we'll see. I'm watching it. I'm eyeing it right now, actually. Here we go.
Okay.
So I want to see now on this right side of my chart, can this 5-minute candle turn bullish again? So I'm actually eyeing NQ longs. So I want to see if we can hold. See, right now we're kind of rejecting a little bit. So I mean, it's very hard right now to be bearish.
Yes, it is.
Right, overall. So I'm kind of gonna trade with what the market is telling. So here we go.
Yeah, maybe the that 20,250 ends up bouncing, or the resistance becomes support area in those previous 5-minute candles. I think this is a mistake that I used to make a lot when I was range trading, especially range days, is that the short. If you try to take a short in like an uptrending market and it's still ranging on the 5-minute, you're basically just trying to short highs, and you'll just keep on getting stopped out perpetually. And so when we are trending this hard, I have to try hard to ignore what the cheap trade is, which is going short at highs, and kind of just defer to taking longs only and vice versa for shorts. Now, if we are truly range bound and it's been like a 1 hour range, like nothing's going on, then I feel comfortable taking both sides. I can go short, I can go long. I think the risk is fine either way. But when we're trending this hard, I don't want to get baited into taking a short, even though it's technically my setup and it's a range trade. You're still betting against a massive amount of momentum. That's not a trade I'm interested in.
Well said, Dolby Time. Yes, a lot of these, you see a rally like this, a lot of this rally is fueled by shorts getting stopped out. You'll see that a lot. That's exactly what Dolby's talking about. You know, hell, you're getting short around all-time highs, right? You keep getting short around all-time highs, but guess what we keep making? We keep making new all-time highs. A lot of those times, those new all-time highs are fueled from the original shorts. They're now getting stopped out and pumping it higher. It's a tricky game. It's super tricky right now. Like Dolby said, what looks like a short, looks like a cheap short up here could just keep continuing to fuel the rally higher. So, all right, Jordan, you are scouting to looking to take a long. What kind of pullback would you like to see in order to take a long?
Right now, we got the pullback. Now is when we see we got the continuation. So, literally, and this is why I'm such a patient trader. Right here, the 5 minute, we keep kind of getting failed right here. So top right on my screen, we had this level at 20,260 that, we got to and we kind of just rejected. So I want to see us break this. Now enter light, just kind of go light. We are at all-time highs. So this is not something you're looking to slap a lot of contracts on right now. But right now you're seeing that now we're rejecting this area. So super patient trader looking to see that setup happens. But, I was looking for this 2 minute continuation at 1526 just to get that full move. But we end up kind of pulling back as far. So right now, still kind of 5 minute pulling back. So we'll see what happens. But the 15 minutes still looks good. The hourly still looks good. So right now, I'm just looking to see if the 5 and the 2 minute can get, in congruence before I take longs. But if not, I'll just sit on sidelines until all the time frames kind of align. So that's what I'm looking at right now.
Let's recap that. You like to look on the you like to look on the 1 hour, and you like to look on the 30 minute, or you like to look on the 4 hour and the 1 hour?
Honestly, for me, it's top down analysis starts from the daily, and then once I'm on the daily, just 1 hour, 15, 5, and 2.
Gotcha.
That's it.
1 hour, 15, 5, and 2. So the 1 hour and 15 looking good, looking for confluence at the 15 and the 2. Dolby time.
Exactly.
We're at the upper end of this range right here. All right, oil. I know it's after hours, and oil technically oil just made a new high, $79.97. Can we uptick the $80 level? I believe $80 was the weekly kickoff high. Yes, it was. Crude oil, weekly kickoff high at Topstep daily levels. Get in there. Make sure you have those up. Hoag, JD, all over that shit. Great to see. So, all right. Yeah, Dolby time. Is this a cheap short, or is it just going to feel we're just going to keep going higher?
Well, actually, since you mentioned crude, and since we were talking about range trades, if chat wants to follow along real quick, you can pull up either a CL or MCL. But there actually was a really solid daily range in CL. So I would count the bars June 11th, June 12th, June 13th, and June 14th. You got 4 candlesticks that are all kind of smashed together, overlapping for the vast majority of it. And today we got a pop off the top. The top for that previous daily range was $79.26. Now we're trading at $79.96. So the bigger the range, the bigger the pop out of the range. So I would be very interested to see if crude can really make a jump here. We had an opportunity to get range bound, consolidate. So let's see what kind of action the buyers can take. But before I'm new to range trading, that is a great looking range on the daily for crude oil between June 11th and June 14th.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Like Dolby said, we're about 3 cents off the $80 high. Jordan, how's that 2 minute, 5 minute looking right now?
It's looking good. I just want to see us hold, right? We got about a couple more seconds to a new 2 minute candle. So
14 seconds.
14 seconds now. Yeah, fingers on a button. Again, I will be looking to kind of go light here. Nothing crazy as we are at all-time highs, but I am looking to see right here. We get some continuation on this next 2 minute candle right here. Here we go. Let's see. 2 minute to break 20,261.
261
oh,
upside.
yeah, we just hold off.
261 upside, 260. We're currently trading 55s. Jordan's looking for 61, moving to 61. Perhaps get on with the continuation upside here. Mhm.
See if it happens.
I mean, higher lows, which is great.
Yeah.
255 trade. Might be in. Is that you getting in?
No, it's not me getting it yet. We're
Who's live?
Someone's live here.
Uh-oh. See
So
how
it's got this
we're tracing
5-minute range. Yeah.
Yeah.
You like the retracement, Jordan? Are you looking for a retrace?
Yeah, I
to
do.
get the
I
buy?
like the. I'm really like a 1, 2, 3 type of person. So low, high, and higher low established, and then really that 3 is that continuation. So, right here we kind of got on top left of my screen. We got that pullback at 1526. 2, we got that higher low, in my opinion, set, and then 3 was this 1530, looking to see if we could take out that candle's high. But you see, we just opened up and we just shot straight down. So, this was a candle that I was looking to see. We got this move to the upside, just like this. Right, that would have been the continuation play.
Do you normally trade
So-
power hour, or you try to get done early in the morning?
I mean, yeah. So, really take the best setups, no matter what time they come. I think this year has been the prime example of the market can break out at any time. Recently, I would say the last, probably a month or so, again, depending on your trading strategy, that a lot of the moves, a lot of the liquidity at least has been coming in at that 12 p.m., 1 p.m. right time frames / like power hour. So it all depends. Last year, I used to be, trading at 9:30, be done at 9:45. So I think the market is forever changing, on what time the opportunity presents itself. But what I do normally is just set alerts. That's what we tell our community to do over at MT Trading is just, you have a key level, you just set an alert and go about your day. And on TradingView, you can come to your phone as a text alert. On TradingView, you get emailed. So a lot of different things. And so what you see right now is rejected off that level. And that patience would have saved us, losing X amount of dollars, depending on how many contracts you would have came in. Right.
That was a great example. Great example. That was really great to see. He liked the 1 hour. He liked the 15-minute. He needed confirmation from the 2 minute and the 5 minute. He wanted to see a push higher into 261s, I believe, in the NASDAQ. We did not. When that new candle opened up, we sold out a little bit. I don't want to say sell off. We came lower. We're currently trading 253. So he went hands off, no trade. And like he just said, saved himself some money. So that was really good discipline to see there. Jordan. Okay, guys. Well, we do have some housekeeping. We got some top quiz winners. We got some trader wins. We got hashtag power hour content coming out here in the last 26 minutes of the session. Dolby time. Gold catching a bit of a bid here. Dolby time. What are we looking at? We're kind of just trading sideways right now. Is it hands off or what are we thinking? Oh, also Dolby. What's up with these viewership numbers, man? I just say there's 41,000 people watching right now.
Gotta say hello to the bots. Beep beep boop, beep beep. Hope you got that?
Yeah, dude. What is
bots
that?
Are just hanging out. Bots are hanging out. I don't know. I guess we have a cool community. Maybe these are just all of your AI clone friends, Dre. Maybe that's who it
might
is.
be. I think it might be
40,000 of them. That's what. Yeah, right.
Last time someone pulled this stunt, the numbers, they popped and then they deflated real quick, right? These have just kind of been holding, so I'm not really sure what's going on over there. Jack, I'm sure you have some answers, but might just be bots, and we're not going to act on this. We wait. When we do hit 100,000 subscribers, once again, click like, click subscribe. We're less than 3,000 subscribers away from 100,000. But YouTube does an audit. They make sure the numbers are real, so they'll adjust them accordingly in the next couple of days. Keep an eye on that.
Wow, look at this placement right here.
That's nice.
Look
Come
at
on
this.
back. Come get me.
That's how you split your account from
20,221.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would still try longs again if we can get back under 20,220. I mean, we're still in a 30-minute range. I don't know how far back this is going to come and see if we can get filled, but we're like basically just dead in the middle of the 30-minute range right now. So there's not a lot of opportunity. I mean, there is opportunity if you want to take it. It's a coin flip for me. I don't like coin flip trades, but the middle of this 30-minute range is 20,244, and we're at 249-ish right now. So I am still hands off unless we can get back down to 20,221.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this daily candle is very strong. I'm even coming into this week, looking at last week. I mean, I was talking about this earlier as well. at the beginning of last week is when you look at the weekly and the monthly charts kind of coming into FOMC, you know, you kind of get a little bit, I said the market always gives us like context clues of where potentially we're looking to go. And, you know, even on Monday of last week, you could kind of tell if you kind of go back and look at your charts. And I'll pull it up as well myself, but, you know, there was nothing telling us at the moment that we were looking to kind of go lower. And as you see, we got bought up this whole week. And even now, I mean, look, this weekly chart is still very strong. This daily candle is very strong to start off the week. So, I mean, if this is how we're starting off, it's very hard to be bullish overall. We might have a little bit of a pullback on a 15-minute, on a 5-minute. And that's the difference too, is understanding a pullback on a 5-minute or a 15-minute doesn't mean that it's changing the potential trajectory of an hourly or daily or weekly trend. In order for things to go higher, we legit have to pull back in order for things to go, you know, continue to push up. And so I think a lot of times I see a lot of traders like, oh, we're pulling back on the 5 or the 15, and you know the market is falling. It's like, no, it's actually natural, right? We're resetting to make a continued move. Yep. And I mean, this month has not shown it, right? Every single dip has gotten bought up. So anyone struggling in these markets, look at these bigger time frames and allow those smaller time frames to be in congruence with the bigger time frames. You see a lot more success in your trading.
I like that.
Yeah, that's why I try to look at big ranges. You know, I want to find the biggest range I can and draw those levels on my chart, and those are levels I want to act on. And you're totally correct. Just because the 5-minute is looking like a really hot entry, if you pop open a 1-hour chart, you might be like in no man's land going long, even though the 5-minute looks like a great setup. But on the 1 hour, it looks terrible. So having those bigger time frames, those bigger levels gives you a lot more context to work with. And typically, if you are trading larger level time frames, so I would say anything from 30-minute plus, the responses you get in your positions tend to be a lot more like exaggerated. You get a way better price action. Like you'll get filled, it'll bounce real strong immediately. Like you'll be in the profit instantly. You won't take a lot of heat. I mean, that's why I like trading big ranges, big levels. Get other people participating with you who are longer time frame traders.
Absolutely.
Jordan, got a question for you, Jordan. You said you got some context clues going into FOMC. I'm curious to know, what context clues did you see going into this last FOMC? So, you know, something I'll keep in the back of my mind going into the next one. I think the next meeting isn't for like another 40 days, so we got some time. But what kind of context clues were you seeing going into FOMC last week?
Absolutely. So I'll take it to a chart. And so let me hit replay. So this is a weekly chart of last week. So let's talk about what happened the week before that. So the week of June 3rd. So that was a Monday and whatever, 4 days. So June, was it 8th or 9th, whatever? Yeah, I think June 9th was that Friday. And so what do we do? And so I always tell our mentees, so we have an education service when we teach people how to trade. And so you always need, in my opinion, 2 candles minimum, right, to make an informed decision on what could potentially happen next. And so the first thing we do is just look at overall market structure. So if we're looking at a weekly chart right here, right now it's not a secret to think that the market is in an uptrend, right? Period. So if we're looking at June 3rd, 2 candles minimum, so you'll go back 1 week. So what happened this past week? So this past week, right, the previous week, the week of the end of May, we closed bearish. Now, yes, we closed bearish, but what did we also do? Well, we see that we have this long lower shadow right here. So that long lower shadow just really signifying a lot of buying pressure. Means that at one point, this was a Maribusu candle, a bearish Maribusu candle, and at this low, we got bought up. So the low of 18,235.25, we got bought up. So towards the end of the week, Thursday or Friday, buyers stepped in very aggressively and pushed us from an 18,000, like I said, 244, let's say, to a close of 18,586. And so if you're seeing that in context, well, what would you potentially anticipate happening the following week? Well, probably a continuation. But what will confirm the continuation? What will confirm the continuation is this week of the 3rd of June, right, breaking the previous candle's high. And so what we end up doing was that week we put in what we call a PHL. A PHL stands for a potential higher low. And so the first thing I noticed on Monday is we put in this potential higher low. Now, that was all the analysis I needed on the weekly. We're in a weekly uptrend. We had a long lower shadow the previous week, right, which is bullish. So we had two bullish scenarios coming in on the weekly. So that's kind of going on the daily chart. And so I went on the daily chart, and last Monday was, again, the 3rd. And so I'll even replay this just so people can kind of get a little bit more of an idea. And so you even deeper here. So again, we just talked about this. On Friday, we saw that towards the end of the week, we got bought up, right? So this long lower shadow on Friday was that pretty much that hammer candle on the weekly. And so if you're seeing this on Friday, we were again very bearish and we got bought up from these lows all the way to this close. So on Friday coming to Monday, we were setting up to have a potential morning star, right? If you guys know what a morning star is.
No, I don't. Tell me.
That is a bullish reversal candlestick pattern, right? So a morning star is a bullish reversal candlestick pattern. So what that looks like is you have this candle right here on Thursday, which was very bearish. Friday, we had this long lower shadow that showed that was bullish. This candle also closed bullish. And the 1, 2, 3. And then on Monday, what you're looking for is a we got on Monday. So that confirmed that daily morning star. So just from a top-down analysis perspective, again, weekly, we had a long lower shadow, which is bullish. We were in a weekly uptrend. Daily candle, right? Daily chart, we had a morning star, which is a bullish reversal pattern, and we got continuation. And so now you're kind of just looking at, okay, well, in context, this still looks bullish. So then you kind of start drilling down to the hourly. And so on Monday, you're looking at this. You kind of see we made the same bottom around early this after, or we made the same bottom, that morning. We're kind of flat and we started to continue. So I think FOMC was on Wednesday, I believe, right? So then I'll kind of go back to the daily chart. So just looking in on the start of the week there's a lot more reasons to be bullish than there is to be bearish. That does not mean we can't sell off, but just looking at the bigger time frames of weekly and a daily, we have a lot more bullish context than we do have bearish context. So again, the bigger the time frames, we want to kind of allow the smaller time frames to marry that. And that's what bottom up analysis is, right? Does the smaller time frames work in congruence with the daily or the weekly? So anyways, I'm coming in. So let's say we go to Wednesday. So let's look at what happened on Wednesday before we actually shot up. So before we had this crazy candle on Wednesday, well, what ended up actually happening? So we had news that came out Wednesday morning. I can't remember the news, but I think it was like payroll or something like that.
CPI.
We had news. And so coming in, on Wednesday, everything looks bullish still, right? This daily candle is already bullish. This weekly candle, of course, is still bullish. And then even at 8 a.m., we were very bullish. We were setting up to go higher, right? So we had a PHL at 7 a.m. that ended up, once this candle at 7 a.m. closed bullish, this PHL, this potential higher low, ended up becoming a confirmed higher low. And so that whole day, we were just kind of continuing. And so you're looking at that market structure and you're saying, okay, cool. Could we sell off? Yes. But what was more realistic? Us continuing to go higher or us continuing to go lower? And so what you see is as we continue to press play, let me go to 2 o'clock, we're just pretty much just rallying. And you'll kind of see a lot more price action just agree with the bigger time frame. So 1500, so 2 o'clock is going to be the next candle. And so here you kind of come here and you already kind of had a very aggressive move. So now you're waiting on FOMC. So now everyone is waiting. So what people should be noticing is we weren't just going up in a straight line.
No.
You see that we have a lot of wicks. And this is when I tell people it's like market structure becomes very, very important. So right now in hindsight, it just looks like the market just went up in a straight line. You zoom in, let's start at 12 o'clock, right? We opened at 18,965. We sold off to about 955. So, that was about a 10-point sell off. So maybe not too crazy. But at 1300, we opened at 1903 and we sold off to about 18,978. So So that's about like a 30-point sell-off and some change. That can become very aggressive depending on how you enter that trade. But again, right, the question becomes, is it more probable to short this trade or more probable to long this trade?
Yeah,
and that's right. It makes more sense to not take the short, but look to potentially take the long just based on what a weekly, a daily, and at this current moment, what the hourly is still kind of telling you, right? We're still very bullish, blah, 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 blah. And so that was a lot of the nuggets that I was looking at. I was like, listen, there's nothing right now that's saying that we could have a very bearish FOMC. And even for us to really, in quotations, to be bearish, we might want to take out our daily candles open. So on Wednesday, if we're looking at Wednesday, the daily candles open was way down here. And so you have to ask yourself a very realistic question. Could we sell off to 18,707? Absolutely. We could. But what is more realistic looking at all the context? Us selling off over, 200 points or us pulling back to make a continue move higher just based on context?
Yeah, and we saw what happened. We saw what happened. We pumped. Well, I remember when Powell stopped speaking, we did sell off pretty aggressively. But once that exhausted itself, the buyers did step in. Dolby Time remembers that sell off quite well. Dolby Time, as he was short at the tops there. Dolby Time. All right, we got some top quiz winners. We got trader wins. We got some hashtag power out. But first, Dolby, you were working some bids. I see the pullback happening in the NASDAQ. Did you get filled on any of those bids you were working?
Nah, we're not getting filled till 219, 215, and 212. We might get there pretty soon. Maybe we run some promos and see what happens here.
I like that. Working 219s, 215. Yes, just like that last trade. Currently trading 224, 223s now trade. Yes, I do see our numbers have come back to a bit more realistic viewership numbers. Shout out to the bots. Shout out to whoever paid for all those viewing numbers. Unfortunately, didn't get the subscribers over that 100,000 threshold, so maybe we'll try again later. All right, we are 219s. Did the 219s trade there? Dolby Time. I saw quarters trade 19s. Long one. Beautiful. Long one. Dolby Time, long one. 219 even. And the NASDAQ.
Even. Yep. And we'll try a couple more. At 215 and 212 if we can get filled.
All right, great. Okay, well, keep an eye on that. Dolby Time is long from 19. Currently trading 23s. Let's see if we can get pumped up. Pump here. The range-bound master is hard at work right here, so let him maintain that trade. In the meantime, I want to go to Gabe because we still have quiz results. We still have trader wins, and we still have hashtag power hour stuff coming at you right now. Let's do the quiz results real quick. Gabe, if you're there, let's do it.
Alrighty, let's go for it.
James. Here you go, everybody. Let's see some
Here
of
are
these names.
the quiz winners for today.
And Gabe, if they see their name on the list, what should they expect?
You can expect an email from us bright and early tomorrow morning.
Good job. Any good ones here? Dolby fan.
Yeah, so
like that.
Jack was curious on the one in the very bottom right. So he ended up putting that into a little bit of a translation just to make sure it wasn't getting a blackout box for any sort of reason. But got the translation was Chinese little boss. So I was,
shout out to the boss.
Okay. Shout out to the boss.
Springsteen fan.
Shout out to the boss. Thank you, Eddie. Shout out to the boss. All right, I did like Luke Spywalker. Luke Spywalker. That was pretty clever. I like that one. That was pretty good. I got Dolby chuckling. If you got Dolby chuckling,
awesome.
You know it was a good
Dude,
one.
I love the puns. Dude, I love
Yes,
those
I
puns.
do.
Those are so good.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Gabe. We do have 10 minutes left here. We are coming up on time. I know Eddie is hawking the wire for that MOC imbalance coming out any minute now here. So, Gabe, if we want to pump through some hashtag power hour stuff and trader wins, we could do that as well.
Heck yeah. We got one trader win submitted and a couple different power hour submissions. So we'll go with the trader win. Gabe looks like he was able to pass a few more, or about to pass a few more combines, enjoying Topstep X. And his favorite feature being the lockout button. I can relate to that. Another Gabe here behind the scenes. I can definitely relate to the lockout button being my favorite feature about Topstep X. This is not me.
All right.
This is not me. No, I wouldn't feature myself like this. I gotta share everybody else. You guys catch me another time. So that was the one trader win. Eddie, I know MOC is about to drop. If you want to chime in real quick with that.
Go ahead. I'll chime in. You just continue, brother.
I got filled on.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm long 3 at 20,215 right now.
Okay. So it did come in
I might
here.
get stopped on this one. It's really getting volatile
Yeah,
here.
it is. Might be rolling over here. All right, we got 9 minutes
no.
left.
Please go higher.
We got the quiz results out. Eddie, keep an eye on MOC.
Roger.
For a pretty healthy number based on what we had for action today. Gabe, let's hold on. Dolby time's in this trade, so let's stick with it here for the time being. Long from 15, Dolby, average price of 15.
Long
here we go.
All right, we got our numbers here.
Okay.
All right, S&P 1.7 to the billion, 1.7 billion to the sell side. Nasdaq 168 million to the sell side. Dow 309 million to the sell side, and our Magnificent Seven 515 million to the sell side. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. It's all sellers in the house. We're gonna see that. We'll see those MOC orders executed here in about 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Out.
Damn, bro. I'm out. Minus 150.
Okay.
Crazy. Are you gonna rally on me now? Oh,
Don't do it.
Don't do it. I got stopped out at 205 evens, by the way. That is That is the low today. If this decides to rally.
Here we go. Trade 16, 17 is now trade.
Yeah. You shall see.
I got stopped out at 20,205, which is the dead low of this candle.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I was trying to bounce.
Kidding me.
Yeah, unbelievable. The longer you trade, eventually get top ticked or bottom tick. It is inevitable that it will happen to you. You will feel like the Goldman interns are hunting. My gosh, look at this.
That is so unfortunate. Game of ticks, everybody. Game of ticks.
Game of ticks.
We love trading. We love trading so much. Let's see.
That happens.
Right, quick Delta update. Plus 10,800 ES. Plus 5,900 in the NQ. Again, in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, we'll have those MOC orders executed. They were heavy sell side. I think about $1 billion. It's not crazy, but they're definitely leaning sell side. All right, Dolby time is flat. Jordan is flat. I think we have time now. If we want to do the hashtag stuff, because we got MOC coming out right now, Gabe, in 2 minutes. So if we want to do hashtag power hour.
Yeah, let's run through them. I got 3 for us.
All right, great. Thank you.
First little submission here is from El Diablo.
Hey, El
Got his
Diablo.
stacking bills hat on, which I do like.
Shout out to El
Digging
Diablo.
the hat. MP would have loved to see that one.
White Devil. Gringo de El Diablo. Yes.
A little comedy for us from the Lost Trader.
Well done. It's pretty much exactly how it goes right there. That is the transformation.
Yeah.
From yellow to oh no. That is that's a pretty good one actually right there. That sums it up.
Pretty fun.
Yep.
That's a good one. The tradie bunch coming in from Carl Hungus.
Oh,
nice.
The Hungus. Yeah, Hungus does not miss. Hungus.
I see myself more as a Matt Foley.
I know Matt Foley. Oh, I see the third eye is there.
Love it.
Matt Foley. Yep.
And we actually had Hoop sent in a little submission with the hat earlier to get this one in there. This is Doggo with the Topstep TV hat. So thanks, Hoop, for sending that in to us.
Love it. Keep them coming, man. Love to see the swag on the puppies. All right, guys. Thank you, Gabe. All right, we're selling here. We're just dipped below 20,200 here in the NQ. So finally, the shorts maybe got some profits there. The bazillionth time was the charm for the shorts. You're able to get short there. Good on you. That was your first time getting short all day. That's you got some secret powers that you need to share with how you did that, because that was a tough short to take. Maybe we saw the double top. Maybe you saw it on the 5 minute. Whatever. Getting short, stepping in front of this train is very tricky. All right, we'll see here in 6.
I should have pulled those orders. So, like, part of my rule set is if we get a strong 5 minute candle into my range, like the bottom of my range, I have to pull my orders. I don't want a strong candle, whether I'm long or short. I want a candle to kind of like live into the range and kind of just consolidate in range bound. But that was a very strong candle. I should have pulled the longs and then reassessed. So I journaled it. Handy dandy journal. Taking this stuff seriously.
Yep.
Trying to make some money on here in real time with the live account. So live and learn.
Yeah, live and learn is right. All right, Jordan, we got 4 minutes, 36 seconds. What are you looking for in the close? I'm guessing the sellers are in the house. Maybe some profit taking as we just rallied all day. What are you looking at here?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's just profit taking. For this week, what I'm really, looking at, if we do decide to sell off, is, I'm looking at the NQ1, so the continuous chart, just as a reference point, as FYI. But we do have this gap when contracts decide to roll over from Wednesday to Thursday. So I am looking for us, on the downside, kind of look to fill this gap at some point. But I mean, overall, I still think that we still push higher. There's nothing yet telling us that we are bearish. Weekly candle, daily candle, this daily candle like this pullback coming to a close it's still very, 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 very bullish. So, I mean, right now, I think, you have to still be long. I'm long again, really above 20,276. Let me just make sure that's all-time highs, but around that area, I'll get on the penny. Looks like around 20,271.50 looks like that's around just about the penny on NQ1 continuous chart. So that's where I'll be looking for longs of a continuation. Maybe tomorrow's an inside day and it's a breather. Who knows? We did kind of rally about 300 points today at a point. So I think we just see what the market brings and we kind of react based on what the market tells us.
You're spot on right there. We got 2 minutes and 50 seconds left here in the session. Oh boy, new all-time highs. I'm guessing if nothing comes out, we'll probably see a push higher here again overnight. Keep in mind, we do have slow markets this evening with Coach Dakota, one of our top traders, if not the top trader here at TopStep. He did take it on the chin a little bit here today. All right, we got sellers coming in. We just did, believe, 20,200. Dolby time, that's why you use stops right there. We did feel like we were going to get bottom ticked.
True.
We don't feel as bad right now. We did get bottom ticked.
Feel less bad?
Yes, 100%, Dolby. When I see this, 100%. I'd rather this happen, 100%.
Like, I didn't get bottom tick technically.
No, you did not.
That's a win. I think that's a win, I guess. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you go back to the 1 minute chart in the NASDAQ, and there was a candle at, what is that, 210, I believe. It's a very tiny 1 minute. And we just could not get back above that. And that's something I have been eyeing is like, what if we do get like a really big high and then it pulls back down again? You get kind of like these candles that just print real small up there. I've been drawing the base of those candles as kind of like a point of reversal potentially. And it did work here and it did end up not getting back above 20,263.5. It double topped and then rolled over. So that might need to be something that I add to like my toolkit of like reversal trades. But I don't think quite there yet. Yeah.
It did double top and roll over. Hey, shout out to Jordan, man. I know, Jordan, you're looking to get that long. You're looking for a push above 267, I believe, 261.
Yeah, 20,271.
Yes, you held off. You didn't get it. You didn't get that confluence. You saw it in the 1 hour. You saw it in the 15. The 5 minute and the 2 minute did not line up. You said trade off. Sure enough, you would have been buying damn near the highs of the day. But you did not get that breakout you're looking for. So we're all learning something today. Dolby's time with the double top and the rollover. Perhaps pulling those bids when he sees a strong candle coming in like that.
Sure,
so we're all learning stuff here. We're all learning stuff here today. I hope you guys are taking notes. These guys are being very vulnerable here. Putting their trades out, putting real wins, real losses. Again, TopStep, real trades, real P&Ls, real traders, real executions here, TopStep. These guys are putting it out there. They're learning. We're all learning in real time here. There's a hell of a lot of experience sitting here on the show right now, and we're all learning in real time. All right, we got 30 seconds left on the day. And, oh boy, it's been one heck of a day. We'll see what we got coming up overnight. My man Eddie's going to hit the bell and hit you for the outro. Jordan S., really appreciate it. We got your social media stuff pinned to the top of the chat. 10 seconds, Jordan.
Absolutely.
Leave us with something to think about going into the rest of the week.
Trade safe, trade smart. If you guys are free, we do have I'm teaching a free class tonight at 8 p.m. of kind of how to maneuver this market. So if you guys want to learn some free education, make sure to click the link in my Instagram bio. But trade safe, man. We out the market.
Thank you, my man. Thank you. Dolby time. I'm going to see you tomorrow. It's great being back with you. Eddie, take it away. Hell of a day today, man. All-time highs. What's up, Eddie?
Well, happy Monday, and we are done for the day. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, we've got some heavy breakfast going to be with us here tomorrow. Meat on the bone here. 7:30, we do got our core retail sales. We do have retail sales month over month for May, scooting down here to 7:55 a.m. Central Time. We will have Red Book year over year. We also do have an 8:15 here. Slight minor numbers at 8:15. Coming back here at 8:30. 9 o'clock business inventories month over month. We'll also be having here at 9 o'clock retail inventories for the auto in April. And at 10:40, we've got Fed Speaker Collins will be speaking. 12 o'clock high noon, we do have the 20-year bond auction. We have the Atlanta Fed GDP, which sort of can kick the market around. Also going to add on that 12 o'clocker, we've got Fed Logan speaking. FOMC member, we've got Kugler speaking at 12 o'clock also. So let's watch that 12 o'clock. Mark it down. Write yourself a little note. 12 o'clock might be exciting. 1 o'clock, Goolsby will be speaking. And later in the afternoon, we do have foreign buying U.S. and we got the TIC net long-term transactions. And that's going to be about it. Don't forget about our API weekly crude stock number later in the afternoon tomorrow. Now, tomorrow on the menu, we have got 8 o'clock. Be here at 8 o'clock Central. Hoagland and myself, we'll fire up the machine, get the party started. We got Rip's going to join us here. Rip's going to join us for Fast Markets also. We got Andre, MP, Coach Dakota is going to be with us here for Fast Markets. And, of course, our good friend back from his vacation, Johnny Hoagland will be with us for Fast Markets. Kicking it into Power Players, Andre, Gabe, and Raul. We've got Top Quiz, and Anne-Marie and myself will be doing Top Quiz. Jack and Ben for Shoulder Tap. Dolby and David Green for Group Coaching. And rotating segment with Deeyana, Market Stalking with D. So we've got myself, Robert, Deeyana, and Coach Jay. And join us for that one because we have a great time. And a lot of good information is shared there. And to end the day, once again, the dynamic duo, Andre Dolby and Austin Silver. Don't forget, tonight about 8 o'clock here, we do have Dakota's Slow Markets. Right now, we've got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. 5 o'clock here. No, I'm sorry, 6 o'clock. Coach Ray, Volume Profile at 7 o'clock Central. We got Tech Analysis, Candle Charts with Coach Vince. And then that'll slide right into that 8 o'clock slot with Slow Markets. So if you were with us here today, lots going on here, lots of information shared. I enjoyed the day. Of course, I learned a few things here today. Hopefully you learned at least one thing, and if you did, you're moving forward. We love having you here at Topstep. Hopefully you love being here at Topstep also. So right now, it is Monday. Time to log off. Time to walk away. It's family time right now. So time to get some family love, get some rest, re-energize, have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy, and until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV.